Naruto. Drifting. Party planning. The very next day. It was late morning, and things up in the hospital where the new addition to the village kin was currently posted were a little bit hair-raising at the moment, due to the presence of one particular individual. Along with a couple of other chunin sent to keep an eye on things, Inoichi Yamanaka was trying his best to ignore the pair of eyes boring into him from one Naruto Uzumaki standing over his shoulder. The Jinchuriki, who'd apparently arrived here way before any of them, was giving all of those posted in the room the thousand-yard stare, particularly the head of the Konohagakure Intelligence Division as he was performing his final diagnosis on Kin's head and gathering up the last of any and all data he could hope to divulge from her. Unfortunately, due to the amount of hostile intent being emitted from the boy should any foul play be detected on their part, he was finding it awfully hard to concentrate on his task. Even the chunin could feel the intensity coming off of the Jinchuriki standing by the windowsill behind the jonin, and it was unsettling. Who knew that a child still in his early teens and was only a genin could produce potent enough presence to flood the entire room? Breathing a sigh, a broken sweat, Inoichi craned his head around at the blonde staring at his head with an unflinching glare. You can ease up, Naruto. I'm not going to hurt her. Saying this got the kid to lighten up a tad, yes, but he still maintained eye contact. This got a smile from the Yamanaka. It's okay. Hokage-sama explained everything to me before and after my first appointment. We had plenty of time to discuss all of the facts we were able to uncover so far, and I don't see any reason to hold any grievances towards this girl. You can take her out of here once everything's been cleared. After a few moments of silence, Naruto nodded and allowed the man to return to his work peacefully. Inoichi currently had his hand over Kin's head and the girl's eyes were closed in a state of utter repose. Though the operation he was performing on her wasn't situated in a proper facility where he could gain full access even to restricted information, this girl really had nothing to hide from them, nor was she that hard to circumnavigate. All she really had, as far as he could tell, were several bad chapters in her life as well as a pretty decent career. By extension, Inoichi was also able to gain a certain measure of her true intents and feelings over her situation, sort of like a general feedback he normally got when wandering through a person's head. This gave him further inclination not to hold suspicions over this person, since the girl seemed to have picked up some manner of camaraderie with the boy watching over her. He wasn't able to get much of anything on Orochimaru though, aside from the fact that he was a real asshole when it came to training and that he only ever met up with his students outside of any of his facilities. The snake was a really cautious character, no questions there. He was like a modern-day Moriarty. Inoichi couldn't even pick up any clues as to where exactly any of the guys' hideouts were from this girl's memory. Nothing. With him sitting directly beside the kunoichi on the bed and both their eyes closed, the man continued to tiptoe through Kin's brain and absorb all of the information he could find. You'd be surprised how quickly you could cycle through a person's hard drive. It was a quick process when the subject wasn't putting up any kind of resistance, and Inoichi was grateful Kin was letting him browse the confines of her head so easily. Eventually, after about half an hour of skimming through the metaphorical scrolls making up all the data collected inside her cranium, Inoichi relinquished his hold over her mind and leaned back with a sigh. Rubbing his eyes, he then asked for the clipboard from one of the chunin on standby and began writing down everything he'd found. Both Naruto and Kin waited patiently where they were sitting or standing, until the Yamanaka clicked his pen and pocketed it. You're all clear, Inoichi informed while smiling up at the girl. Aside from the usual hooray a shinobi of your age has to go through on a day-to-day basis, along with one or two notable differences, there's really nothing I was able to find that can be considered incriminating by Konohagakure standards on your record. Kin, still feeling a little bit nervous in front of the powerful-looking shinobi, twiddled her fingers as she looked across at him, but, my history isn't exactly clean. Are you sure it's okay? Inoichi shook his hand and head dismissively, everybody's history is different. He slipped the writing pad under his arm and shrugged, our memories are what make us who we are today and what helps define us as individuals. It's a concept I'm trying to teach to my daughter, but she's so focused on other things right now I can't really get her to sit still for a second to tell her properly. Hopefully she'll be able to pick these things up when she stops chasing after boys who are just not interested in her. Huh. The Jinchuriki couldn't help but snicker on his corner of the room, which went on unnoticed by the others as Inoichi rose from the hospital bed and readjusted the notes under his arm. Along with his escort, he made his way over to the exit of the room where a doctor and a couple of nurses were waiting patiently for their session to finish. I'll be seeing you around, Inoichi said, waving to the raven-haired girl before stepping out into the corridor. And good luck in the exams, Naruto. Said Blonde waved back with a pleasant grin, the departure of the jonin and his lackeys marking the arrival of the hospital staff, who immediately moved to Kin's bedside. The kunoichi in question remained seated where she was, still covered in bandages and casts, and looking altogether quite at ease as she panned across to the troublesome youngster responsible for bringing her here. Kin smiled when Naruto's eyes fell upon her. Your village has a lot of nice people living in it. But I guess they're really like that when off the clock and not out on missions. It's quite an interesting change for me. Naruto chuckled, wait till you get out onto the streets. You're in for a real surprise. I'll bet, Kin replied, watching the doctor check her condition and lift up her bad arm to examine her shoulder. Is everyone in Konohagakure a goody two-shoes like you? She had to ask because in her village everyone was either terrified or a real asshole. She was leaning more towards the second than the first. The Jinchuriki shrugged. It's not just the people living in Konoha. I believe that people all over the continent have the capacity to be nice. Not just certain villages. The way I see it, a person can choose to either be kind or cruel, and some can even sit comfortably in between. I know there's a better way of saying this. I just haven't figured it out yet. Kin smiled pleasantly in his direction, the way you said it is fine. After getting a closer look at the girl's injuries, the pretty mediocre-looking doctor then noticed that the girl's visitor was still there and smiled across at him. I know you two are good friends and everything, but do you think you could skedaddle while we finish things up here with her, kid? We just have one last operation to perform to close up the last of the cracks and puncture wounds, and then we're done. Huh? Oh, right, Naruto nodded when he was able to process what he was being told, upon which he then hopped off of the windowsill and quickly began shuffling his way out of the room. If the staff were here to check on her, finish the procedure they'd left off from yesterday and change out her bandages, then the blonde didn't want to be anywhere near the room to get an eyeful of that performance. He already got plenty of close calls with Tayuya when he caught her short on a weekly basis, he didn't need a second on top of that. Sorry, I'll leave. One of the nurses in the room helped carry him out and said he could wait outside until all their work was done. It was an instruction Naruto was all too happy to follow, and soon enough, just like the night before, the blonde found himself waiting out in the hall as vigil as ever. The final operations took a little bit of time but much faster than what Naruto was expecting. From start to finish, the Jinchuriki had plenty of space in his schedule to wander the hallway, in which he was able to drop in on a still hospitalized teammate. They were looking well for the most part as they were no longer wearing bandages, except for Kiba who still had some wrapped around his head and jaw, but at least he was able to talk now. The group of three really appreciated the visit Naruto gave them, with Kiba and Shino having a quick chat with him about his training and Hinata asking him how he was. This filled in one of the many gaps the blonde had in his temporary stay here, after which he then returned to Kin's door to wait for her. All in all, it was a good start to the day so far. Vacating the hospital shortly thereafter went pretty smoothly for the pair following the operation. The doctors instructed the boy to take good care of her and for the girl to get some much-needed rest. They'd managed to plug up all of the wounds she'd sustained and healed all of her internal injuries. Due to the intense sessions she had to go through the past couple of days though, her strength was pretty much sapped. That meant she wouldn't be able to move excessively for another week or so until her condition was back up to 100%. Finally being allowed to leave the hospital walls allowed Kin to get some much-needed fresh air. She along with her escort hobbled their way off of the grounds and out into the village streets, where the Jinchuriki promptly began leading her back to his place. Along the way the Kunoichi took the time she had given to her to look around at all the shops, businesses and estates they passed by on their way to the outer districts, as well as time to contemplate on the prescription medication she'd been given by the nurses. Sure, both the Yugikure doctors and Konoha shinobi were able to patch her up through the miracle work of chakra scalpels, the mystical palm technique and various other medical-related jutsu. She still needed to replenish the minerals in her body used in the healing process. Kin sighed as she walked along, her right arm wrapped in a sling due to the largest hit she'd taken to the shoulder, and the bandages around her left thigh and waist. She also had a brace on her leg to help with support, eliminating the need for a crutch, and was currently looking at the pill bottle in her hand and the information slapped across it. It could have been worse. At least I'm still able to walk. You're lucky you were able to get away. That's what you should really be saying, Naruto replied with a smile. I can't imagine what would have happened if you didn't. He then held his hand out, which Kin responded to by placing the pill bottle in his hand and allowing the blonde to take a look at it. The Jinchuriki whistled with a smile. Wow. Lucky. You get the best stuff. The girl gave him an amused smile. Being sick and having to take medication isn't something you should be excited about. It's supposed to be something you should try to avoid at all costs. Yeah. Good point, Naruto replied while handing the box back over to her and slipping his hands into his pockets. I never get colds, flus, infections or poisonings of any kind, so I'm kind of out of the loop in that area. Kin squinted at him, and you're saying I'm the lucky one? She shook the pill bottle in view of the boy. Geez, when did someone like you get the killer immune system? Honestly, I have no idea, Naruto shrugged. I used to get sick a lot when I was younger, but after a couple of years of colds and flus, I stopped getting sick and started feeling better than ever. I guess I'm just weird that way. Somewhere inside his head, he swore he heard the Kyuubi grunt at his comment, due to the fact that it was the fox who was chiefly responsible for his invulnerability to illnesses today. Sort of, Kin said while making a gesture with her fingers to visually indicate his minute discrepancy. But you shouldn't be upset over not being able to get sick. You should be happy. I know tons of people who would kill to have your immunity if it was possible to actually steal it. Naruto laughed. Really? Yeah. I mean, who wants to get sick? It's a very unpleasant experience, Kin replied. She then gave him a smirk, which he spotted out of the corner of his eye. Don't think so lightly of it. Be grateful that you have that gift. The boy grinned back at her and nodded. Sure thing, Kin-chan. Pocketing her medication, said girl continued to limp alongside the Jinchuriki as they moved down the various roads making up his neighborhood. Looking left and right at all the shops that were open before them with people walking in and out of view, Kin smiled and turned back to him. Is it always this lively? Every day, Naruto nodded. Was it like this back in your village too? No. Not really, Kin replied while looking ahead with a rather dissatisfied look in play. It was always quiet and dank everywhere I went. The people always kept to themselves and stayed the hell away from anyone wearing a shinobi headband, which made sense because a lot of the Chunin were bastards. Even the places where there weren't any people walking around were miserable. We didn't even have a capital. The Kunoichi said this with a tone that expressed even her amazement. It was just a bunch of towns scattered all across the countryside from the lowlands to the hills. I only ever really stayed in one place, and the normal company wasn't all that good either. I see, Naruto nodded, sort of getting the picture of what things were like for her back home. He wished he could do something about it, but unfortunately he couldn't. He was just one kid with a habit of getting involved in other people's business. What happens outside of his village is way beyond his control. He made a note to fix that later on down the line. It was pretty awful, huh? Kin shrugged. You get used to it. Besides, this place is a hell of a lot better than my old neighborhood. She smiled again as she looked up from her downcast state. So, where's your place? It can't be that much further away, otherwise you would have said something? Her feet were getting tired. She couldn't help but ask. After a few glances and a turn later down the street they were following, Naruto looked up at the building ahead of them and pointed it out. That's my apartment, up there on the 3rd floor with the railing sticking out. Noticing the structure down the new road they'd stepped onto, Kin lifted a hand to get a better look and nodded approvingly. I bet it's got a great view from up there. Oh yeah. I can see all the way to the Hokage monument from my kitchen window, Naruto replied proudly, resting his hands behind his head. I've been living there ever since I was able to, so, ever since the orphanage kicked me out. It may seem small and it may seem cramped, but you'd be surprised how many people can fit in there. So you really don't have any parents or relatives living with you? Kin asked, looking at him in inquiry. He'd said a couple of times that he grew up all on his own, she just wanted to clarify. The nod of his head gave her the answer she needed, and she gave him a bit of a sad smile. You grew up all alone, like I did? Naruto mustered a grin. Like you said, you get used to it. He wasted no time in leading her up to his flat. Due to her condition, the Jinchuriki helped her to climb the stairs to reach his floor, even going so far as to carry her bridal style. Sure, she got flustered and it was a little embarrassing for her when they were caught by the landlady walking down from the 2nd floor, she nevertheless went with it. When they arrived at the front door, Naruto, gentlemanly as ever, let her in first. Kin immediately looked around the corridor as Naruto kicked off his sandals. Nice place. Thanks, the Jinchuriki exclaimed, smiling across at her. Being the newcomer, it's customary that I warn you that most of everything you're going to find in this place is brand new. A lot of accidents happen around here, so you're bound to notice a lot of things out of place. Oh? Kin exclaimed. Naruto shut the door behind him. Almost a split second after doing so, he heard a knock and both kids stopped in their tracks. Turning around, the blonde cranked the knob and opened it again, coming face to stomach with the familiar tall figure of Jiraiya. When he looked up, the blonde saw the man grinning down at him childishly while raising a hand in greeting. Hey, brat. How dash. Slam. Door shut, Naruto did a perfect about-face and robotically made his way down the corridor. Well, let's give you a tour. A startled Kin looked between the retreating Naruto and the closed front door several times, making a pointing gesture with her good arm before following after him. But, aren't you, who was that? A stray cat. Probably lost its owner, Naruto replied immediately and quickly, stopping at the first archway and pointing in. This is the living room. It's blown up 18 times, caught fire 15 times, flooded 8 times, collapsed to the second floor 7 times, and for all I know, suffered a temporal spatial displacement when I woke up one morning and found a whole section of my apartment just gone. Spatial displacement? You should have been there that day. That was one hell of a scavenger hunt. Ah, okay, Kin nodded, looking around the quaint little room when she chose to ignore the big, white-haired hermit standing outside the closed door. She looked at the boy in question, who was currently smiling in the direction of the lounge. Question, why haven't you moved out of this death trap yet? It's home. Plus I like it here. If I was going to move out it would have to be for one of two reasons. 1, too many people end up living here, or 2, when I feel like it, the blonde said firmly. Since he always spoke with so much conviction in his voice, it made even this statement more powerful than what he intended it to be. Okay. Sounds fair, Kin exclaimed with a nod before being moved on to the next room. From the smile on her face, it was easy to tell that this little, brisk lap around the complex was becoming both an enjoyable and enlightening experience for her. From the number of recently repaired walls and such, she could see that this apartment was a really exciting place when the residents wanted it to be. What kind of stuff do you do in your off time? Naruto grinned. Oh, the usual. After showing her the kitchen and dining table, he then led her down the hall past his bathroom, laundry, and right to his bedroom. Training, hanging out with teammates, shopping, hot springs, card games, cinemas, theater, well, sneaking into them, testing out new devices, watching television, library, walking, usual. Cool, Kin responded. They then stopped outside the Jinchuriki's bedroom door, the blonde grinning as he pointed at the wooden barrier. And this is where the people staying in the apartment sleep. To put it simply, welcome to the sleeping quarters. He then opened it up, both expecting two different things but both believing the room to be empty. They never expected to see a red-haired girl standing in the middle of the room naked and in the middle of getting dressed for the day. The moment the door was thrown open, all parties froze as one side looked in and the other looked back, a full minute of silence passing with nothing, not even an attempt to breathe, being made for fear of shattering the delicate equilibrium that had formed. It was quite the sight. For illustrative purposes, Tayuya had actually been in the middle of pulling her underwear up her legs the moment the door opened, so when everything froze in place she was stuck in a bent-over position. Eventually, after a not-so-comfortable silence drifted across the room, the penny hanging in the air finally dropped, and both sides' expressions slowly transformed from confused and bewildered to shocked and bright red when Naruto realized what he was staring at and Tayuya realized who was staring at her and what her current state of dress was. Her face became so red the Jinchuriki was sure that if it were night he'd have been able to see her glowing from the other side of town. Shithead. The moment her enraged cry filled the air, Naruto let out a girlish shriek and slammed the door shut, a split second before several dull thuds rapped against it on the other side. Body sprawled up against the wooden barrier, the now panicking boy held his position firmly as he listened to the sound of footsteps running around the bedroom behind him, moments before he heard his roommate's fist slamming against the door. When I get a hold of you, I will wring your fucking head dry. Tayuya-chan, I'm sorry. I didn't know you would be in there. What? Did you think I'd be out training so early after yesterday's session? Yes. Isliep-tien. We share the same room, dumbass. Knock before you enter. Alright. I'm sorry. He then blinked when he remembered something else and glared back at the door, and stopped chucking shuriken at my doors. You'll fuck up the woodwork. Okay. Sorry. And stop yelling. Alright. Breathing hard, Naruto turned to Kin to see her staring at him oddly. He gazed back for a second before grinning and pointing between him and the door. This is, sort of our thing. Kin stared at him strangely for a few minutes before raising an eyebrow. You have another girl living in your place? Sure. Tayuya-chan. She's my best friend and roommate, Naruto said brightly. The kunoichi frowned. You never mentioned you had somebody else staying with you. Her voice sounded a little bit peeved. She then did a double take on the last bits of information she was able to pick up. Wait. You share the same room with her? Yeah. Because there's only one bedroom, we decided to just lay out tons of mattresses and pillows across the floor to crash on. Since we're usually so exhausted after training we just fall asleep wherever we drop, Naruto exclaimed sheepishly while thumbing over his shoulder. Plus the pillow fights are awesome. This had Kin's face turn red a little as less than pure thoughts started to fill her head. Pillow fights? Naruto grinned. Yep. Tayuya-chan is ahead 60 to 57, so I really need to make up for lost ground. You're keeping score? Kin asked. Wow. Even in their off time this boy was pretty competitive. She then gave him another look over. I guess it makes sense, considering the type of person you are. Another amused smile crossed her face, a man not bound by rules or conventions and secretes weirdness from every pore on his body. The boy opened his mouth to object, but then shut it when he thought about it some more. He then grinned and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Yep. That's me in a nutshell. Naruto was then interrupted by the door behind him opening and he fell back, looking up to see Tayuya glaring down at him, cheeks flushed and dressed in casual clothes consisting of a red singlet exposing her midriff and khaki shorts. Fearful of a beating, the Jinchuriki grinned sheepishly. Not the face? When it first seemed like she was going to beat the snot out of him, the musician smirked and stepped on him as she walked out of the room, pushing the air out of his lungs. I'll let it slide today, shithead. Next time you won't be so lucky. Upon stepping through the entrance, she then noticed Kin standing beside the wall and looking at her with a puzzled expression, earning one from the newcomer in kind. And who's this broad? Naruto chuckled and raised a weak hand from the floor. Introductions. Tayuya-chan, Kin-chan. Kin-chan, Tayuya-chan. Be nice. The redhead blinked, tilting her head. Isn't this the girl from that Oto Geikyo team that was participating in the Chunin exams? Bingo, Naruto replied. Why is she standing in our hallway in our apartment? The girl asked, maintaining her flat tone of voice and causing the raven-haired Kunoichi to lean away a bit in worry. The blonde chuckled. She's going to be staying with us for a while. Kin blinked as she looked back at the redhead sizing her up, a tense silence falling over them save for the thoughtful yet seemingly dangerous growl echoing up from Tayuya's throat. After looking her over a couple more times, the musician locked eyes with her to see her back down. From the looks of it, she just got out of the hospital. Yeah. Her team took quite a beating in the second stage of the exams and because of that she's not allowed to go back to her village, so I brought her here. Tayuya nodded in understanding, folding her arms. Has she been through customs? Do you think I would carry anything through our front gates without declaring it first? Naruto asked, only to pause when he thought about it again and frowned deeply. Wait, scratch that. Do you think I would bring anything back to our village without good reason? No, I suppose not, Tayuya replied before a small smile crossed her lips. She saw Kin blink at her and nodded politely. Well, I guess even I can't turn down a person in need. Welcome to our home, nickname pending. Kin blinked. Thanks? Grinning mischievously, the musician patted her on the shoulder before turning to see Naruto sitting up on the floor. I assume you told her all about the lounge room? I left no stone unturned, save for that last one, Naruto responded with a half grin. Well, make sure she deposits her shit where she can find it later and has something good to eat for lunch. I'll be sitting on the couch catching up on my musical material, Tayuya stated, slinging her hands behind her head before sauntering off down the corridor with a smile on her face. Once she was out of sight, Kin turned to see Naruto back on his feet. The boy quickly beckoned her into their room, in which she was finally able to see the cave that was their domain. It was just as he described it to her, mattresses, pillows and blankets thrown all over the place. The only thing that retained any form of order and cleanliness was the desk shoved up against the wall, where Kin was able to see a whole mess of items on top of it. Aside from photographs and schematics, she also saw a random collection of souvenirs including a curved kunai and a samurai sword propped up on a stand. It was tied at the base so that it couldn't be drawn, something she assumed her host did in order to preserve it. There was also a couple of sets of women's undergarments, though the kunoichi didn't feel like inquiring about them. Kin blinked as she looked around. So this is where you two sleep? Like it? It reminds me of a mattress store, or a mattress warehouse. Why are there so many mattresses? The girl asked loudly in bewilderment. Seriously, those things couldn't have been cheap. What? Did they do part-time work next to all their shinobi stuff? What kind of person was she talking to? We needed a battleground for our pillow fights, so we made one, Naruto replied with a shrug. Giving him a strange look, the girl then smirked before breaking out in laughter. You really are weird. I doubt there's anyone else out there in the world who can match your level of peculiarity. Well, there's Lee, and his teacher, and Shino, Shikamaru, Kid, Ino, and I think Sakura-chan too, but I haven't seen what her dark side is really like yet. Still, I bet it's terrifying, Naruto listed off of his fingers. From his guest's point of view it sounded sort of like he was redeeming himself, but it was more like a side note as he turned to smile back at her. I'm just one of a few, really. Kin smiled at him, resting her free hand on the one she still had in a sling. I think I'm going to like it here. The smile on Naruto's face couldn't have been wider. After Kin became acquainted to the bedroom, the Jinchuriki then started leading her toward the kitchen. However, just as they were approaching the archway, both of them were surprised when they bumped into another person coming down the hall from the front door with a bag of groceries in her arms. The purple-haired teen in bandages blinked in surprise when she intercepted the pair at the kitchen entrance, smiling warmly in Naruto's direction before then noticing Kin and looking her way. Hey, Isaribi-chan, the Jinchuriki exclaimed. And Naruto-kun. Who is this? Isaribi asked in surprise as she surveyed the stranger. Naruto smiled and gestured towards said Kunoichi. This is Kin-chan. She just got out of the hospital and is going to be staying with us for a while. Since she doesn't have anywhere else to go, I offered her a place to stay. It was then after looking each other over, the raven-haired Oto ninja was startled out of her timid state when Isaribi suddenly swooped towards her and stared hard into her face. Eyes cutting over the newbie's expression, the diver then pulled away while still glaring sternly at the Kunoichi. Who is she and where did she come from? She's a Kunoichi who was participating in the exams. Her team got killed in the second round and I saved her. She's from Otogakure. Naruto-kun, you do know who the leader of that village is, don't you? Yeah. She explicitly told the shinobi charged with questioning her when she first came to Konohagakure exactly who the person that had been pulling the strings over in the facility of Wave was. She told them everything she knew about Orochimaru, including the village that was supposedly under his control. While the claim of course had been a strong one and the intelligence she passed on was equally powerful, it still wasn't enough to convince the gathering of villages to not permit the small Otogakure community from entering the Chunin exams. After all, this year's event was a peaceful gathering between all the villages on the continent, in which all of the nations, great and small, came together to participate in healthy competition. It would have been bad press for the higher powers if they had not allowed one of the smaller countries to enter the festivities. Yes, I do, the Jinchuriki stated in response, knowing full well who he was currently harboring. This had the diver glance across at him in concern. Then you should know that we can't trust her. Naruto's expression became serious as he looked back at Isaribi. Kin-chan was trained by the Sannin, yes. She was taken in by him and was taught by him several times. But when her team was beaten in the second part of the exam, she said that she wouldn't be able to go back to her home village because her master doesn't take kindly to failures. If she returned, she would have been killed. He shrugged towards the girl and poked himself in the chest. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would stand by and let that happen to someone? Blinking, Isaribi looked back across at the raven-haired teen to see her massage her injured arm and turn her head away anxiously. After several moments of thought and consideration of her own situation, the purple-haired girl nodded in understanding. No. You're not. You're a good person, Naruto-kun. The blonde smiled. Then let's try to make her feel welcome, okay? Okay, Isaribi exclaimed, but then frowned when Kin looked at her again and she stepped toward her a second time. When she stopped directly in front of the girl, the purple-haired girl's expression became challenging and dangerous as she looked Kin straight in the eyes. She can stay. But I'm going to keep a close eye on her. She seems very suspicious. What? Kin choked, appearing a little bit bewildered as the girl leaned over more to hover beside her ear. I can see what you're trying to do, so don't think I will just sit back and watch it happen, Isaribi stated quietly. Kayuya-chan I can accept because she's known Naruto-kun the longest and is a good person, but you however, you're a different story. She wasn't as worried about her being from another village as she was about losing the Jinchuriki to this raven-haired newcomer, especially one as good-looking as her. Since Isaribi has known Naruto for a while now and had acknowledged her feelings for him to an extent, she wasn't just going to sit back and let him slip into the hands of some stranger. She had enough competition in the apartment's resident musician, but the redhead was more tolerant of the other girls vying for his attention. Isaribi was not. To illustrate this, the purple-haired teen pulled back a little and spoke in a much firmer voice, Naruto-kun is a wonderful person. If you upset him in any way or even think about stealing him from us, I won't hesitate to hurt you. Understand? Baffled and growing red from the implications being thrown at her, Kin then glared back and stepped forward, her forehead barely brushing the equally tall girl's. A stunned Naruto looked between them in confusion. I don't know what you're trying to say, but I'm not the kind of person who would stab someone who went out of their way to help me in the back, and I'm also not the type you want to try and muscle over. She leaned closer with danger reflected in her own eyes. If you're challenging me, you'd better watch yourself. I may be injured, but I'm still perfectly capable of going toe-to-toe with you. Isaribi frowned, want to test that theory? Not wanting a cat fight to start up between the pair, mostly because Kin was new here and was still recovering from serious injury, Naruto quickly intervened, separating the two teenagers from potentially clawing each other's hair out. Hey, be nice now. Look, I don't know what's gotten you two girls so riled up, but don't fight in my apartment. This place is our home. In here, we're all friends. Okay? Glaring across at the other girl for a moment, after hearing Naruto speak the pair quickly settled down and backed off. After a few moments of breathing, Isaribi calmed herself before smiling over at the boy who'd invited her here in the first place. She owed him a lot and cared deeply for him. Therefore she was willing to respect his wishes. Okay, Naruto-kun. The raven-haired Kunoichi did the same and turned to the blonde, since this is your home, I won't cause you any trouble here. Relieved to see the pair ease up, Naruto closed his eyes and exhaled, missing the two girls glare at each other one last time and deadly sparks fly between them. You think you can take Naruto-kun all to yourself? Forget it, Isaribi growled in her head as she confronted the girl. I don't know what your problem is with me, but I won't be put off by the likes of you, Kin growled back. If me being with Naruto pisses you off, well tough luck. As far as she was concerned, the Jinchuriki was a good person worthy of her time. She was just that stubborn about repaying favors with friendship. Seeing the two girls in the archway glowering at one another had Tayuya, who was standing over by the kitchen desk, grinning in amusement. Excitement growing at the hostilities she could feel escalating in the air, the redhead licked her lips in anticipation. Things just got a little more interesting around here. Oh yeah. There was that bad girl Anko characteristic that had rubbed off on her. Oh. Meanwhile, across the village at the local dango shop, Anko was quietly indulging herself in a packet of her original favorites, when she suddenly felt a disturbance in the force and had her gaze drawn upwards and away from her food. Reading the vibes traveling along the invisible slipstream that was her seventh sense towards her, the woman wearing the trench coat grinned in amusement before chuckling heartily. Oh yeah. I finally got to one of them. XXX. A few days later, waking up in the morning to go train with Jiraiya out in the woods near the waterfall and lake became a regular thing for Naruto over the next few days, something that he was planning to do for the remainder of the month in between other things. For the most part he went to meet the Sannin alone to fulfill his apprenticeship with him, but today Isaribi had decided to tag along to watch the boy she liked work and to get some much-needed swimming in. Being away from the ocean for so long had left the purple-haired girl with a small gap in her life, something that she couldn't really live without. The lake where some local girls from the village often came to prance around served to fill in that empty space inside of her. Currently, the former diver and chimera was sitting on the edge with her feet in the water, her bandages on as she smiled across the glittering surface of the pond being fed to by the waterfall by the cliffs. At the same time, she would often glance in the direction of the clearing where Naruto was training under the guidance of his sage mentor. Arms folded, Jiraiya watched on intently as his students skipped around on the spot, running circles while shadow sparring with a pair of incredibly heavy dumbbells in hand. The silver weights flashed through the air as he punched and kicked with a variety of moves, often performing incredibly elaborate techniques that would have otherwise been impossible even without the weights on. His attacks cut through the air like blades, his actions a blur as he performed a string of chain punches before leaping back with a right overhand. His punches causing heavy whooshing sounds to echo out over the field, the boy eventually performed one last swayback using a left hook before skidding to a stop and breathing out exhaustedly. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he then dropped the two heavy dumbbells to the ground, which punched two craters into the earth as he walked a circle away from them, limbering up and stretching out his arms. 3 hours. I think that's enough of that for today, the Jinchuriki chirped, before practicing some shadow punches, his attacks slashing the airspace in front of him with lightning precision. Jiraiya smiled as he watched the boy move. You did all of the exercises I set for you perfectly. Good job. Working on your legs as well as your arms is really upping your speed, kid. He then furrowed his brow as his thoughts trailed off onto another topic of interest. Still, is there any particular reason why you're so focused on increasing your body's acceleration patterns and combinations? The Jinchuriki's reflexes were already incredibly high, but the Uzumaki was still insisting on improving them even more. It puzzled the Sannin greatly that his student was so focused on this area as opposed to a lot of the others in his ninja handbook, so what had his nerves tied up in such a knot? Expression becoming serious as he threw a series of consecutive jabs that shot through the air like bullets from a machine gun, Naruto responded by looking across at the man sternly. In the exams, there is this girl named Tsubaki from Kirigakure. From what Kiba and his team told me after they fought her in the second stage, her speed is absolutely ridiculous. She moves instantaneously, almost like she's teleporting, and uses this weird intangibility in conjunction with her agility that makes physical attacks pass straight through her, except for when she's counterattacking. While I'm not too concerned about her ninjutsu, it's her speed I'm more worried about. He then continued to bust out more taijutsu combinations, only to cringe when he watched his right straight. Damn it, even if I train the entire month increasing my speed this way, I don't think it will be enough. The Sannin saw the concerns etched across his student's face and frowned, continuing to watch him shadow spar in frustration. You're already quite quick, much faster than all of the other kids in your year and a lot faster than most shinobi I've met, but judging from your tone you're still incredibly worried about this person. He then rested a hand on his chin thoughtfully. Agility is a killer advantage for any shinobi. While clocking accelerated speeds of an incredibly high level isn't exactly my forte, I do know ways of circumventing that advantage if not using it as an unexpected surprise. Your father was one of the fastest men in history, if not the fastest. On his own, his reflexes and movements were fantastic, but when using his Hiraition technique, his speed was almost godlike. It was a teleporting system unique only to a couple of individuals in Konoha, but with your fighting style I don't think it would work out as well. How come? Naruto asked curiously, still sweating as he looked at the man curiously. The technique requires pinpoint precision and understanding of 5 different dimensions, as well as a firm grasp of fuinjutsu and spatial concepts. Though your style mixes in all sorts of elements, including deadly accuracy and cutting-edge attacks, it's not really something you would favor. You're more of a power and brawling type than a teleporting type, Jiraiya informed with a smirk. It's also ridiculously hard to learn. Even with your shadow clones, if you started learning it now, you'd be 20 years old by the time you master it. Gritting his teeth, the Jinchuriki kicked at the ground before resting his hands on his hips. Damn. Shaking his head, he then began thinking hard about how else he could possibly accelerate himself. Agility through pure muscle alone could only get him so far. Though he had yet to explore any alternative boosting system through it, it was not something he believed he could cover in the time for the exams. The blonde had other techniques he was working on in his off time too when he was not out here on the field, and he didn't want to sacrifice that time due to the fact he had a few other weaknesses to cover up. He had his tricky taijutsu style and feints, but those were only a couple of strengths he believed weren't enough, and should his new wind release technique fail him then he needed something else to fall back on. Gritting his teeth, Naruto then began thinking back on other people who've displayed a form of ridiculous speed where he simply lost track of them. It was a short list, but he was able to come up with a few individuals. Niji was quick in his own right in his style but nowhere near as fast as him. Irika from the academy back in the day, and the students he'd seen perform the Kawarimi no Jutsu, replacement technique, where they switched with something in the area at an untraceable speed, which seemed like a sure thing at first but was actually really unpractical if you didn't have anything to perform the ability with. Then there was Kakashi and his stupid disappearing in a. Head perking up at that, Naruto looked over at his current instructor with a renewed sense of hope and vigor. Hey, what about the Shunshin no Jutsu? Body flicker technique. Hearing this surprised Jiraiya. However, after quickly thinking on it some more, slowly began to speak again. The Shunshin accelerates you at an untraceable speed and is one of the fastest forms of movement in shinobi practices. The top speed is anything you're limited to. Depending on your level of skill with it, you can either use it in short bursts in a single area or transport yourself across long distances in an instant. Normally, for safety's sake, it's only used in a straight line because it causes serious tunnel vision. The only people who were able to master the jutsu completely were Shisui Uchiha, the current and previous Raikage, and I think maybe your father. Shisui's Sharingan eliminated the disadvantage of tunnel vision, and his strength with it made him one of the most dangerous shinobi Konoha ever produced. The Raikage on the other hand mixed it up a little more. Their use over their lightning release ninjutsu accelerated their reflexes and movements, allowing them to use the Shunshin at a moment's notice across wide areas, continuously, and move in various directions just like Shisui. It's essentially a major part of their battle style. Seeing Naruto's expression develop a confident smirk brought a smile of his own to the Sanin's lips. I've noticed your senses are well equipped for high-speed acceleration across ground, as well as built for sudden and unexpected directional changes. Naruto chuckled, damn right. Sensing opportunity to further craft the boy into something remarkable, Jiraiya looked down at his nails snobbishly before rubbing them against his vest. I also happen to know how to use the Shunshin no Jutsu. Though I'm not exactly on the same level Shisui Uchiha used to be, perhaps if you were to practice it enough using your shadow clones, I'm sure you'll be able to reach the desired speed you're looking for. Looking across the field towards Isaribi, whom he could see was watching them from the lake curiously, Naruto then turned back to his instructor and grinned mischievously. Teach me. XXX. 1 week later. Are you serious, Naruto? Sakura asked, turning away from her recent dispatching of an entire field of grass. The ground she had previously been facing had all been scorched, but the damage done to the earth wasn't caused by a fireball. Not even close. She'd just been in the middle of testing out her newest jutsu on an open field, when she was unexpectedly interrupted by the words being passed around by her blonde-haired teammate, who was currently sparring with a Kakashi clone. You're getting lessons from Jiraiya of the Sannin? That's pretty neat. You think so? Naruto asked, dodging a jab and circling the older man, who kept a close eye on the Jinchuriki when he zipped around him. When he skidded and jumped at him, the copy ninja was ready, and parried the swift combinations to follow. The fact that Naruto was also talking to Sakura meant that he was half concentrating on the spar, but he was still doing a pretty damn good job. Well, his lessons aren't half bad. I learned the summoning technique under him, even though I can still only summon Gamma and Saito, and he's helping me out with working on some more ranged techniques I can use with my jet hand. Sakura blinked curiously as she watched Naruto push Kakashi back with an impressive attack before responding, can't you already use Hien? Yeah, but it's not perfect. It needs to be faster and more constant. He's also helping me to make it stronger. That's good, the Kakashi clone he was currently fighting responded as the boy came in with a jumping kick, which he blocked and tried to grab his leg, only for the blonde to hike off of his overreaching arm and launch a body blow for his side. The Jonin dodged it by a hair before retreating some more. Concentrate on highlighting the areas where you are strongest. That's the best way you're going to impress any potential clients out there. While it would be more prudent to work on the material where you're weakest, in the time that we have available we would only be performing a patch job at best. So all we have to do is cover up our weak points with our strengths? Like make our punch stronger or our best jutsu faster? Sakura asked across with a smile, right, sensei? Yes. Focus on that. But don't just make them stronger, Kakashi replied, blinking in surprise when his swift little opponent lunged at him with a right overhand, which he dodged and attempted to kick at him, only for Naruto to spring over his roundhouse and move out of reach. Try coming up with more creative ways to use them and ways that can make your opponent uncomfortable. Think about how they're going to defend and attack, keep them moving and don't give them an inch. Whoa! The man jumped away when Naruto spun at him with a butterfly kick. Like so. Sakura nodded affirmatively, right. Turning around, she focused back on her material and continued practicing her jutsu. Flipping through hand seals, she then took aim and inhaled, before bringing 2 fingers over her lips like she was holding a cigarette and exhaling with a mighty gust. Ninpo, San no Kumo. Ninja art, cloud of acid, a thick purple cloud with a consistency close to liquid then blasted out from her lips like a jet. The thick wall covered the ground and enveloped the air in front of her, the girl continuing to feed it for as long as she could until it reached the edge of the clearing and touched the forest. A loud hissing sound filled the area as the effects of the technique immediately took hold. Sakura stopped feeding fuel to it to take a look and analyze the results. Through the thick of the clouds, she could see the already scorched ground boiling and bubbling as it was literally dissolved. The creaking and snapping of trees indicated the same effect was happening to the wood, as the cloud of acid particles melted everything it came into contact with. Moments later it dissipated, leaving an even more ruined battlefield than before and a pleased Sakura, who was sweating from having to exert so much chakra. Not exactly a fireball, but it will do, the Kunoichi exclaimed, clenching a fist victoriously. Meanwhile, the Kakashi clone Naruto was fighting against was having a tough time of his own trying to keep the deceptively quick kid away from him. It had been good sport at the beginning, where the shadow clone initially planned on focusing most of his existing time and energy towards getting a feel for his students' increase in strength, speed and ability. This test, however, quickly deteriorated into an alarming and almost preposterous situation, where the Kakashi copy was now trying to stay alive long enough and not get beaten to a pulp by the boy's fists, which felt like someone trying to smash a sledgehammer into him with every swing. It was impressive at first, but then started to get creepy when the clone used a shunshin to put space between them, only to have Naruto hone right in on him like a missile. Blocking another onslaught of punishing blows, the man frowned and tried to perform another shunshin, but wherever he tried to displace himself the blonde was either right on his tail or already there to cut him off. Kakashi quickly found himself going nowhere fast as he was forced to back away hurriedly for the 30th time this session. He parried and blocked a series of quick jabs before trying to counter with a right hook, but the boy swayed under it and hit him in the side at the exact same time. Grunting from the force of the clean hit, Kakashi leapt, but the boy just kept right on coming. Damn. He's relentless. Dashing to his right in a sprint, the Jonin Shadow clone skidded to a halt and brushed a bead of sweat away from his temple, before turning and watching the Jinchuriki skip on the spot, arms at his sides and a serious look on his face. I can't believe how much faster he's gotten. Now I can see why a lot of the other kids were uncomfortable sparring with him back in the academy. Sure, his unorthodox fighting style and awkward movements was a troublesome thing to deal with. Kakashi knew this much. But his speed was and had become something else entirely. When Kakashi first took him on as a student all those months ago along with Sasuke and Sakura, the kid had displayed quite a remarkable level of agility for a child his age, but nowhere near enough to keep up with a Jonin. This was made glaringly obvious to the squad leader during their training sessions all the way up to the tree climbing exercises and when he disappeared to wave for a week. But after he returned, started training even harder than before and started doing the water walking exercises, what should have only been a minor increase in his abilities turned out to be a magnification of them, in which Kakashi saw his agility multiply several times over. While it was only natural a ninja's collective strengths would increase if you focused on a core aspect of training and worked on polishing their skills, the way Naruto developed came as quite a shock to him and his teammates. It seemed that the more he worked on the physical aspects of training, for example chakra control, the stronger his body got and the more it started to respond to his liking. It was as if all of his training in strengthening his jutsu was helping to enhance his true strengths. While Kakashi was certain his stamina and physical durability were his main advantages, he never figured his speed would increase so much as well. Did Naruto even realize how fast he could actually move now? This is becoming quite a workout for me. My arms are going numb from blocking all of his hits. If I take one to a vital point, I'm finished, Kakashi thought, shaking his right out and watching Naruto respond with a buck to the side. The shadow clone blinked at his instinctual movement and narrowed his one eye on the boy. It's strange, while he has such an uncouth fighting style bordering on wild, there's something about his speed that seems familiar. Without actually needing to perform a shunshin, the Jinchuriki's instantaneous movements made it look like he was actually teleporting from place to place. But that was impossible? No way. He couldn't be, was he using? Deciding to test his theory, Kakashi reached up and pushed his headband out from over his other eye, surprising Naruto at his sudden action. The man smirked. Whenever you duck into attack you always go for my blind spot each and every time. I never expected you to be so sly, Naruto-kun. Confused, the boy gave a smirk as sweat dripped down his head, are you actually getting serious with me, Kakashi-sensei clone? Not yet. But I am a little bit concerned about taking a hit to a spot where I can't see it coming. I'm supposed to be training you after all. This was sort of true. While Kakashi didn't really have anything to be scared of, Naruto was showing a lot of clout right now that was forcing him to take their training up a notch, much to his surprise. I never thought I'd have to use my Sharingan to test my student so early, even though I'm just a copy. My team's really something else. He could only imagine Guy got a lot of this from Neji during their spars, since he'd heard a lot from the man in green spandex about how strong the Hyuga genius really was, you know, when he wasn't spouting nonsense about youth and expressing both his pride and joy in his other prodigy Lee. Apparently both of their students who were considered the best in taijutsu could really give the two Jonin a hard time when the situation called for it. The main aspects about his taijutsu are his misleading hand movements and footwork, and he always aims for a soft spot. That was something he'd noticed much earlier in their time as a squad. Whenever Naruto sparred with his teammates, if he couldn't aim for the head he would always go for the liver, the spleen, the stomach or the heart. Targeting these can lead to cyanosis in a victim, and Kakashi had a feeling Naruto knew how much it actually hurt getting hit in those areas. His evasive tendencies and spontaneous movements also make it impossible for me to predict his next action and make an effective counter. I used to be able to hit him if he came too close or catch him off guard, but he's apparently learned from past mistakes. His students really did absorb things quickly. This brought a smile to his face. Let's see how much of your father you've managed to pick up, Naruto-kun, Kakashi exclaimed before gesturing for the boy to bring it. As Naruto opened up again with Kakashi continuing to exchange blows with him, they were watched on closely by a surprised Sakura, who blinked when she saw her teacher begin matching her teammates' hits with counters that just would not hit their mark. Sensei is actually using his Sharingan? Even if it was a clone, it was still something else to see their teacher use his Doujutsu. Meanwhile, an entire clearing away, another Kakashi clone was having it out with their other student and putting his abilities to the test. Already sweating from working so hard and gnashing his teeth at the difficulty he was experiencing, Sasuke dropped to his knee and glared up at the copy, which had also pushed up his headband and revealed his Sharingan in order to deal with the Uchihas. While the genius looked like he had taken a few lumps and scrapes, his instructor didn't have any bruises on his person whatsoever and simply stood in place with his usual, unreadable expression. The masked Cyclops smiled pleasantly. You've done well, Sasuke-kun. But try not to overexert yourself. It'll take a while for you to get used to that move and even longer to use it multiple times. Breathing out, the above-mentioned raven-haired prodigy then grinned and formed the necessary hand seals, before dropping his left and grabbing his wrist with his right. Don't take me lightly, sensei. This is nothing for me. The atmosphere around him then suddenly lit up in a bright blue aura as the sound of birds chirping filled the air. I need to push myself if I have any chance of beating the bigger players in the next stage, and even more if I want to beat Naruto. Kakashi blinked when he saw his student's hand light up again and electricity begin crackling from it, coursing up and down his limb like a sheath. After a moment he gave a sigh. You too, it's incredible how far you're willing to go to prove yourselves. Call it stubbornness, something I picked up from him, Sasuke chuckled, before springing from the ground and trailing a path of electricity as he charged at the man standing several meters away. Making sure to weave slightly in his dash, as soon as he closed the distance between them, the Uchiha reared his arm back and with a yell, lunged at the Jonin. Take this. Already familiar with his speed, Kakashi, with his hands at his waistline, quickly sidestepped to avoid the initial blow, watching his student land and slide, before spinning around and coming back at him. With the boy's arm still imbued in lightning, the Jonin did his best to keep out of reach of the deadly blade as his student lashed at him with it repeatedly, pacing circles as well as every so often gripping his melee limb to keep the current of chakra steady. Even with his body shaking and on the verge of collapse, pouring sweat, Sasuke was still pushing forward as he shouted with every attack he attempted, using only his new technique to try and strike his opponent down. The Kakashi Shadow clone stepped around hurriedly to avoid a fatal hit when Sasuke tried for another blow, but instead of simply dodging him altogether, the man chopped down at him with a left. Before his counter could fully descend, Sasuke's eyes locked back onto the man in a flash. Using his shoulder to batter Kakashi's blow away, the teen then spun at him with his lightning-covered hand, cutting a fine arc through the air when his teacher leapt back to dodge. Sliding to a stop after avoiding, the Jonin breathed a sigh of relief and looked up to see Sasuke stumble. When he finally collapsed to his knee after a full minute and a half of holding it, Kakashi smiled again. Like I said, it will take a bit for you to get used to it, the man exclaimed. Just from hearing Sasuke's ragged breathing, Kakashi knew he wouldn't be able to muster another one. The first one was impressive enough. A second one though? If he was to go into the ring now and use this move more than twice in a row, he'd drop like a stone and won't be getting up till the next day. Feeling like he'd just run across a desert, judging from the amount of sweat pouring down his face, the huffing and puffing Uchiha looked back up. The moment he did, his Sharingan vanished and Sasuke allowed himself to become immersed in his exhaustion. He gripped the knee of the one foot he'd managed to hold up, and rocked from side to side as he slowly recovered his strength and regained his bearings. And I agree with you, Sasuke chuckled. Kakashi gave the boy a proud eye smile, reaching up and pulling his headband back over his own Sharingan. I was right in thinking you'd be able to use the Chidori, Sasuke-kun. It's the ideal technique for you to wield should you suddenly find yourself pushed into a corner with no way out and your friends are in danger. He then rubbed the side of his head as he watched the boy sit out his fatigue on the ground. It's a move that takes a lot of chakra to perform. Even with genius-level intellect and the ability to copy any technique, without practice a jutsu like this can be more detrimental to you than beneficial. Everything comes at a price. However, I have full confidence in your ability to be able to master it and use it when the situation calls for it. The day dragged on after that as Team 7 continued to use the training grounds provided to continue their work. After sparring with Naruto, the Kakashi clone then moved on to work with Sakura's taijutsu, with the former sparring partner moving to battle with his own legions of shadow clones. Sasuke springboarded off of his Chidori training to working on his stamina and speed, which he would need to improve on if he was to use his new technique in battle without getting exhausted in the first few minutes. While this was all going on down on ground level, the real Kakashi Hatake, who had produced the clones to help his students out in their separate patches, was sitting high up in a nearby tree and looking over their progress from afar. Trademark book in hand and laid back as per the usual routine, the man smiled when he saw how well they were all doing. All three of them are growing up so fast. Both of his clones only had 1/3 of his chakra and each of them had been coaxed into using their Sharingan for one reason or another. That alone said they were doing extremely well. At the end of the round, in which all of the kids were finally allowed a moment of reprieve, Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura sat around the logs of the training field with towels and bottles of water in hand. While they were recovering, basking in the silence and enjoying the cool air of the open ground, the Jinchuriki of the trio glanced across at his Kunoichi teammate and beamed with a rather inquisitive expression on his face. By the way, Sakura-chan, how's Eris doing? The question earning a moment of pause from the Pinkette in mid-sip of her drink, something that also got a few curious blinks from her instructor and the Uchiha prodigy nearby. Sakura then swallowed the water in her mouth and wiped her lips. After which she then looked across at the teen in orange with a raised eyebrow. Before I answer that, how'd you know I brought her home with me? Naruto chuckled and rested back against his stump. I can sense key signatures in an open area, Sakura-chan. I can easily pick up a fox's signature inside a sealed bag. Having the decency to look sheepish, Sakura glanced ahead of her again with a bright grin on her face. I approached the proctors at the end of the testing period and asked if I could take her off their hands. They said they had no problems with it and I smuggled her back home in my traveler's bag, the same one we used to catch that rabbit that got away that one time. I wanted to surprise Mum and Dad, since I figured they could use the extra company back home while I was away on missions. And, how are they coping with the new resident? Sasuke asked with an interested look of his own. Oh, they're managing, Sakura responded offhandedly. Oh. Meanwhile, Eris. Kizashi called out, whistling as he pulled up the cloth hanging over the kitchen table and looked under it. Expression becoming puzzled, the man with the pink, blossom-cut hairstyle and wearing blue robes then straightened up and scratched his head as he glanced around his home. Eris. Here girl. Man, where could that little scrap have gotten to this time? Honey, what are you doing? The voice of another resident of the home spoke up as woman with golden blonde hair and a white dress carrying a basket of clothing strolled in from the lounge room. Looking across the kitchen at her husband, Mabuki raised an eyebrow in question of his actions before being hit with the realization of what was happening. Wait, don't tell me. I lost Eris again, honey, the man replied with a defeated whine in his voice. I was going to take her out for a walk, and she just disappeared on me. Damn it, Kizashi, how the heck can you lose a Snow White fox in our home, again? I don't know. She's an adventurous little tyke. I can't be expected to have my eyes on her 24/7. He then waved his hands above his head in an exaggerated manner. That would make me like, some kind of, super dad or something. Well, save the super dad antics for later and just concentrate on finding her. She's a member of the family now. We have to look out for her and take care of her like we would our daughter. Putting her foot down on the matter, Mabuki then returned to the living room to sort out the clothing in her arms. She had enough on her plate to worry about already, and finding a lost fox was not something she would be able to squeeze into her busy schedule. Sighing, Kizashi dropped his shoulders and hiked his way over to the laundry to resume his mission. Maybe she's hiding in the shirt basket. When the man disappeared around the bend, he failed to spot the top cupboard above the sink in the kitchen where all the snacks were stored open up, and Eris stepped out with a bag of potato chips in her mouth. Smiling when she saw the coast was finally clear, the little vixen then hopped down gracefully from the upper floor and then sauntered her way into the living room. Once she got there, she took her seat on the single couch to watch the television playing the first Princess Gale movie, while Mabuki folded the laundry next to her in peace. The woman spotted the fox quickly and giggled when she saw the little animal crack open the snacks with her little jaws. After seeing Kizashi move to another room in a panic, the blonde-haired mother smiled at the sly, little critter and waved a finger at her. Stop giving my husband such a runaround, Eris. You do this to him every time. The fox yipped quietly in response. Rolling her eyes, Mabuki returned to her task. I'm not sure what you said, but as long as it is all in good fun. At least the man was up and about, and not lazing around the home in his off time like he normally did. XXX. Over the next couple of weeks, every genin taking part in the up and coming exams were working their butts off getting all the training they needed into the days between now and the final bell. This went double for a lot of the kids in Konohagakure because they knew this competition was going to push them, and they needed to be at their absolute bests if they were going to have a hope in hell of beating their opponents. For Team Guy it was business as usual. Guy and Lee, for the most part, did their own thing where they ran laps, sparred excessively and took their daily exercises to the extreme. It became so hair-raising in fact that Niji and Tenten found it exhausting to be around them for long periods and, in times when it became particularly unbearable to be in their teacher and teammates' presences, went off to get their own work done. The Hyuga genius had asked his Kunoichi teammate for some help on one of his new techniques, which she was happy to give as it allowed her to get her own practice in. Having to spar and train by yourself, especially with her skills, didn't provide her the best workout she could get when fighting with another person, so it was a welcome offer that Tenten gladly accepted. All three of them wanted to win this thing, and it showed at the end of every single day how hard they were willing to grind to realize these goals. Asuma spent his time divided up training his students individually whenever he could get his hands on them. This was so because he'd found that Shikamaru, Choji and Ino were also splitting their time working with their parents to help improve their existing techniques. While the Jonin made sure to stay out of their way when they were working exclusively with their fathers, on the days he actually had them, he spent those hours giving them some of the toughest exercises he'd ever had to dish out so far in their tenure as genin. Sure, while it was difficult getting one or two of them motivated, when he got them rolling he got them rolling. There was no way he was going to let them crap out in the first round. This went especially for Gunma as well. Since he had a team of his own to look after, he did everything he could on the days he got them together. While Kid and Tayuya were fine and had plenty of techniques to improve upon, his main focus was primarily Shiho. The girl wasn't especially brilliant in taijutsu or ninjutsu, nor was she good in genjutsu, but she was smart. Really smart. It was easy to explain things to her and she soaked theories up like a sponge, but the main problem was applying these theories to the actual physical side of things. In order for her to at least have a chance in the coming stage and make it to the next round, Gunma focused on working on her taijutsu and ninjutsu skills. He gave her a couple of techniques she could work on, so that she could include them in her repertoire of tactics. He knew how the Chunin exams worked, having been a proctor for a few of them, so he knew what he needed to do for her. Just like every other Jonin, he endeavored to make his students shine, and shine they shall. Team 8, in the following days, spent their time recovering. They were released from hospital at the end of the first week once their strength was back up to full and were permitted to go on their way. While all three of them were dejected at not making it to the third stage of the exams like the rest of their graduation group and fearing they may have disappointed their team leader, much to their surprise, Kurenai wasn't upset at all. In fact, she was relieved that they had all made it out of the second stage in one piece and didn't die like some of the other teams. Even if they weren't going to participate in the next stage, she didn't intend to let them take it easy, oh no. Like with every other team, she spent the time available to them training and taking missions so that they could stay on the level as their companions. They were strong enough as a team to begin with and strong individually, and she was not going to let their skills go to waste. She could also see they weren't deterred in the least. They wanted to become Chunin as badly as their former classmates, and as their instructor, it was her duty to get them to that level. After all, there was always next semester. Everywhere else, other people were also training their asses off, save for one or two. Oh, damn it, Temari. Stop messing up my puppets. Kankuro shouted from on top of the boulder he was standing on, hands held out and chakra strings attached to his favorite marionette, which he had just watched get flattened by his sister's fan. Geez. I know you want to get better at taijutsu, but do you really have to use my stuff to help you practice? Why are you complaining? The girl shouted as she spun her massive, folded-up war fan around like a baton, flipping it around her neck and allowing it to land gracefully across her shoulders. Hand bracing it tightly, she grinned across at her sibling as his puppet pulled itself back together, literally. You're getting a good workout too, aren't you? I need to get my body up to speed for the first round and you need to improve on your own maneuvers. Yes, but I don't need you damaging my goods just to tone up your muscles. Do you know how much work I've put into these? It'll take me all night to fix Crow if you fuck him up, Kankuro shouted back, his puppet flying back to him through the air to hover in front of him like a limp doll, its joints clicking loudly. The boy with the war paint sighed, how did I wind up in this mess in the first place? Because you were spending all your time hitting training stumps and messing up the sand dunes all by yourself just to get your aim right. That's not really going to help you get stronger if you're going to end up fighting against a close-range specialist in the next round and they keep doggedly chasing after you, the Kunoichi shouted back with a grin. You think you'll be able to trip em up with your wire play when push comes to shove? Well, yeah. That's how a puppet master is supposed to fight, Kankuro argued. Temari slammed her war fan down into the sand, burying it a couple inches. It sounds to me like you're just wussing out. What if your puppet gets destroyed and you're forced to fight with your bare hands? What will you do then? The boy smirked, I'll just use the pieces that get scattered and take advantage of the situation. He thumbed his chest proudly, works every time. Hearing this had the older girl sigh, oh, good grief. She then took her fan up into another hard stance and glared across at the man in the black garb, too bad. You're stuck training with me until further notice, so prepare to get your ass kicked. I'm coming for you. What? Oh, come on. Stop whining, Kankuro. While the two older siblings bickered between each other on the training field, Gaara, who was further out on the desert plain and standing firm with his arms folded, spent his time glaring out over the horizon, gathering his thoughts and feeling the hot winds of his environment beat against his skin. The boy's ringed eyes narrowed when he continued to hear the commotion going on behind him and closed his lids, keeping his composure as cool and as level as possible. The voice in the back of his mind was currently grinding him with gentle whispers, telling him to kill. However, he silently reasoned with his mother to be patient, and that the bloodbath would come soon. He would only do it when he was allowed to and not threatened with disqualification from the tournament. Of course, the words of the voice in his head were easily drowned out by the shouts and calls of his two family members, which had him growl irritably. But again, he wisely held his patience, and made certain his repertoire was not broken. Nuisances. He mumbled. Both of them. Oh. Over in Kirigakure, teammates Utakata and Kyoko looked across the treetops in awe as they saw, heard and felt yet another explosion rack the landscape. A blast of smoke bellowed up from across the way and threw debris up into the atmosphere for the 8th time, indicating that their other companion had just used another jutsu. The destructive power behind her abilities was nerve-rattling, as they could feel the force of each explosion all the way back in their training area, which was a field surrounded by stumps. The laid-back Utakata blinked as he saw the smoke cloud bellow out and the blue embers that were the aftereffects of her technique die down, before turning back to his pipe and blowing out more bubbles. She's restless today. Maybe Tsubaki's getting nervous about the 3rd stage coming up. Kyoko grinned across at her teammate as she continued flipping a rock the size of a basketball in her hand. You think so? She seems okay to me. Even the strongest genin can get anxious when the title of Chunin is on the line. We've seen it many times before, Utakata replied, blowing another bubble out and watching the thing expand before floating up into the sky. Though I have no doubt that the Mizukage will definitely promote Tsubaki, the question I really want answered is, to what rank? I'm betting Jonin. Kyoko exclaimed with a salute, holding the boulder up above her head. Tsubaki-chan is so strong it's scary. That statement lands both ways. Utakata smiled, looking back up at the cheerful girl to watch her juggle the stone from hand to hand, but if that's what you think, then I'll put all my cards on her. Beaming, the blonde-haired girl then caught the boulder in her right hand. Holding onto it for a few seconds, she then clenched her fingers around its base and clamped them shut, the stone literally shattering into gravel before she shook her limb out. Kyoko smirked as she gazed down at her now enclosed fist. My Tekken, Iron Fist, is good and I'm increasing my speed. I'm going to walk right through the first few rounds no problem. Her teammate didn't say anything against it. He knew his friends well and how powerful each of them was, as he'd had the privilege of sparring with them many times before. There was no doubt in his mind that they were going to get promoted. Meanwhile, over the rise and the tops of the trees, in the area where Tsubaki was training, the orange-haired girl could be seen standing at the beginning of a massive trench plowed into the earth, which was the end result of her latest attack she was experimenting with. The landscape she was currently using as well had suffered the main brunt of her jutsu, and the foundations, for the most part, had held up pretty well from the battering they had taken. However, the seemingly all-powerful Kunoichi wasn't alone in this area of the training grounds. Nor was she in any good condition. Battered with cuts and gashes drawn all over her, the girl stumbled backwards before collapsing onto her knees, spitting up blood from an attack she tried to avoid but failed. Panting both exhaustedly and painfully, the orange-haired girl in the bloodied state gritted her teeth and looked up through a blurred vision, where she saw the concerned form of her temporary training partner for the day standing in front of her with his hands pressed together at his chest. Seeing the person he was sparring with collapse to the floor and bleeding heavily, the young boy around a year younger than the Kunoichi with tufted blue hair, square glasses and pinstripe top and camouflage pants freaked out and rushed forward. He stopped a few feet from her, noticing the scattered shuriken he had thrown lying around her and the fact her damage had come from the very attack he'd just used against her. Oh my gosh, Tsubaki-chan. I'm so sorry, the youngster panicked. I didn't mean to. Raising a hand, Tsubaki waved away his apologies while groaning painfully. Don't worry about it, Chojuro. I'm fine. Yeah. She said that, but in reality, she wasn't. That had been a stupid attack and a blinding mistake on her part. I was the one that told you to go all out, so don't sweat it. Immediately after getting home from the 2nd stage of the exams, Tsubaki and her team had gone about training in the usual manner in preparation for the 3rd round. While Kyoko and Utakata had split to do their own thing for the day, the orange-haired teen had decided to bring in an old friend she knew well to help her out. She'd plucked the genin from his team to get some outside and unbiased opinions from him regarding her skills, as well as to work with him on some of her faults. Chojuro wasn't just a good friend of hers and someone she trusted on the same level as Kyoko and Utakata, but Tsubaki also chose him to help her out because he was talented in using his chakra. Though he wasn't the strongest genin in the village or the most confident, and was primarily a water release specialist, he dipped his brush in with several other affinities too as part of his training to become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. While she respected this dream of his and encouraged him to work hard on achieving it, she respected his skills even more so and valued his input greatly. Because of his flexibility in the ninjutsu department, she'd called him in to spar with her for a few sessions. In the brief skirmishes she'd engaged him and spent the past few minutes moving around trying to get in some hits, well, she kind of messed herself up a little. She walked right into a counterattack from her fellow genin that damn near hospitalized her. Looking behind her at the shuriken that had got her, the Kunoichi bit her teeth together before slamming a fist into the ground in frustration. Damn it. Even after all my years of training, I still can't get rid of that fucking weakness. Gulping, Chojuro pushed up his glasses as he saw the girl continue to kneel on the ground, gripping at the massive gash in her shoulder. Whatever she'd been hit with made it look like she'd been thrown into a shredder and spat out. Your attacks are powerful, and you're super fast, Titsubaki-chan, probably the fastest I've ever seen. But you use a very repetitive pattern in your combinations, and you can't completely dodge an attack like the one I just used on you, especially a... I know, Tsubaki groaned, spitting up more blood before picking herself up, at the same time yanking a shuriken out from her side. Tossing it away, she breathed out her frustration and shook her head. Shit. I can get around opponents fast enough, but I can't avoid techniques that encompass a whole area or have a wide spread to them. And it was a damn C-rank move too. She staggered out of the strike zone and went to lean against a nearby boulder to rest. The damage racking her was just ridiculous. It was almost embarrassing. Chuckling to herself, the girl glanced weakly up at Chojuro to see him looking at her with concern. I could have been killed by you if you were serious. You should stick around a little longer, Chojuro-kun. I can really use you as a sparring partner to work on my endurance. She then pointed at him with a smile. You're bloody dangerous, in spite of your appearance. Blushing bashfully and scratching his ear in a timid manner, the boy smiled up at his friend. We should take a break. You look like you need it. Looking at herself and seeing the cuts still present, the girl sighed as she felt herself recovering slowly and nodded. Yeah, I agree. XXX. 3 days later. Come on, boss. You gotta have something else to teach me. I already mastered the henge and Irika-sensei isn't teaching us anything cool. Come on. Please, the loud voice of one Konohamaru filled the air as he and his two schoolmates Moegi, a girl with orange hair tied into high knots, wearing a pink shirt and shorts, and Udon, a boy with brown hair, thin glasses, large blue shirt and shorts as well, followed after their blonde-haired idol down the main street of the village. Despite being smaller than him, they were keeping in time with each of the Jinchuriki steps. Help me out here. If I taught you everything I know or something new to add to your list of techniques you are eventually going to learn in the academy, then wouldn't that sort of put Irika-sensei out of a job? Naruto asked the kid with an amused grin in play, looking down to see the 3 academy students pull up beside him and gaze at him in interest. You can't rush things like this, Konohamaru. Training to become a shinobi takes a lot of time and effort. Konohamaru's cheeks puffed out indignantly. Time? But that's boring. Well, deal with it. We all had to go through the same stuff you're going to go through, and there's a lot you have to learn. It's grueling and can be unbearable sometimes, but in the end, after endless hours of study and exercise, it's all worth it. What about you, boss? You said to me you learned everything you could outside of the academy, from watching other people and all that stuff. True, but that's how I learned. The way I trained was much different from what everybody else in my year did, Naruto stated while pointing between them. You guys have parents and teachers to give you lessons. I had next to no one and had to learn everything by myself, like how to cook and what plants were poisonous. Udon blinked in awe at hearing that. Whoa. Feeling overcome, the orange-haired Moegi stepped toward Naruto when they stopped in the middle of the street and smiled up at him. But you became strong like everybody else in your class, right? Like Sasuke and all the other clan members? You can say that. I killed myself trying to get to where I am now, and I bet everybody else did too. The point is, everyone has different ways of learning and getting stronger, but all of them have to work hard to get anywhere. Everything you gain comes at a price, and you pay for it with blood, sweat and tears, Naruto informed while slipping his hands behind his head, looking down to see the 3 kids pale a little bit. Believe it. Being a shinobi isn't some children's game. Eventually you will meet an enemy, one who may not even be a shinobi, and depending on where he or she comes from or what his or her intentions are, they will try to hurt you, even kill you. Moegi shivered slightly. That's scary. But, you probably won't see any of that stuff, not until you go on your first C-rank mission. That's a long ways down the road, Naruto added cheerfully, waving a hand in some random direction. Probably D-rank, but that was a super rare occurrence. This got some curious glances from the kids listening to him, which made the Jinchuriki glad that he was at least holding their attention. Even though all 3 of them wore different clothing and had their own magnetic personalities and characteristics, the one thing they had in common between them was the goggles each of them were wearing over their foreheads. They were the exact same brand and color as the one Naruto always wore, which immediately affiliated them with him. Though it flattered the boy knowing he was inspiring shinobi in some of the younger faces around the village, he had to admit it was a bit of a drag leading them along the way he was. Konohamaru wanted to learn something more from him. Another jutsu that was cool. Now while Naruto was sorta for it, wanting nothing more than to show off his new skills, he didn't want to for a couple of reasons. 1, it was Irika's job to teach his students, with one of the lessons being taking responsibility for their own training. While Naruto did say to Konohamaru to train himself and to become strong at his own pace, apparently ambition needed a little bit of reminding. 2, Naruto had his own training to worry about and was really just taking a moment off to grab some lunch before heading back out to exercise. He'd run into the kids on his way to his favorite restaurant, but after chatting with them for a while, had decided to change his preferences a little. He intended to fill his belly. Wherever and with whatever it didn't matter, so long as his body was set on the appropriate course. Hearing his stomach rumble, Naruto smiled and pointed towards a curry store. Come on, I'll buy you guys something for today. We can talk more in there. Grinning Konohamaru, Moegi and Udon all nodded affirmatively. Yes, sir. Wow. What was he, a drill sergeant? If he was, then he was certainly the most likable one. XXX. Naruto's apartment, evening. A couple nights later. Wow, this is really good, Kin exclaimed, chewing slowly on the pieces of lamb and stew from the plate in front of her that had been made for all three of them that night. She moaned in delight on her next mouthful, which had Tayuya across from her roll her eyes at the cheerful look on her face when the raven-haired girl panned over to the blonde standing nearby. You made this yourself? Naruto, mixing the stew in the bowl, grinned back at the three girls sitting behind him. Yeah. Why do you think I've been standing here all this time? It's an Uzumaki ultra-secret recipe, the best of the best. He always says that, Tayuya replied, waving her hand towards Kin dismissively while Isaribi indulged in her own meal. Only half of his so-called secret recipes are true. The other stuff he's either pinched from the cookbooks he finds in the library or the material he grabs from the owners of the Ichiraku ramen bar every so often. They're still good, aren't they? We love your cooking, Isaribi exclaimed, voicing her support for the blonde. Tayuya nodded back with a cheeky grin, of course. We would have said something if your stuff didn't taste good, shithead. Your cooking is badass. So is yours. I friggin' love your soups, Tayuya-chan, the Jinchuriki grinned. Tayuya smirked back at him. Okay, stop brown-nosing you lug, the redhead replied, shaking her head while taking another bite. I'll make you the chicken special tomorrow. Kin looked at the two of them, a little bit confused. Chicken, special? It's her chicken and corn stew, Naruto said, pointing between them. She makes it so much better than what they sell in the restaurants. The taste is better, the smell is better, it just comes together so well, it's crazy. The blonde grinned across at the pair. That's why I like her so much. She's talented. Tayuya blushed and glanced away, trying her best to hide her expression from the boy, but failed in keeping it from Kin, who looked across at the girl curiously. Isaribi's meals are terrific too. You haven't tried fish soup or salt and pepper squid until you've tried hers, Naruto added, pointing across at the purple-haired diver, who blushed under his compliment just as the other did. She makes it herself from scratch. It's outstanding. Said raven-haired Kunoichi glared back at the purple-haired teen, who stuck her tongue out at Kin before turning to her stew again. Shrugging her expressions out of the way, the new girl and the rest of the guests sitting around the table eventually returned to eating and were shortly joined by Naruto, plopping down with his own serving in front of him. Over the past few days all of the residents of the third-story apartment used the time that they had to adjust to the presence of the newcomer. Due to the unfamiliarity of her environment, the former Sound Genin also took her time to, in turn, adapt to her surroundings as well as become accustomed to the new faces surrounding her. While Isaribi remained strangely competitive and suspicious towards the Kunoichi following their introductions and stayed up a few nights to keep a close eye on her, the diver eventually let her discreet spying of the stranger slide when nothing out of the ordinary took place. Tayuya had also expressed some concerns over a couple of nights, but after finding nothing abnormal or underhanded going on around the raven-haired girl, eventually went back to being her usual self. Additionally, Kin took her time getting used to her new world. At first fearful of attack and attempted assassination while she was asleep, she spent the first few days in the apartment restless and a bit on edge. However, when she realized that Naruto and his roommates weren't out for her life, she began to relax a little and started to enjoy her stay. Once she was able to remove the sling from her arm and the rest of the bandages around her body, Kin spent most of the days lying on the couch, watching television, and reading. Since she was not an active Kunoichi anymore and didn't really want to stray too far from the apartment yet, she remained docile and content inside the small home. She and Isaribi would sometimes get into arguments over the space encompassing their Jinchuriki host whenever he wasn't looking, which saw both of them grinding heads during free time in the living room. Of course, whenever Naruto walked by or turned their way, they would quickly revert to being their normal selves again. Tayuya found enjoyment watching some of the fights and would sometimes pull up a chair out of shot to watch the chaos unfold. However, when they weren't fighting, the girls would get along with one another quite well. Kin would oftentimes find some stuff to do around the house to keep her mind occupied, such as cleaning alongside Isaribi, and in general, not giving Naruto cause for concern. Too bad he was actually the cause for all of their standoffs due to extenuating circumstances, but these were events that he didn't need to know about. At least not yet. Naruto would often bring by stuff for his new guest to do when she had nothing available on hand, and he, Isaribi and Tayuya would spend as much time with her whenever they were free. Since two of them were training for the third and final stage of the exams coming up, this only gave them the afternoons to keep her company, while she and Isaribi occupied the living room when the latter wasn't out at the hospital getting her regular checkup. But they were good times, nothing negative or disappointing at all. Heck, they had a board game night yesterday that went on for hours, which became a big highlight for them of that week. Now though, they wanted to do something else that evening, something fun. Once everyone had eaten their fill and the dishes had been washed, they all retired to the living room where Tayuya and Kin sat on different sides of the table while Naruto's clones and Isaribi puttered around pushing stuff out of the way. Looking around, the raven-haired girl watched curiously as the original then came striding over to them. What do you have planned this time? Another board game? Nope. Better, Naruto stated, slamming his hand down on the table and revealing 2 packs of cards. Tayuya smirked at the sight as she knew what that entailed. Oh yeah. Now that's what I'm talking about. Sitting up, the girl pushed the sleeves of her night jersey up her arms. She was wearing a maroon turtleneck top with black spandex shorts, Kin had on a gray jersey with khaki cargo pants, Isaribi had a blue shirt with shorts, and Naruto was in a white top with orange pants. I'm going to win so much dough this time I'm gonna spoil myself next week. I only know a few of these, but I can learn some more if necessary, Isaribi responded. A card game? Kin queried in surprise. Yeah. Since we've been working so hard I figured we should all have a night where we could just relax and forget about training for once, Naruto answered brightly. May as well take it a step further and test our luck. But I don't have any money, Kin stammered. She didn't have any with her after getting out of the hospital and didn't need any so far since everything was provided for her by her hosts. This made her think about taking up some part-time work to pay back all of the people taking care of her for all their kindness, but they were quite insistent on continuing to do so without reward. It made her feel bad, and she was previously a rival as well as a potential enemy. Don't worry, I'll buy you in, Naruto said, plopping down cash on the table in the form of coins and sliding them over to her. You can stay for as long as you want. I don't mind paying for two. Oh. Thanks, Kin chirped, accepting the funds greatly. She glanced up at him with an appreciative smile, which was met with a grin from the Jinchuriki. Isaribi noticed her beaming and fumed in jealousy. Alright, enough screwing around. I want to win some money from you girls. Tayuya laughed, slamming her own entry fee onto the wood. Let's do this. Sure. But before we get started, Naruto rose to his feet, getting the trio's attention again. We have a few more guests joining this party. They should be here anytime now. Before the girls could comment on that, they suddenly heard a knock on the door. The blonde excused himself from the room and moved down the corridor, where the intuned girls heard the boy unlock the front gate and greet whoever was outside. Moments later, they saw Naruto return with a few more faces in tow, all of whom looked incredibly familiar. Ladies, meet the competition, Naruto stated as he stepped aside and gestured grandiosely toward Sasuke, Shiho, Kiba and Choji who stepped in after him. The teens glanced with varying levels of interest around the living room as they approached the table, with the Uchiha looking bored as he normally did, Choji and Kiba proceeding with a little more enthusiasm, and Shiho right behind them. Yo, a fully recovered Kiba waved, moving around the one-person couch in his way and saluting the girls. Long time. Hey fellas, Tayuya replied brightly. Isaribi beamed at the familiar face of Kiba. Come to join us? Apparently, Sasuke grumbled, hands in his pockets as he moved around the two-person couch and looked into the center of the room disdainfully. One of the Dobes clones barged into my home an hour ago and kept badgering me to come over until I agreed. Since it wouldn't go away I had no choice. Oh, don't be such a winner, Sasuke. How will you ever have any fun around here if you don't try participating a little? Choji chuckled, patting the boy on the back as he passed, earning a twitching eyebrow from him. The rotund teen then sat down beside Kin, whom he didn't recognize at first glance and just assumed to be one of Naruto's friends outside of the regular group. The Akimichi just went along with the atmosphere. I just came here because Naruto promised there was going to be snacks. That had better not have been a lie. Don't worry, Choji, I've got plenty of food and treats lined up, so we're all good here, the Jinchuriki responded assuredly, moving past Sasuke as well to sit alongside Tayuya, with Shiho sitting next to him and Kiba next to her. Making himself comfortable, he pulled up the cards and shuffled them. I hope you guys brought a lot of money to bet, because this is going to be a long night. It's still evening, Shiho shrugged, reaching into her pouch and pulling out a sack filled with coins, dropping it beside her as every person in the room became assembled. On the two width sides of the table Kin and Kiba sat across from one another. On Kin's right sat Choji and next to him sat Sasuke followed by Isaribi. On Kiba's right there sat Shiho, and next to her was Naruto and Tayuya. All in all, it was an odd party of 8, a sight which had the owner of the apartment grinning brightly. The blonde with glasses clapped her hands together and rubbed them enthusiastically. Depending on how this goes, I think we should make this a regular thing. Let's do this. Sasuke sighed while Kiba also deposited his funds on the table. At the same time Naruto finished shuffling and began dealing out the cards to each guest one after the other. Okay, first ace deals. Once the cards were evenly distributed the Jinchuriki heard a groan from some of them when they realized he ended with the ace. Whoops. My bad. Did you cut those cards properly, shithead? Tayuya asked suspiciously. Of course, the blonde replied, collecting them up and dealing out a new set face down. Alright, 5-card stud. Once the first cards were dealt out to each of them, he then began dealing cards face up, 1 each, Jake, 3 of clubs, 4 trees, king of hearts, deuce, 5 of spades, lady, and a big ace for the dealer. Sorry about that. He looked around at the distasteful glares he got from the boys and the amused looks he got from Shiho and Kin. I bet a Rio blind. Okay, Shiho responded, tossing a coin in. I'm in, Kiba said. Out, Isaribi exclaimed flipping the cards and getting up, deciding to go grab the snacks waiting over in the kitchen seeing as how her first hand was a bust. Call, Sasuke murmured, throwing a coin in. Go, Choji said, also tossing in his opening. Okay, Kin chirped skittishly. The winning hand is, folding, Tayuya groaned, flipping her card over and standing up, I'm getting some coffee. This is definitely going to be a long one. The redhead left with Naruto chuckling at her immediate conceit in the first round. While the blonde was dealing out another set and the kids started raising the stakes little by little, Isaribi returned shortly afterwards from the kitchen carrying a plate of sandwiches, a bowl of biscuits and a bottle of soda in hand, complete with plastic cups. Oh look, the entrees, Naruto chuckled, waving his roommate over, who gladly brought the food within reach of the other players. Sweet, I'm starving, Choji exclaimed enthusiastically, looking down at his cards and throwing in another coin. Sasuke met his bet with his own, as did Naruto and Kin, while Shiho chose to fold and the Inuzuka fondled his chips thoughtfully. Come on, Kiba, you're either in or out. Very funny. Don't rush me. While this wasn't a shinobi throwdown where they were excessively hurling sharp and pointy objects at one another on the training grounds, the group of genin couldn't help but maintain that competitive nature of theirs even in the minutest of circumstances. After all, it was their mission pay that was on the line here. This was their big chance to add a little more to it if they were lucky enough, which was why a lot of them had agreed to come in the first place. For some, it actually took Naruto bribing them with something more to get them interested, which could be said for Sasuke and Choji, the latter of which was only interested in the party food. Isaribi sat the plate of sandwiches on another table, which she quickly pulled over from the corner to sit nearby. "We've got a good set here. There's ham, chicken, and something brown that just lies there," the girl said before pouring them all their drinks. Once they were handed out, she sat back down in her place between Kiba and Sasuke, leaving some of the people at the gambling table to stare apprehensively at the sandwiches. "My guess is something that was meant for tomorrow," Choji shrugged offhandedly, grabbing one of the slices and taking a bite out of it. He gave a nod as the taste hit his tongue. "They're all right. No tomatoes?" Isaribi, knowing just as well as Naruto what stocks they had in the cupboards from back to front, paled a little bit and gave a weak grin. No. Why not?" "Well, I looked at them and something looked back." Sasuke nodded in understanding, taking a sip from his soda. "Right. That would have been off-putting for anyone. You had a basket of tomatoes, you reach in to grab one, and a set of eyes open in the batch. Yeah, you'll want to stay the hell away from them." Hearing another bid place prompted the prodigy to forget about the vegetable problem for now and up the ante as the game was underway. For the next few hours the group jumped between the games of 5-card, Hold-'em, and Blackjack, with 5-card being the most popular of the three for that evening as the variations gave everyone a chance to push their luck as far as it was willing to go, whether or not they could see their opponent's cards. People dropped in and out frequently, and after the first 120 minutes passed them, it became painfully obvious who had the most luck that night. Shiho, of all people, was raking in the most wins, followed closely by Kin, with the others just stewing in frustration at the hands they were being dealt as the title of dealer moved around in a clockwise direction. Sasuke and Naruto stuck to their guns as best as they could since they wanted to see who out of the two of them would cut out first, and as a result lost a lot in the mid-rounds. In reality, the Jinchuriki was merely losing on purpose to give the others who were new to this gathering a fighting chance, whereas the Uchiha was just being stubborn. Isaribi was wise with her cash, choosing to duck out before she could put in a lot and winning big pots whenever she had a great hand. Choji dove in and out regularly to win himself some extra pocket money to spend on snacks over the coming weekend, not really being the luckiest of them. Kiba kept blowing his lot for one reason or another. It was kind of funny watching him cop out whenever he thought he had a good hand. 10 Ryo, Tayuya said, tossing in some more coins into the stack. "I'm in," Naruto responded, tossing in a couple. "Go," Shiho chirped, throwing her bet. Kiba scrutinized the pot while flipping a coin between his fingers absently. "I wonder what the chances are of my getting the 5th jack." This inquiry got a few strange looks from those next to him before he tossed a handful of coins in. "Oh well, not to worry." Rubbing one of her bandaged cheeks, Isaribi sighed and flipped her cards over. "I'm out for this one. Unfortunately, tonight is not my game night." Naruto grinned at her. "I'm sure it'll come back to you." His exclamation earned a sweet smile from the girl in return. "In," Sasuke said, also rolling in a few more while keeping a straight face. Choji sighed and flipped his cards over, unwilling to go any further. "I'm out." He then reached over and grabbed another sandwich, deciding to indulge a little while the rest of them had it out with each other. "Same," Kin groaned, pulling her coins back and smiling as she watched the remaining ones go for another round. "Dealer bets an extra 5, Tayuya informed confidently when it all came back around to her. "You're up 5, and I'm up 10, Naruto said, tossing in an extra lot. This earned a mischievous grin from his musician friend as she threw in a few more to keep up with him. "That's mean," Tayuya said with a childish whine. The Jinchuriki wagged his eyebrows at her with a cheeky smile. "I'm going to win the jersey off of your back, Tayuya-chan. Who knows, I might even get a good show after this." When the redhead stuck her tongue out at him and Isaribi blushed at the words being thrown between the pair, Choji shook his head. "Can you guys stop flirting with each other and get back to the game? I want to win some more money off of you." "You've been striking out as badly as Kiba all night," Shiho commented, earning a snort from Sasuke as he too matched the pot with his own. "So? It's not like I'm gonna call it quits now that everyone's win/lose ratio is starting to fluctuate like crazy. My luck's gotta make a comeback soon," the Akimichi retorted, shoving the rest of the sandwich into his mouth. Tayuya chuckled and, after seeing everyone throw in their final bets, dealt out the last of the cards. "Alright boys and girls, who's throwing in the towel this time?" Upon seeing all of the cards reach their respective persons, Shiho picked hers up and hissed, "Aya." Naruto looked across at her. "What's the problem, poker face?" The girl turned her cards over and waved her hand dismissively. "I'm committing suicide." "Go out in turn, Shiho," Tayuya responded, looking down at her cards before glancing up and everybody else, turning to Naruto to see him flip his cards over. "Out." Kiba, looking down at his hand, raised an eyebrow in interest. "Hey, would you look at that? The 5th jack." He then flipped his cards to face down. "I'm out." Isaribi, looking at his cards, giggled at the pointless gamble he'd made. He only had 1 jack. The rest was a bluff. Everyone then looked across at Sasuke, whom they could see was holding his cards up and glaring down at them challengingly. After a few seconds of silence, he then looked across at Tayuya, whom was the only one remaining in this round. "Check." The redhead smirked. "Now that's more like it. Dealer bets 15 Ryo." She threw in the set amount and waited for her opponent's response. "Uchiha? For the next minute Sasuke spent leaning back and checking his hand. He held several coins in hand and juggled them for a bit, filling the silence with suspense. Shiho noticed his hesitance and chuckled, "Fondling your chips is very infantile." "Not now, Shiho," the Uchiha murmured. Once an appropriate amount of time had passed, the raven-haired boy then bit the bullet and tossed the coins in, fire returning to his eyes. "All right, I'll see your bet. What have you got?" Able to breathe once again, the 5 other faces turned to Tayuya to see the girl smirking widely, before placing all of her cards face up for all to see, full house, queens over kings. When all eyes panned back to Sasuke, they watched as the boy's steely expression tweaked before seeing him lean back and toss his cards face down onto the table. Damn. Just missed. Picking up his sandwich to take a bite, he left an opening long enough for Kiba to reach over and look at his cards, to which the Inuzuka looked at in amusement. "A pair of deuces? I don't have to show," Sasuke practically shouted, grabbing the cluster of cards and putting them with the others. Now that it was out though it was impossible to get back as everyone in the room was now looking at him with wide grins on their faces. After raking in the dough as well as the cards, the redhead then passed it over to the Jinchuriki. "All right, Naruto, your dealer." "Right-o," the blonde replied, beginning to shuffle. "Why don't we raise the stakes a little? I think it's about time we separate the men from the boys around here." "Whatever you say," Kiba chuckled. "Hey, it's 10 o'clock. Should we set a time limit?" Isaribi asked, checking the clock on the nearby mantel. Shiho, glancing at the board, smiled and pointed across at Sasuke. "All right, how about this, 1 week from today we deal once around to me." The Uchiha observed the cards get dealt between all 8 of them and smirked, picking up a coin and tossing it into the center. "You're on." The smile he wore was matched by his competitors and everyone started throwing in more money. Even Kin was getting in on this, looking forward to the next round with great enthusiasm. Yep, they were definitely going to be doing this regularly. XXX. Sometime later? Jiraiya sat by the lake, notepad in hand, and wearing a very odd look on his face as he watched the most peculiar sight playing out before him. Having taken Naruto on for the day again, the Sannin had allowed the kid to work on whatever material he wanted to focus on in their session, while also gently reminding him to continue practicing his summoning technique in order to perfect control over it. Even though Naruto was easily able to summon Gamakichi and toads of Gama's level at this point, he would every so often summon a small toad of insufficient size and purpose, which brought about great amusement to Jiraiya's day whenever the Jinchuriki flipped out about it. More focus on chakra gathering and concentration was required. Naruto did endeavor to perfect this craft, but right now he chose to work on his physical material again, which inevitably led to this. To mix things up, the Jinchuriki was doing leg presses with Gama sitting perfectly still on top of his feet, who also had 2 other large toads on top of him, and Gamakichi and Gamatatsu on top of them. If you ever wanted to see someone using giant toads stacked on top of one another like weights and used for training, that was it. It looked like quite a heavy task too, as with every press Naruto would groan, bite his teeth, and sweat. Jiraiya was actually impressed at the amount of strength the kid possessed, because he'd been at this for over an hour now. Saito, whom Naruto had summoned earlier, was perched on top of a nearby oak tree and was surveying the area alongside Swift and several other regular-sized swallows that had been in the vicinity. All of them had flocked towards the big bird and high-ranking member of their kind when they sensed his presence appear in the area, and went about roosting next to him in order to watch the fun. The giant swallow grunted and ruffled his feathers, such an unorthodox practice. Certainly the most unusual human he'd ever come across, and the other swallows around him could only agree. As peculiar as it looked though, at least they were making good use of their time. Gamatatsu cheered happily as Naruto sped up his inhales and exhales, feeling the gentle pull of gravity on his being as well as the motions that went with it. "This is great, huh, Nissan?" "Yeah. I guess it's pretty cool," Gamakichi replied before peering over the side down at the sweating boy. "Hey, bro. Kick it up a little." The blonde smirked up at them. "Sure thing." He then began doing presses even faster, fast enough to match the clicks of the winding gears of a clock. "You want speed, I'll give you speed." As he began to push the frogs faster, he heard the loud croak of the massive Gama, which got a strained laugh out of Naruto. "Sorry man, I'll be finished soon." The large toad was getting cramps. He needed to finish this quick, otherwise he'd have a grouchy amphibian to deal with. Naruto looked across at her. "What's the problem, poker face?" The girl turned her cards over and waved her hand dismissively. "I'm committing suicide." "Go out in turn, Shiho," Tayuya responded, looking down at her cards before glancing up and everybody else, turning to Naruto to see him flip his cards over. "Out." Kiba, looking down at his hand, raised an eyebrow in interest. "Hey, would you look at that? The 5th jack." He then flipped his cards to face down. "I'm out." Isaribi, looking at his cards, giggled at the pointless gamble he'd made. He only had 1 jack. The rest was a bluff. Everyone then looked across at Sasuke, whom they could see was holding his cards up and glaring down at them challengingly. After a few seconds of silence, he then looked across at Tayuya, whom was the only one remaining in this round. "Check." The redhead smirked. "Now that's more like it. Dealer bets 15 Ryo." She threw in the set amount and waited for her opponent's response. "Uchiha?" For the next minute Sasuke spent leaning back and checking his hand. He held several coins in hand and juggled them for a bit, filling the silence with suspense. Shiho noticed his hesitance and chuckled. "Fondling your chips is very infantile." "Not now, Shiho," the Uchiha murmured. Once an appropriate amount of time had passed, the raven-haired boy then bit the bullet and tossed the coins in, fire returning to his eyes. "All right, I'll see your bet." What have you got? Able to breathe once again, the 5 other faces turned to Tayuya to see the girl smirking widely, before placing all of her cards face up for all to see, full house, queens over kings. When all eyes panned back to Sasuke, they watched as the boy's steely expression tweaked before seeing him lean back and toss his cards face down onto the table. Damn. Just missed. Picking up his sandwich to take a bite, he left an opening long enough for Kiba to reach over and look at his cards, to which the Inuzuka looked at in amusement. A pair of deuces? I don't have to show. Sasuke practically shouted, grabbing the cluster of cards and putting them with the others. Now that it was out though, it was impossible to get back as everyone in the room was now looking at him with wide grins on their faces. After raking in the dough as well as the cards, the redhead then passed it over to the Jinchuriki. Alright, Naruto, your dealer. Right-o, the blonde replied, beginning to shuffle. Why don't we raise the stakes a little? I think it's about time we separate the men from the boys around here. Whatever you say, Kiba chuckled. Hey, it's 10 o'clock. Should we set a time limit? Isaribi asked, checking the clock on the nearby mantle. Shiho, glancing at the board, smiled and pointed across at Sasuke. Alright, how about this, 1 week from today we deal once around to me. The Uchiha observed the cards get dealt between all 8 of them and smirked, picking up a coin and tossing it into the center. You're on. The smile he wore was matched by his competitors and everyone started throwing in more money. Even Kin was getting in on this, looking forward to the next round with great enthusiasm. Yep, they were definitely going to be doing this regularly. XXX. Sometime later? Jiraiya sat by the lake, notepad in hand, and wearing a very odd look on his face as he watched the most peculiar sight playing out before him. Having taken Naruto on for the day again, the Sannin had allowed the kid to work on whatever material he wanted to focus on in their session, while also gently reminding him to continue practicing his summoning technique in order to perfect control over it. Even though Naruto was easily able to summon Gamakichi and toads of Gama's level at this point, he would every so often summon a small toad of insufficient size and purpose, which brought about great amusement to Jiraiya's day whenever the Jinchuriki flipped out about it. More focus on chakra gathering and concentration was required. Naruto did endeavor to perfect this craft, but right now he chose to work on his physical material again, which inevitably led to this. To mix things up, the Jinchuriki was doing leg presses with Gama sitting perfectly still on top of his feet, who also had 2 other large toads on top of him, and Gamakichi and Gamatatsu on top of them. If you ever wanted to see someone using giant toads stacked on top of one another like weights and used for training, that was it. It looked like quite a heavy task too, as with every press Naruto would groan, bite his teeth, and sweat. Jiraiya was actually impressed at the amount of strength the kid possessed, because he'd been at this for over an hour now. Saito, whom Naruto had summoned earlier, was perched on top of a nearby oak tree and was surveying the area alongside Swift and several other regular-sized swallows that had been in the vicinity. All of them had flocked towards the big bird and high-ranking member of their kind when they sensed his presence appear in the area, and went about roosting next to him in order to watch the fun. The giant swallow grunted and ruffled his feathers, such an unorthodox practice. Certainly the most unusual human he'd ever come across, and the other swallows around him could only agree. As peculiar as it looked though, at least they were making good use of their time. Gamatatsu cheered happily as Naruto sped up his inhales and exhales, feeling the gentle pull of gravity on his being as well as the motions that went with it. This is great, huh, Nissan? Yeah. I guess it's pretty cool, Gamakichi replied before peering over the side down at the sweating boy. Hey, bro. Kick it up a little. The blonde smirked up at them, sure thing. He then began doing presses even faster, fast enough to match the clicks of the winding gears of a clock. You want speed, I'll give you speed. As he began to push the frogs faster, he heard the loud croak of the massive Gama, which got a strained laugh out of Naruto. Sorry man, I'll be finished soon. The large toad was getting cramps. He needed to finish this quick, otherwise he'd have a grouchy amphibian to deal with. Jiraiya chuckled as he watched Naruto's leg presses blur and the toads on top start croaking in a tone that sounded like they were vibrating. Hey, slow down there. Keep doing that and you'll turn the lot of them into a puddle, or make them barf, whichever one comes first. After a few more long presses, Naruto then propped the massive animals on his toes and lowered them back to the ground. He planted them gently, hopping up once they were all safely on land again and breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Gama and his lot, he could see the toads were a little bit disoriented and pale from being subjected to what could only be described as an earthquake. He patted the biggest one on the side with a grateful smile on his face. Thanks, but you're not heavy enough for what I need to have polished up. I appreciate the help though, Naruto exclaimed, earning a slow croak from the woozy Gama. The blonde chuckled, yeah, sorry about that. Got a little carried away. Between him and Gamakichi, he had to meet somewhere in the middle to make his companions happy. That was awesome, Gamakichi said happily, jumping around in an uncoordinated manner. Nissan, dizzy, Gamatatsu murmured, swaying on the spot before face-planting the ground. Why is the floor moving? Naruto grinned, patting each animal on the head once they were all separated. I really appreciate you guys coming out here. I'll call you later if I need you for anything else, alright? I promise next time will be more fun. Gamakichi saluted with a grin, sure thing, bro. Forming a hand seal, the Jinchuriki dismissed them with a puff of smoke. After that he unzipped his jacket and wrapped it tightly around his waist, turning to the Sannin with a triumphant smile. I'll need to find something a little bit heavier to work with. The white-haired man looked at him momentarily before reaching into his pocket. I've got some weight bands if you'd like to try them out, brat. Pulling out several bead-like braces, he then tossed them over to Naruto, who caught each of them firmly. These are a little bit different to the dumbbells you've used before. They're color-coded to determine how used to them you get over a period of time. You start off with white prayer beads, which gradually turn over to red prayer beads the more used to them you get. Once they turn red, it means your body has completely adjusted to them and, naturally, will signal the end of the training period. You don't have to stop there, however. You can always increase the weight of them every time the colors turn over, so they're customizable depending on your current level. Wow, that's awesome, Naruto commented, looking at the cuffs by holding them up to level with his eyes. Did you make these things yourself, Ero Sennin? Yeah. I can teach you how to make them later on if you like, the man offered. Sure. I'd love that. The Jinchuriki then wandered over, bands in hand, and squatted down in front of the still-seated Sannin, who he could see had been writing in his notepad. So how do I go about using these? Jiraiya smiled warmly at how enthusiastic his apprentice was getting over these training tools. Putting his pencil down, he poked at the bands. These are designed with a sealing technique. You'll need a hand sign combination to activate them. Here, I'll show you. For the next few minutes the Sannin went on to explain how the technique worked and how Naruto could go about using it to full effect. He showed him how to wear them, how to apply the technique, and the hand seal combinations needed to activate and deactivate them. After all, he couldn't just go about wearing them even in battle. Having something weighing you down while fighting a powerful adversary was a definite no. After memorizing the seals, Naruto nodded affirmatively and gripped the bands tightly in his hand. Thanks so much, Ero Sennin. My pleasure, Jiraiya grinned, before deadpanning a little, but could you please stop calling me Ero Sennin? I've got a reputation to maintain and it's really messing with my style. Hey. Tayuya-chan calls me shithead, I call Sasuke team, we're starting to call Neji Bright Eyes, and I'm still trying to think up a nickname for Kinchan, the Jinchuriki replied quickly before smiling. He backed up a bit so that he had space to move. But that can wait, right now let's get back to training. Naruto then saluted to the man, Chow. Saito. The giant swallow sitting up in the tree looked at him. Yeah? What? Let's go. Fly. Naruto shouted, pointing ahead of him and sprinting in that general direction. Jiraiya and everyone then proceeded to watch as Naruto hiked up a massive boulder, swan dived a good several meters before landing with a loud splat back onto solid ground. A moment of awkward silence passed shortly after that as the Jinchuriki lay sprawled out on the hard ground. Several seconds later, Jiraiya burst out laughing, while the giant swallow still perched in the tree raised an eyebrow, ignoring the laughs from Swift and the other birds sitting beside him. Were you expecting me to swoop in at the last second to catch you before you hit the ground and take off into the sky in some outstanding exit from the scene? The still miraculously conscious Naruto, who had formed a human-shaped indent in the ground, raised a shaky hand in the air and waved. Yeah. Too bad his voice was muffled by the gravel beneath him. Somewhere in the back of his mind, the Kyuubi was also laughing his ass off. Well, I didn't get what you were trying to do, so forgive me if I was a little bit slow. Yeah. Even if he did know his would-be master was going to do that, he still wouldn't have moved an inch from his spot. It was more hilarious watching him make an ass of himself and plunge to the earth rather than make the save and get out scot-free. He wasn't that kind of partner. Speaking of which, an amused smirk crossed Sato's face. Picking his face out of the crater and showing the world his dirty covered face, the dazed Naruto frowned up at the giant bird. We're going to need to work on that. Oh, that night? Adjusting to the weights was going to take a bit of time, but Naruto didn't care. As long as he went about his day not focusing too much on the fact that his body weighed even more than it did that morning, he would be able to get his original speed, reflexes, timing and flexibility back in no time. Things kind of went a lot faster if you're absorbed yourself in something else and, well, Naruto held true to that statement by filling his day with every possible thing he could think of. What both Kakashi and Jiraiya, as his teachers, encouraged him to do from day one of the training period was focus on his strongest points. Through them he found that his most outstanding abilities were his physical strength, taijutsu, stamina and overwhelming speed. Thanks to the use of the accelerated learning granted to him by his shadow clone technique, Naruto was able to learn the Shunshin no Jutsu quite quickly. Further practice with it over the past couple of weeks saw to him getting used to the technique's capabilities, limitations, speeds and directions, and mastering it to the extent he could before he started what he liked to call the long and arduous task of improving it. Though Jiraiya had little clue as to what he wanted to actually accomplish from this, Naruto knew exactly what he was doing. He wanted to make it as razor-sharp as possible and was also adding his own creative genius to the body flicker jutsu. This being said, his training mostly revolved around him working, not only on this and his physical abilities to coincide with it, but also his specialty jutsu. Sure, the shadow clone technique was up there at the top of his list, but what Naruto wanted to focus on as well was his affinity for wind. He wanted to be able to bend the air around him to his will and use the atmosphere to his advantage, which meant that outside of all his muscle training and strength building, he was also absorbed in working on his original technique, the jet hand. Most of everyone was still in the dark about that jutsu. This meant everyone outside of his circle of friends and teachers were completely unaware he possessed a technique like that. He could also feel proud of the fact that he and only he would ever know how to execute the technique since it no longer required a hand seal to use it. This was all well and good, but he still wanted to do more with it. Sure, he could brag about his awesome version of the Hien, which he was currently strengthening to give the jets more speed, force and piercing power, but he was also making his dance of the swallow technique more foolproof and adaptable in the most extreme circumstances and his newly created Tsubaime no Kodo, soaring swallow, technique more versatile. He wanted to stun his opponent when he used it. Once it was perfected, he was certain he was really going to turn a few heads in the third exam. He expected to have all of the chinks and errors corrected in the next few days. That being said, the stronger he made his improvised techniques, the much more powerful his original jet hand and the ability to manipulate his chakra became, which was always awesome. He also had a completely new concept he was working on, but he was going to save that until it was absolutely necessary. The end product was quite volatile. After a full day of training with Jiraiya and later on a session on his own that gave him time to play around with his other material, Naruto soon found his way back home where he enjoyed a pleasant dinner from the bento boxes Kin had bought for them from the neighborhood convenience store, a long, hot shower, and then a television session with his fellow flatmates. When the time came, Kin and Isaribi fell asleep on the couch on different ends and Naruto pulled the blanket over them to let them lie there for the night. He then retreated up to the roof to, in a word, sleep under the stars. In fact, it wasn't sleeping. Far from it. He just went up there to continue training. Once again focusing on the control and execution of his favorite technique, Naruto sat there with his hands held out in front of him with a focused look on his face as he concentrated on working his chakra between his palms. Through use of his jet hand technique, the Jinchuriki willed a vacuum sphere of rotating vectors between his hands. After what felt like hours of sitting there staring at the visible, floating sphere of air he'd formed, and watching it suck in the oxygen around it, through careful positioning, patience, and precision, Naruto succeeded in forming a perfect ball. Once he was satisfied with the result, the blonde fell flat onto his back and dismissed it. He gasped out in shock and panted when he no longer had to maintain his level of chakra. Finally, the boy shouted, breathing heavily as he clenched his hand tightly, I thought I'd never finish. Fucking hell. Damn. You look awful, shithead. Naruto looked up to see Tayuya standing behind him and smirking down at him with her hands on her hips. Didn't you already have a shower? Last I saw you like this was about a week ago after Jiraiya clobbered the shit out of you with his clone while you were trying to take the bell from him. That bad, huh? I will say this though, you really know how to roll with the punches. The redhead bent down and tapped him playfully on the forehead, getting him to blink before both of them smiled at each other. Never giving up, always pushing forward, and never letting anything get you down. Those are your greatest weapons. Pretty awesome, huh? He giggled as he gazed up into the girl's eyes, not as great as your war flute though. You're not just the best at it, you look stunning playing it. It makes me wish I can have something like that to make me stand out. Turning a little red at his compliment, Tayuya straightened up. Not your style. Besides, do you know how many bruises I had to take trying to get my songs right while in the middle of a fight? Let me guess, a lot? You have no idea. Hearing her amusement, Naruto tilted his head. Wanna bet? He gestured to himself. This body has been poisoned, stabbed, clubbed, punched, kicked, shot, and as of recent, has been smacked around by a Sannin-level ninja and a couple of giant toads. Now look me in the eye and say I have no idea, Tayuya-chan. The mischievous grin he threw at her next had the girl laugh. Alright, maybe it's not that much of a stretch for you to imagine my pain. Shit, your record for injuries must be the length of a fucking toilet paper roll. Naruto shrugged, I'm still human. I may have a giant-tailed beast stuck inside of me, but I can still bleed and I can still get tired. He then pulled at his jacket, emphasizing his current condition before taking more of an interest in it. After a moment of thought he smirked and glanced backwards again. This reminds me of the time you came home a few days ago looking like you'd been dragged through the mud when all that really happened to you was Enko-sensei giving you a healthy dose of reality. He saw the redhead pale a little and look away at the mention of her previous sessions with the woman, getting Naruto to laugh. See, you and I really are in the same boat when it comes to having teachers who know how to put you through hell. Yeah, don't remind me. The girl scratched her cheek absently as a way to convey her discomfort. The blonde laughed weakly as he couldn't be bothered moving at the moment. He was so sore right now it actually hurt to chuckle. Apparently Ero Sennin and Kakashi-sensei have it in their heads that taking bells from them is the best way to train a genin. Judging from how beat up everyone gets after every try, I guess they're sort of right. Who came up with that test anyway? Surely the first Hokage couldn't have when he set up this whole damn system of a village. A guy as hardcore as that would never have come up with such a childish trial after going through all the crap he had to building the leaf. Right? Still, that's all in the past, Tayuya sighed, stepping across while stretching her arms and fingers above her head. Naruto took the time to sit up and watch the girl as she arched her back to the cool night air. Right now, all we have to do is focus on the present. Which is kicking ass in the third stage of the exams, the redhead replied while grinning back down at the blonde. You think you'll rock it, shithead? You bet I will, Naruto responded, finding his feet again and pushing himself up. Hands slipping into his pockets, he walked up the side of the roof till he passed Tayuya and stood a level a little bit higher than her. From his spot, he got a fantastic view of the village on all sides and the Hokage monument in the distance. It was spectacular. Though I've still got a bit to go, I know I'll be ready to face whatever the exam has in store for me. He looked back at his friend to see her beaming. You too. I know out of everyone from our village participating, you'll definitely get Chunin. You have so much faith in me, the redhead murmured, her voice becoming quiet with what she had to say next. Ever since you met me, you've always believed in me. He'd always been there to help her, to comfort her, to keep her company, and to make her smile. Her heart fluttered when she remembered all the times he'd stuck by her side and made her feel like she was his whole world. After recalling these precious moments, which were numerous and high in quality, Tayuya raised an eyebrow up at him. I can't even touch you in taijutsu, so what makes you think I'll be promoted? Simple. Naruto poked at the side of his head. You're smart and you're strong. You're the strongest girl I know, Tayuya-chan, so I know you'll do awesome. That's a fact. And what about you? Me? Naruto inquired, pointing at his chest before looking back out at the village. Don't know. Maybe I'll just use the chance to show the people of the world just how awesome I am. I have a lot of guts and a punch that can rattle your brain, but I don't think that's enough to get me promoted. You protect your teammates and the people closest to you, you fight smart, and you have a sense about the world that no other shinobi in this village can even begin to comprehend, Tayuya said helpfully, stepping forward in affirmation of this. That should be more than enough to promote you. If not, then fuck knows what else you need. Naruto's grin widened. Yeah. I guess you're right. He breathed out as he felt the wind of the distant horizon hit him and blow his jacket. We'll just have to wait and see. Tayuya giggled as he made a cool pose against the light of the village radiating all around them. Looking warmly in his direction, the girl sauntered over with her hands behind her back and a meek look on her face. Do you think you'll have all your weaknesses covered by next month? She stopped behind him, just a step down from the very apex of the roof they were on. Nope. Not at all, Naruto said, sticking his head up high. Rule of thumb, everybody has blind spots, no matter what you do. Even me. Unbeknownst to the Jinchuriki, Tayuya had positioned herself directly under his shadow, right over his shoulder. Would this be one of them? Blinking, Naruto turned around when he heard how close she actually was to him, and was about to say something when he saw her closed eyes blocking out all of his view and felt her lips press against his. Who knows how long they stood there after first contact, 5, 10 seconds maybe. Either way, even if the moment did only last for 10 seconds, to Naruto and Tayuya it lasted a hell of a lot longer than that. The feelings and sensations that came with that singular moment helped prolong the girl's show of affections, after which she lowered herself back down from her toes onto both her feet, and the musician gazed up at Naruto's stunned face. Tayuya, through red cheeks, let out a light laugh when she saw the blonde's expression. Yeah, there it is. She tilted her head at him. You may want to think about covering that up. It could be a real problem for you in the long run. Igriagadia. Naruto murmured, before a smile crossed his face. Turning to face her fully, the Jinchuriki leant over and, taking her by the shoulders, returned her kiss. Their lips met again and for the second time that night, time seemed to slow to a crawl. Unlike the first one, this one lasted even longer than before, the sensations flooding through them accentuated by Tayuya stepping in closer and wrapping her arms around the boy, with the intimate contact filling them with a warmth that started from the apex of their crowns and flowed to the very tips of their toes. Against the cool night air, set before a background of a sparkly sky, a bright glow from the village below and with a great view of the whole of Konohagakure, the pair stayed that way for several seconds, until they eventually stepped away for air. Both their faces were red, but the one who was the brightest was Tayuya. I think that just about covers it, don't you think? Naruto asked. The musician nodded. Yeah. It does. She chuckled and rested her head against the crook of his neck, both of them looking out towards the Hokage monument. They slowly immersed themselves back into the world and tightened their embrace around one another, not wanting to let this moment go. Win this thing, okay Naruto-kun. I will. It's a promise, the Jinchuriki said back. Hearing the conviction in his voice had Tayuya's smile grow. You know? I think there are a couple other girls who really like you. Huh? Naruto blinked and glanced down at his roommate in surprise, where he could see the redhead smiling. Like who? Well, there's Isaribi, Tenten, Hinata, though you really don't see her that much, and that blonde-haired chick from Kumo. You do know she couldn't stop looking at you back at the tower when we were all lined up and pulling numbers out of the hat, right? Tayuya pointed with a bit more amusement in her voice, as she could sense the Jinchuriki's growing shock. You're turning into a genuine chick magnet before everybody's eyes and you don't even realize it. The Jinchuriki looked up thoughtfully, trying to find reason behind this strange phenomenon. Is it because of my charming and magnanimous personality? Maybe. But hey, it's not like I can change who you are, Tayuya laughed, massaging his back as she held on to him. You're you, shithead. You have a kind smile and a big heart, you accept people for who they are and wouldn't hurt anyone without good reason. Naruto grinned sheepishly and looked away. I'm that much of an easy prey item, huh? Tayuya laughed at the look he had and gave him a peck on the cheek. That's also probably why people like you so much. As the pair grinned and laughed with each other, enveloped in the breeze of the night, unknown to them a familiar figure was perched on a nearby roof and watching the pair with glee. Scribbling furiously in his notebook, Jiraiya looked up towards the distant Naruto and Tayuya with stars in his eyes as he went about fantasizing his new soon-to-be bestseller. Oh, this stuff is gold. You are a romantic god amongst men, kid. Good on ya, the Toad Hermit cried in delight. And I just came by to see if the kid got home okay. Well, he sure as hell seems okay to me. Yep, while some would rather preserve the moment and there were some who would choose to destroy it, Jiraiya pretty much did both for the sake of literature. XXX. 2 days later. It was noon, around lunchtime, and Naruto had just finished off a long morning session of training with Sakura and Sasuke out on the fields. He'd spent most of his time out there with them working on his wind release techniques with his clones, and all of his efforts thus far have proven to be pretty successful. While his Hien and its new variants were coming along just fine, as Sasuke and Sakura could see from all the times they'd seen him practicing with them, his other secret moves were doing even better. These techniques however Naruto chose to keep hidden from everybody else. Whenever he trained with them, it was either on his own deep inside Konoha's surroundings forests or with his teacher Jiraiya, whom had shown to be a big help in that department. Even though they were techniques he himself couldn't do, the man was incredibly knowledgeable about chakra control, manipulation, distribution, and execution. It just went to show that the skills and abilities of a Sannin were not to be underestimated. Anyhow, after washing off at the lake, Naruto decided to go into town for a spot of lunch. While he was passing by a stall selling dango and an assortment of other treats, he spotted something rather interesting passing him by, a young girl with long brown hair around Konohamaru's age, wearing a purple training gi with a fishnet bodysuit underneath, and a very kind-looking face. From her eyes and expression, she kind of reminded Naruto of somebody he knew. At the moment though, the blonde couldn't help but notice that she was looking a little lost. Not being one to leave someone hanging, the Jinchuriki decided to see what was up and approached her. He saw the girl glance around a few more times, murmuring uneasily to herself until he tapped her on the shoulder and drew her attention up to him. Naruto smiled pleasantly. Hey there. Are you okay? You look like you're having a bit of trouble. Blinking in surprise at the blonde-haired boy, the white-eyed youngster jerked upwards when she realized she was being addressed and stammered out a quick response. Oh, yes. Yes I am. She looked around her once before glancing back up at the boy, whom she seemed to recognize even though she'd never seen him before. That was weird. Is there a place called the Ayuri around here? My father sent me out to buy some herbal teas for him, but I'm not sure if I'm in the right area. Naruto blinked. The Ayuri? It's actually a few blocks away from here. He pointed in the direction said store was in. That way. Oh? The young teen looked where he was pointing. Really? That's okay. I can take you over there if you like, the blonde grinned. The girl smiled warmly in response to his offering and nodded. Thank you kindly. She then bowed in greeting to him. I'm Hyuga Hanabi. Uzumaki Naruto, the world's most famous privateer and coffee salesman at your service, the Jinchuriki replied courteously with his own bow. He then blinked back up to her in surprise. Oh, you're a Hyuga? He saw the youngster nod back affirmatively. That means you're related to Hinata and Niji, is that right? The child nodded. Yes. Hinata is my sister and Niji's my cousin, Hanabi replied. She then smiled when she finally remembered where she'd seen this teenager before, well, heard of him anyway. It was when he brought up her fellow clansman that it finally clicked with her. You're the boy my older sibling keeps talking about. So you're Naruto Uzumaki? Yeah. Your sister talks about me? Not in excess, but she does mention you quite a bit in conversation and when she's mumbling during her training, Hanabi answered while tilting her head. You must be a really incredible person for my sister to think so fondly of you. Naruto rubbed the back of his head bashfully. I'm nothing special. I'm just a blonde-haired delinquent who picks fights and causes trouble for the locals on a daily basis. He then beamed down at the girl. Your family on the other hand, there's something really special. The way you fight, the way you dress, and your mannerisms and doujutsu. Man. I wish I had telescopic eyes that could see through everything and over great distances. That would be spectacular. Blinking a few more times, Hanabi's gaze switched to one of curiosity. His carefree responses aside, he didn't seem like anything remarkable on first glance. He seemed like a unique specimen, yes, what with his color choice, his hairstyle and those whiskers on his cheeks. From the way Hinata had described Naruto in the past, she'd made him out to be an incredible person on par with even the Hyuga's nobility. She said he was a boy of incredible strength, character and presence, that he was capable of moving mountains at a whim. Hanabi accepted this at face value and figured he was some kind of genius with a cool visage and held a personality similar to the monotony of their clans. However, now that she was meeting this boy face to face, he just seemed ordinary with a touch of peculiarity, not the dashing prince of darkness she pictured earlier in the past. Regardless, Hanabi smiled and accepted Naruto's compliments and responses with glee, after which he then began escorting her to her desired location. And that was all there was to it. Naruto didn't want anything in return for this. He just wanted to help out a person in need. If he'd simply let the girl wander around aimlessly the way she was and went home, he'd have felt pretty bad about himself and wouldn't have been able to sleep straight. He'd been in situations like that himself many times before when he was younger and nobody really helped him out. This wasn't so that he could show those people up by doing what they didn't, he was just being nice. A quick march a few streets down from the road Naruto ran into the girl, the pair arrived at the Ayuri. It was a quiet little establishment, and from what the Jinchuriki smelt hanging in the air, had a lot of herbs and tea leaves sitting on its shelves. The scent was simply divine, filling the blonde with a sense reminiscent of his second home. It made him feel good. Well, here we are, Naruto gestured to the building, the Ayuri. The young girl smiled, great. Now I can buy my father what he asked for. She wasted no time scampering in, with her Jinchuriki escort following after her with a smile on his face and his hands in his pockets. For the next few minutes Naruto stuck with Hanabi as she browsed the shelves and grabbed a couple of bags of tea leaves, and other assortments of herbs and whatnot. The blonde kept his smile up throughout all of her shopping, watching the girl go about what she was instructed to do and offered to carry her stuff for her. When she was done and she had everything on her list, they went to the counter, where they were then greeted with a smile by the adult genin working behind it. Once he'd scanned and marked all of the items on the desk in front of him, the adult smiled down at the two kids. Is that all for today, miss? Yes, Hanabi nodded. That will be 152 ryo then, miss, the man replied. Smiling, the young Hyuga then went about checking her pockets. Now let's see, my money is. After several searches through a couple of pockets, Naruto watched as the girl's eyes went a little bit wide and she started to search a bit more frantically. Huh? My money's gone. But how? Both the blonde and the genin working behind the counter looked at the girl with worry, waiting and watching as she searched for a full minute, before deflating where she was standing. It soon became obvious that her search yielded nothing. I don't believe this. Maybe I dropped it somewhere? You lost your money? Naruto asked to clarify, earning a nod from the kunoichi in training. He smiled and then reached into his pocket, pulling out his infamous frog wallet and popping it open. What the heck? I'll pay for whatever you need. He then effortlessly yanked out 200 Ryo notes like it was nothing. Hanabi looked up at him in surprise. She then stepped towards him out of concern. I can't let you do that. It was bad enough that he had taken her here and had helped her to carry some of the shopping, but now he was offering to pay for her. After all that, there was no way she could get him to pay for her. Naruto grinned, handing the cash over to the customer service agent, who accepted the funds gladly. It's fine. Really? And that was it? Upon receiving his change and a receipt, Naruto then helped carry the 2 large bags of tea leaves out of the store, while Hanabi carried all of the little stuff. While the girl insisted she could carry the goods as it was her responsibility, the Jinchuriki rebuked her and said that he would carry it back to her clan compound. It would be several minutes of walking across town later when they eventually arrived at the lavish estate homes belonging to the Hyuga clan, where Naruto deposited the material inside the main compound on the walkway. Upon setting her own stuff down on the elevated patio encompassing the main building, Hanabi turned to a still-present Naruto and bowed gratefully to him. At first puzzled by her action, the Jinchuriki then recoiled a little when he saw the girl beam up at him with a warm smile. Thank you so much. Grinning, the Jinchuriki leaned over and patted the girl on the shoulder. No problem. It was my pleasure. Hanabi gazed appreciatively at him. I would like to repay you for all you've done for me today. Would you like to stay for lunch? She gestured towards one of the shoji doors. I can have something specially made for you, if you like. Enticed, the Jinchuriki thought about it for a moment before looking back and tapping his fingers together meekly. I wouldn't want to impose. Are you sure it's okay? He'd never really stayed at a clan compound before. In fact, the only times he'd ever entered a clan compound was either visiting friends or pulling pranks on the residents. Shit. He hoped he didn't target any Hyugas with his merciless pranks. Did he? That was just a bad date waiting to happen. Hanabi smiled. It's okay. Hanabi. Hearing a new voice had both kids turn and glance towards the entrance to a hallway leading out of the main building, where they saw Hayashi Hyuga standing there with his hands hidden in the sleeves of his robe. He was a tall man with long, brown hair, the same eyes that Hinata and every other Hyuga had, a firm expression, and wore standard white and beige kimono robes. His arrival warranted an immediate change in the atmosphere, which Naruto instantly noticed and had him look at whom he deduced was the clan head with his own, composed visage. Hayashi raised his head as he looked towards his daughter, before panning over the boy in orange. Who is this young man? The Hyuga heiress turned and smiled as she gestured to the blonde. This is Naruto Uzumaki, father. I met him out on the streets while I was trying to find the Ayuri. He took me there and helped carry the shopping I bought home. Did he now? Hayashi asked with an unchanging expression. He considered the boy again and furrowed his brow. Is this the same Naruto your older sister mentioned at dinner? Hanabi nodded, yes. She then stepped forward with a little more assertion in her posture. I invited him to stay for lunch in order to repay him for helping me today. Raising an eyebrow, the man remained silent for a few seconds before filling the air with a sound denoting contemplation. I've heard some interesting things about you, Naruto Uzumaki. Some good, some bad. Oh, Naruto thought, not really liking where this was going based on the man's tone of voice. However, while I should be concerned about the bad things, considering your reputation, it is the good that I would prefer to have sitting at my table today, Hayashi continued, giving the smallest and briefest of smiles and nodding inside. It would be impertinent of me to turn a blind eye to the kind actions of a fellow villager, who went out of his way to escort my daughter. You're also the first friend Hanabi has brought home with her. I would like to speak with you over a meal, if you would like to join us. Naruto replied, shuffling nervously on the spot for a moment before bringing up a smile. Thank you, Mr. Hyuga, sir. Hayashi nodded before turning to his daughter, his face once again becoming stern. Hanabi, please show Uzumaki-san to the table. The man then turned heel and headed on inside. Once he was gone, Naruto breathed out in relief and tugged on his collar. Man. That was intense. He didn't know why, but just looking the guy in the eye made him feel uneasy. Maybe it was because he was a dad or something. The fact that he was standing so close to his daughter probably called for such a response. Hanabi beamed back at Naruto fondly. It's rare to see father smile toward a guest. He must be grateful to you for helping me. Yeah, maybe, Naruto chuckled rather weakly. Talk about a shaky reception. Hanabi, smiling a little more brightly, approached the boy and tugged on his jacket, snapping him out of his reverie. Come, I'll show you around after we drop the tea and herbs to the kitchen. Oh. Okay, Naruto nodded, quickly doing as instructed and helping the girl carry the bags inside the clan's main building. It was a really well put together establishment and was incredibly clean. The Jinchuriki felt like he'd crossed a threshold of sorts dividing this place from the rest of the village. The contrast was just gobsmacking. The kitchen had to be the size of his whole fucking apartment. However, he wasn't going to go bouncing off walls just because of all the 5-star gimmicks sitting around. No. He was a guest here and he was going to behave himself. No horsing around or any shenanigans. He already did enough of that out among the commoners. Plus he didn't really know how things went on around here, and so allowed himself to be led around by the young Hyuga and listened into what the youngster had to say. It brought a smile to Naruto's face to see young Hanabi slowly start to become more accustomed to his presence and begin to open up to him a little more as she showed him around. To the Jinchuriki, the young Hyuga heiress seemed so much more sociable than Hinata and Niji, but that was something to be understood since she was still young and probably more open as a normal person. She would answer every question he had and would fill him in on all the little details about their home and clan, before finally leading them to the dining room. There, they met an already present Hayashi and a welcoming set of delectable-looking entrees. Though the setup seemed way above what Naruto was normally used to ensure he didn't fall too out of place, he simply mimicked what Hanabi did and sat himself at the table next to her. From there, well, he just went with it. As civil as Hayashi came off and as firm as the man spoke towards Naruto, the boy didn't allow the intensity of the atmosphere to compromise the experience here. In fact, all Hayashi really asked of Naruto was what he did as a shinobi, what his interests were, who was on his team, and really just general questions about stuff he would probably do in his free time. Both Hanabi and Hayashi listened intently when the blonde responded to each question in turn, and with this casual back and forth over a delightful lunch of curry, well, Naruto actually had a good time speaking with the two Hyuga clan members. It made his break time really more worthwhile. Perhaps this was just one of those welcome perks of being a nice guy. Of course, the meal did take an interesting turn a little later down the line. While they were still eating, Naruto suddenly spotted a familiar figure walk past the slightly open door on the walkway outside and looked up. "Oh, hey Nei." His exclamation stopping the older teen, the prodigy backed up and looked into the dining chamber in surprise. When he recognized the Jinchuriki seated at the table alongside Hanabi, the boy with long brown hair in a ponytail nodded to him in greeting. "Hello, Naruto." Grinning, the Jinchuriki patted the space beside him. "Would you like to join us? There's still plenty of food if you're hungry." Surprised at the question, Niji looked around at the other two members of the clan sitting around the table. Having easily spotted Hanabi, he then turned his gaze towards Hayashi, who was sitting at the end and looking back at him all businesslike. When the genius identified the two members of the main house, especially the leader, he frowned distastefully. It wasn't too prominent that it was incredibly noticeable, but his ire was still felt by Naruto, who then saw the boy look back at him with disappointment reflected in his eyes. "I'm sorry, but I can't join you right now, Naruto. It would be awfully brazen of someone like me to simply sit without being asked by Lord Hayashi himself, plus I have some important errands to run." He bowed apologetically to those in the room, before straightening up once more. "Perhaps next time." "Okay," Naruto murmured as he watched the boy leave, a little bit let down that he didn't want to stay. After watching Niji leave, the Jinchuriki then turned to Hayashi, whom he could see was looking at him. "You know Niji?" Naruto nodded. "Yeah, I know him and his team very well. I enjoy hanging out with them whenever I can find the time and I really like their company. Two of them are really friendly and outgoing, but Niji's more of the collected and lone wolf type. He was a bit of jerk when I first met him a couple months ago, but I think he warmed up a little and is starting to be a little more open towards others." "I see," Hayashi responded, sparing a glance towards the doorway again. Noticing the man's puzzlement, Naruto looked down at the table thoughtfully for a second. He remembered back to how Niji responded earlier and then back to when he first met the genius and his previous, charming, disposition towards hard workers. After a moment of pondering and thinking over some of the stuff he'd heard about the clan, the blonde looked up. "I think Niji is still a little bit upset because he's had some problems in the past that haven't been fixed yet." Hayashi looked towards him again. "Why do you say that?" "Well, he may be friendlier now, but he still doesn't like talking about his family that often. Whenever I try asking him about Hinata or anyone else from the main house of your family, he just clams up, sneers or changes the subject. I don't really know what that's about, but I think it would do him some good if he could just talk about it," Naruto said while also shrugging. "You know, get it off of his chest." Taking this in, Hayashi averted his gaze briefly again. Considering the situation for a moment, and figuring what the problem might be regarding the troubled teen of the Branch family, the man looked up towards the boy and nodded understandingly. "I think I'll have a word with him about it later." When he saw the boy's surprise, the man raised a hand. "It's okay. I won't be harsh. It's just that you've made me realize I have some old material I need to have sorted. Clan business." "Oh. Okay," Naruto beamed in relief. "Thanks." Hanabi looked between both Naruto and Hayashi curiously, wondering what this was all about before receiving a reassuring smile from the former. After that, they continued to eat and chat, enjoying what little time they had remaining in this period. XXX. A week or so later. "Ugh, that was rough," Ino moaned, stretching her neck out as she stood up from the tree she had previously been slumped up against. Groaning as she looked around at her two male colleagues standing in the same area, the blonde smirked, "But I think I've got my aim down pat. That mouse didn't even see it coming." Choji chuckled from where he was sitting and munching on a bag of chips. "It was kind of funny seeing you running around in the body of a mouse, Ino, especially when you stopped to try and clean out your hair. It was covered in dust and its nails had dirt in them," Ino said, checking hers at the same time. "It was kind of gross." The kunoichi looked up toward Shikamaru, whom she could see was looking back at her with the same, close to falling asleep expression he always wore. "I sure hope you guys have actually gotten somewhere with your training." "Don't worry. We have," Shikamaru replied, letting out an unconvincing yawn at the end. Ino raised an eyebrow at him. "Are you sure?" She knew the two boys well, so it was understandable why she had her doubts about their current level and progress. "Trust me. I've been working my butt off the past 5 weeks just as hard as you two," the Nara stated while picking at his ear. "What can I say? My mum is a very persuasive character. It's kind of hard to take a nap in the middle of the day when you have someone like her breathing down your neck every minute and asking you how things are going. It's such a pain." "Well, I should come by your place sometime and thank her properly," Ino replied agitatedly, placing her hands on her hips and glaring across at her teammate. After all, she's the one who's actually pushing your unmotivated ass up the hill. Hell, she's even more concerned about the final stage of the exams than you are. No arguments here. Ugh, sometimes I even wonder how your clan even managed to last this long. By doing the bare minimum, Ino, Shikamaru said with a weak smirk. The blonde rolled her eyes before throwing a few jabs in front of her, testing out her current level of speed and strength. Oh yeah. I'm definitely ready for this. I'm going to mash that yellow-wearing klutz into the ground. She looked across at Choji, who was still digging through the packet of chips resting in his lap. You'd better make it out of the first round, Choji, or I'm going to make your life a living hell. Pausing before he could put the chips he was holding into his mouth, the teen looked up at his teammate curiously. How? Giving it a moment of thought, Ino considered his current snack item before smirking devilishly in his direction. I'll suspend your convenience store privileges for a month. Paling, the boy hugged his bag of chips to his chest tightly, tight enough to crush it. No, wait. Ino, please. I mean it. No. Anything but that. So, are you going to make it through the first round? Yes. I will. I definitely will. You'd better, Ino pointed at him, before pointing out onto the field. Now go work on your jutsu, pronto. Yes ma'am. Choji shouted, leaping to his feet while stuffing his now crushed chip bag down his shirt. Leaving a cloud of dust hanging behind him, he sprinted across the grassy fields and immediately threw himself into training. He didn't care what he did, as long as it looked like he was working hard from his Kunoichi teammate's point of view. Seeing Ino practically threaten Choji with punishment should he fail, had Shikamaru shake his head and scrub his hair tiredly, troublesome. Oh. Twirling a kunai between her fingers, Tenten fired off one of her roguish grins before letting the blade fly from her hand, impaling a dummy several yards behind her directly between the eyes. Upon seeing it effortlessly rest between several other blades sharing the same space, the brown-haired girl then looked across the clearing towards the center of the field, where she saw Niji standing dead center of a recently formed and perfect crater. Watching the dust settle, the Kunoichi was able to get an idea of what the boy had just accomplished, which brought an impressed smile to her face. I can see you finally mastered the Kaiten technique. The Hyuga, back turned, glanced over his shoulder and deactivated his Byakugan. A smirk appeared on his face. With this I'll be able to block any technique thrown at me. However, it's not like I'm going to give my opponent the chance to get close enough for me to use it. That's not my intention. He was saying this because he hadn't just spent all his time practicing his clan's ultimate defense. The genius had also dipped his brush into other areas in which he needed improvement. In order to face Naruto for their long-desired rematch, Niji had focused on increasing his speed, his accuracy, range, and his blocking prowess. In order to throw his opponent off from grappling or getting into a hitting match at extreme close range, Niji had trained himself to unleash timely bursts of chakra from his body to knock foes off balance. Also, so that he could stop Naruto from moving around the area like he tended to, the Hyuga had also trained himself to cut off space for his targets. With his newfound speed, he was confident he could defeat even the speediest of adversaries. Naruto was a tricky customer. There was no way Niji was going to give him or any other opponent he was likely to face an inch. If he could beat the blonde-haired wonder, then no other genin in the exams stood a chance. Only as a last resort. He nodded towards Tenten's side of the field when Niji spotted the multiple training dummies absolutely covered in deadly weapons. I can see you're more than prepared. Tenten raised a fist and gripped the bicep of that arm proudly. That's nothing. I've got a few more surprises up my sleeve that my opponent will definitely have a hard time trying to counter. I can't wait. You sound just like Lee. Heh, maybe I've been hanging around him for too long. His daily exuberance has filtered out over both of us, the Kunoichi said, slipping her hands behind her head. She then looked off thoughtfully. Perhaps I should go find Naruto-kun and see if he wants to do something today. Sticking with him might help balance out the tang in the atmosphere. A cheeky grin then came across her face as she looked mischievously over at her teammate. We still have to cash in on that bet we made, after all. The Hyuga chuckled when he too remembered the bet that was made between the three teams. Right. Almost forgot about that. He nodded toward the Kunoichi in inquiry. What do you plan to get Naruto to do for you? Not sure. Maybe I'll ask him to take me shopping for some new training gear and stuff. That's always fun, Tenten replied enthusiastically. All the best then, Niji offered with a nod, looking off in another direction to see Lee suddenly come dashing out of the woods, running on his hands. Despite being the wrong way up, the boy in green was actually making excellent progress with his upper limbs being his main supports. A cloud of dust trailing behind him, the magnificent, miniature green beast charged past the two other members of Team Guy and disappeared into the woods, leaving his teammates staring oddly after him. I can see he won't be stopping anytime soon. Tenten nodded in agreement. He's just excited about the tournament. Hopefully it will all die down afterwards when he finally has a Chunin vest in his hands. They could only hope. Unfortunately, they knew better. It was just physically impossible for Lee to sit still for even a moment. He ran marathons with Guy-sensei in their sleep for crying out loud. Oh. The massive white cloud filling the entire area of Training Ground 3 settled slowly back down into the grass, leaving a slightly ruined landscape and Tayuya standing in the center of it with her flute held up to her lips. With the completion of her technique, the girl slowly lowered said instrument, breathed a deep sigh of relief, and grinned as she looked up and surveyed her handiwork. With only a few light bruises and cuts covering her, and a majority of her chakra still remaining, the results of her latest training sessions instilled in her a level of confidence that made her believe she had a good chance of making it to the finals in the coming tournament. Her bracket had quite a handful of skilled contenders, but thanks to her hard work, the guidance of her teachers and the confident words from Naruto, she knew she was going to stomp on all of them. She wasn't going to let that swell her head though. She needed to keep a clear one for this contest. Spinning the flute between her fingers, Tayuya caught it firmly and smirked. "I've prepared that jutsu just for you, shithead. I want to face you in the final round, and I intend to." If she met him in the last round of the exams, she would be ready for him, or at least as ready as she was going to be facing the seemingly indomitable Jinchuriki. Standing nearby with his arms folded, Gunma grinned proudly at seeing Tayuya dispatch all of the giant serpents sent after her by one Mitarashi Anko, the latter of which was perched up in a nearby tree with a stick of dango in hand. Little Spitfire is coming along nicely. With those tactics and that flute of hers, she'll definitely make it to Chunin no problem. Anko laughed down from her perch as the man reviewed his students' abilities. "You're only saying that because you're hoping that at least one of your students from the first group of genin you've ever taught make it to Chunin in their first year." This got a chuckle out of the composed Jonin as he glanced up towards the purple-haired snake charmer looking down at him. "Don't get me wrong, I'm proud of all 3 of my kids. I believe that all of them have a chance of making it, but these exams are harsh. With so many competitors and so many judges, the results can go either way." He pulled the Senbon out of his mouth and pointed it towards the redhead out on the field. "Just admit it, Anko, you want that girl to become Chunin even more than I do." "You're damn right I do," the purple-haired beauty exclaimed with a proud grin. "I put 2 of my best years into her. Of course I want her to get promoted. I need a little kohai around the office to order around and make myself look like a big shot." Gunma gave the woman a raised eyebrow and an amused smirk. "You cover that well enough on your own. You'd better watch what you say, buddy, unless you want to wake up in bed with a family of cobras." Oh. Yanking his arm out of the hard surface of stone and seeing a cloud of smoke follow shortly afterwards, coating his wrist, Sasuke gave a confident grin and shook off the crumbs of the boulder he'd just finished skewering. "I'd say that that's enough work for today." No longer wearing his blue top with high collar and white shorts, the young prodigy was now adorned in a black, one-piece version of his outfit with various arm belts and gauze on his left side, elbow guards, and belts strapping both his legs. The new look gave him an overall darker vibe about his person as well as a sense that he had grown as a shinobi. After all of the exercises that Kakashi had put him through, it was no wonder the boy felt so confident and even more excited for the tournament to come. Wiping sweat from his brow, Sasuke flexed his left arm a bit before turning to look across at the boulder on the other end of the flat field on top of the Hokage monument he was using as a temporary training area. Spotting the other hole he'd managed to punch through it, the boy breathed a sigh and slipped his hands into his pockets, walking away from the newly made mark and leaving it all but forgotten. "I'm limited to 2 shots a day," Sasuke murmured, taking stock of his ability with his new jutsu and furrowing his brow in thought. 2 effective shots anyway. I can try to put out a third if I really have to, but the chances of success are about 50%. In the 5 weeks they've had, he'd managed to improve his taijutsu and stamina considerably. His speed was up, his physical strength was up, his aim was more precise, the fire release techniques in his arsenal had grown stronger, and now he had a lightning release ability to add to his arsenal. Thanks to the convenience of the adaptability trait of his Sharingan, it made it easier for him to learn a high-level ability like that, no sweat. It was working on getting it right and making it feel natural, that was the thing. Still, his increase in efficiency made him wonder whether he was match enough to beat his arch-rival, which brought a smirk to his face. "I'll see you in the later rounds, dope." Oh. Sakura panted and wiped sweat from the side of her face as she looked up and across the small forest clearing toward the Kakashi clone she was sparring with. Around them the ground was scorched in various ways and covered in craters. The burnt and charred ground was one thing, but it was a question of what caused the massive dents in the earth in the first place that was the mystery. However, this was something that could be covered by others at another time more convenient. Right now, the pink-haired Kunoichi was finishing up the last touches of her newest technique, something that had her Jonin instructor looking on with interest and with his Sharingan in full view, capturing every second of the attack's execution. After a couple of hours of practice, the man had learned to stay well out of range of the technique, as it had pretty much decimated everything from its center. A second glance of the field, above the scorched ground, you could also see the forest around them had pretty much died and the structures of the trees had rotted to the core. It was a shame too, because those had been some very beautiful trees. Nothing that nature can't recover from in a month, give or take a few days, the Kakashi Shadow clone exclaimed observantly, looking around the area. After which he focused back onto his student, who had placed her hands together into yet another hand seal. The Jonin raised his hand to stop her and pulled his headband back over his eye. "That's enough, Sakura-kun. Don't strain yourself the day before we head off. You're going to need all your strength if you're going to get through the first round." Frowning, Sakura gave a stiff nod and pulled her hands apart. After which she rose to her feet and brushed her dress down. She'd gone for a slight change in attire. To go with her short-cut hair, a red top with white trim and short sleeves, exposing her midriff, a red battle skirt and black spandex shorts. It was essentially a summer version of her previous uniform, and it suited her well. "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei," Sakura exclaimed, rolling her shoulder and flexing her fist. "I think that really is enough for now. I'll be able to flatten that girl from the hidden sand with ease with these." She grinned as she looked down at her balled fist, feeling all of the strength she'd gained from both her teammates and her instructor over the course of the month's training. Naruto had helped her with her taijutsu and finding her niche in the ninjutsu department. Both he and Sasuke encouraged her to do better, and her teacher helped strengthen all of her collective techniques. In the 5 weeks given to them, in an incredible feat of determination and concentration, the pink-haired girl had increased her arsenal of jutsu from naught to a handful that would definitely come as a shock to anyone bound to face her. Hell, the girl felt even stronger than she'd ever felt before. Many times stronger than when she fought that woman that could turn invisible on their first D-rank mission outside of the village, and way stronger than when they all faced that band of mercenaries Naruto hospitalized. She was ready. "I'm definitely going to make several heads roll out there," the slightly grungy-looking Sakura stated as she struck a cool girl pose, fist in the air. "Husha." The Kakashi clone chuckled and gave her his famous eye smile, "I know you will." The man nodded to the girl who beamed in his direction, which he returned with a salute. "I'll see you, Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun, at the gates tomorrow morning. Have a good rest." He then vanished in a puff of white smoke, leaving the kunoichi to her devices. Oh. Meanwhile, exchanging the disc in the player she had for something else from the cupboards underneath the television, Isaribi let out a sigh as she decided to go grab herself something from the kitchen. Ambling down the corridor at a comfortable pace, the purple-haired girl was about to arrive at her destination when she suddenly heard the clunking of pipes coming from a nearby room, followed by a familiar call that had her stop in her tracks. "Hey, Isaribi-chan." The girl in bandages blinked. "Naruto-kun? Oh, was he in the bathroom?" Figures. He'd gone out super early that morning to get some last-minute training in to file out any rough edges in his form and had snuck back around lunch period while everybody else was out. This had pretty much left her at his apartment all by herself, with the exception of Kin, who was airing out the sheets, pillows, blankets and covers in their bedroom and rotating the mattresses out with the news ones. Now he was back and had just finished having a shower, if the pipe switching off weren't an indication of this fact. "What's up? Could you grab me a towel from the laundry? All of the old ones are in the wash and there aren't any more in here." Blinking in surprise, Isaribi gave a slight nod and did as she was asked. Sure. Just a sec." It was the least she could do since the boy was practically allowing her to live in his apartment and was paying for most of all their expenses, and she was making some through any odd job that she could. It would be downright mean of her if she didn't try to contribute to the household. Not that she was going to say no, she would have done so even if it wasn't Naruto. Common courtesy and everything. After salvaging a clean and dry towel from the laundry, the girl marched back over to the bathroom door and knocked on it. When she saw the door open slightly, Naruto's dripping face popped into view, which was quickly accompanied by a grin when he saw the girl hold up the towel. "Thanks, Isaribi-chan." Accepting it gladly and pulling back behind the door, he began drying himself out of shot, while the girl stood in place patiently with her hands behind her back. "So, have you got any plans this week? Do you want to come with us to the tournament tomorrow?" Isaribi smiled at him. "I bumped into Ms. Kurenai at the shops a couple of days ago and she asked if I wanted to come along with her team to see the finals. I told her I'd think about it and that I'd get back to her later." She turned side on when she heard the blonde stop drying momentarily to listen. "I would really like to go, but I think it would be best if I stayed here and looked after the house with Kin while you and Tayuya are away. Wouldn't want a repeat of last time." She was of course referring to the time Jiraiya broke in through the kitchen window. "Oh, that's cool," Naruto exclaimed brightly, the purple-haired kunoichi actually hearing the grin sprout back onto his face. He could understand her reasoning. She felt very much at home here, and this being the first village she'd ever gone to where people didn't move away from her in the streets, he could see why she wasn't so set on leaving. This was the reason why he didn't dispute her decision. "If that's what you want to do, then that's fine with me. It's gonna be one hell of a party out there though. I'll need to be at my absolute best to win." He was determined to meet Tayuya in the finals, if she was as pumped as he was about the whole thing. Isaribi giggled, leaning up against the wall and looking straight ahead. "I'll make sure to go watch your fight on the big screen in the stadium here in the village on the day then. Everyone who's not able to go see it live will be gathered there, so I'll be sure to get a front row seat." "Well then, if that's the case, then I'd better put on the best show that I can and make every damn swing that I throw count. My fights are going to be the best, after all. That's a Naruto Uzumaki guarantee." Isaribi, rocking a bit from side to side, gazed warmly towards the ground. "I'll cheer the loudest for you, Naruto-kun." Yeah. Even if she wasn't going to be there at the actual event, she was going to make certain that he could hear her. She was sure Tayuya and his friends were going to be doing the same up in their seats, so Isaribi was determined to make her voice reach him. "Because I know you'll be going for the win." Naruto beamed, wrapping the towel around his waist and picking up his dirty laundry. "That means a lot, Isaribi-chan." He looked down at the ground. "By the end of this week, you're going to have 2 new Chunin living in this apartment." "We'll hold you to it," Isaribi exclaimed, looking back up again. "Kin and I both. After all, you never go back on your word." "Nope. Never." Naruto opened the door and stepped out, steam following after his half-naked form as droplets of water continued to frame his well-toned body, which came into full view of the diver. Waving his locks out of his face, the whisker-faced boy grinned dashingly. "Believe me, this isn't some dumb play to make myself look cool in front of everyone. When I say I'm going to do something, I mean it. That's my way of the ninja, and the way I get things done. Heh, call it a stubbornness issue." Blushing to the roots of her hair from getting a better-than-decent flash of the boy's form, the now red-faced Isaribi nodded dumbly in response. Yeah." Her eyes strayed downwards. Shoulders, chest, six-pack. How the hell did he get so chiseled so quickly, and for a teen his age? God, was she drooling? What kind of training did he have to go through to get this healthy? Every curve on him up close was defined in some way. She was speechless. Noticing her shock, Naruto chuckled and leaned in to whisper as he began walking past, "I'll show everyone there how far a strong spirit and hard work can take you. I'm sure a lot of the others will be doing the same. This is a competition, after all." He then left the girl and disappeared around the far corner. Heart pounding against her chest, Isaribi practically collapsed against the wall and slid down it slowly, her legs barely keeping her up as she gripped the space over her head. Her face still glowing, the girl gulped and looked down the hallway. Naruto disappeared down. "Oh. Naruto-kun." Unable to contain herself any longer, the girl fainted, blood dripping out of her nose. The thud of her body hitting the floor called Naruto back over to her again. Having only been able to put on a pair of pants, the blonde returned to the hall to investigate the strange noise, and freaked out when he saw the girl passed out in his corridor with a heavenly smile on her face. "Isaribi-chan. What happened?" He grabbed her shoulders and shook her. "Speak to me." Seeing the girl state for himself, the QB snickered, "Brat, if I could and was able to in my position, I would high-five you right now." Unfortunately he couldn't, being in a cage and all that noise. While Naruto was trying to nurse Isaribi back to health, the sound of footsteps from the laundry of Kin returning from using the machines echoed down the hall. Puzzled as to what all the noise was about, the former sound Kunoichi came to see what was happening. "What's with all the screaming?" Kin asked, poking her head around to see Naruto trying to shake a dazed Isaribi awake. "What are you guys doing?" Hearing the tomboyish voice of the other girl in the apartment, the half-naked Jinchuriki turned and stood up. "Oh, great. Kin-chan. You're here. Thank Kami. It's Isaribi-chan, she just fainted." Unfortunately, he was completely oblivious to still being top bare, so when he flashed Kin a decent shot of him shirtless in all his filed out and slightly damp glory, the response was immediate. Stunned at how the light traveled past his waving locks, handsome face and fantastic form, the blushing Kunoichi formerly from Sound tried to hold on as best as she could. However, several seconds of red face later, the stunned raven-haired girl just couldn't take it anymore and fainted. She joined Isaribi in the thralls of bliss with a dull thud, a serene smile on her face and a bloody nose accompanying. "He's so hot," were Kin's last, conscious thoughts. The event effectively left two girls lying in the hall, out cold, with a panicking Naruto scrambling about and not knowing what to do. Naruto. Drifting. The center of the world. The very next day. Late evening. Yugakure. Night had started to fall by the time the convoy from Konohagakure arrived at the gates of the hidden village in the land of hot water, the very same village that would be hosting the final events of the Chunin selection exams. While the squads and their instructors would have probably showed up a lot earlier, thanks to the dilly-dallying of one of their members that morning and the continued impediments of heavy traffic on the highways, they were kept from arriving at an earlier time. Of course, when they finally did step in through the main gates and they were greeted by both the events officials and the shinobi guard, the group was simply stunned into silence at the setup that greeted them. Under the slowly darkening sky, every single building and stall out on the streets was open and abuzz with life. Businesses were booming as there were hundreds upon hundreds of visitors littering the streets, reveling in the entertainment provided for them and feasting on all the delectable food items up for sale. It was just a fantastic sight, reminiscent of all the festival seasons that had come and gone from Konohagakure. Yes, the fireworks and the attractions were a familiar element to the visiting teams, but seeing it all in another village was another thing altogether. What with all the excitement in the air and the anticipation of tomorrow, the sight of the bustling town in full swing of the festivities just seemed to enhance everything about them. Hell, Naruto and his crew felt their adrenaline increase tenfold the moment they crossed the threshold and onto the main highway leading through the foreign shinobi village. The pace of the march slowed so that everybody could drink in their surroundings. "Boys and girls, meet the audiences that you will be entertaining tomorrow," Asuma announced, pulling out the cigarette wedged between his lips and chucking it. "Make it count, alright." "Hi, Sensei," Ino and Choji said loudly. The stereo track was then followed up by the mono response from the forever half-asleep Shikamaru, strolling along with his hands in his pockets. "Troublesome." Rock Lee grinned brightly and raised a fist towards the overhanging lanterns with glee, yosh. What a glorious time to be alive. A time where people from all walks of life can come together under one banner and watch shinobi battle each other in spirited competition. No matter what happens tomorrow, I will do my best to show the world that my flames of youth burn the brightest. While Guy smiled down at the boy he was grooming into a fine taijutsu master, his other squad mates were strolling alongside looking a little bit embarrassed at all the weird stares they got from Lee's outburst. While Niji remained as composed as he possibly could, Ten sighed and tried to make herself appear as small as possible. "Does he really have to do this now?" the Kunoichi with buns in her hair asked. "All good things come to an end, Ten. We just have to be patient," Niji replied hopefully and trying his best not to break character. While the various squads en route for their hotel were walking along and marveling at the scenery, they along with the surrounding villagers and vendors in the area suddenly became aware of a very strange sound. Walking along for a little bit longer, the noise persisted, prompting everyone to slow their pace to a crawl before stopping altogether. Following the strange jangling sound back to its original source, they saw Naruto walk past them in a marching fashion, a loud, chinking noise ringing out with every step he took, which had everyone look down at his feet. Realizing everyone on the road had stopped and was now staring at him, Naruto also pulled to a halt and looked over his shoulder at the teams behind him. "Hey guys, what's up?" Sakura sweat dropped. "Naruto, why are you wearing spurs on your sandals?" Sure enough, looking down, Naruto flashed them the pair of riding spurs on the backs of his heels. The rowels spun when he clicked them against the ground, glinting under the lights of the festival and earning confused blinks from everyone. The Jinchuriki then grinned and made a cool guy pose while flashing the squads his most dashing smile. "I'm glad you asked, Sakura-chan," Naruto responded in a very suave tone of voice. "It's to let everyone around me know that the world's most badass motherfucker has just pulled into town." The boy then lifted his nose high in the air, framing an even more awesome pose as a gust of wind blew past and ruffled his clothes. In reality it was just his hero's wind technique kicking up and blowing leaves in the background, including tumbleweed. "Look out Yugakure, the hero has finally arrived." His little stunt blew through several stalls and disturbed the many civilians and villagers standing in the area when things were windswept out of place. Everyone's sweat dropped, except for Tayuya, Tenten and Hinata, who all giggled discreetly at his display. Sasuke sighed, right? Dispersing of the spur issue, the teams then made their way over to the hotel reserved especially for the Konohagakure shinobi, the very same one that they'd used on their first visit here. After finding their rooms and beds, and upon setting all of the stuff that they carried here with them down, their teachers then allowed them to go out and enjoy the festivities. It was still early in the night, so there was plenty of time for them to mingle and enjoy themselves before the competition early tomorrow morning. They were warned though not to stay out too late or to get into fights with any of the shinobi there or the other participants should they happen to run into them. If they caused any trouble for the Yugakure authorities, not only would they face charges but also be disqualified from the competition. This was not something they wanted to do. Closing the door to their room, Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke then headed off down the hall to the lobby. They moved for the exit side by side, with the Kunoichi of the three using the time she had available to her to take in her teammates' appearances and to get a feel for their auras. Compared to the forms they held weeks earlier, she certainly sensed a more prevailing air about them, which really spoke wonders about their increases in strength. While Naruto hadn't changed much in terms of appearances save for his height, he still gave off those vibes that told Sakura he was indeed a physical presence to be reckoned with. Despite this, the one that gave her the biggest surprise of them was Sasuke, who'd not only taken on a more empowering image but had also switched out his wardrobe. It was a sight that Sakura took her time in appreciating and brushing her hair over. She leaned over and smiled across at the Uchiha, who glanced back at her when he sensed her eyes on the side of his head. "You look good, Sasuke-kun." Taking in the compliment, Sasuke nodded back to her and glanced ahead of him again, his expression unwavering. "Thanks. I really like your outfit. Black suits you very well. Where'd you get it from?" "It's something I had lying around the back of my closet. Since all of my blue tops were ruined from the training Kakashi-sensei put me through, I had to come up with something else," Sasuke replied collectedly. Sakura blinked. "You couldn't do your laundry?" "I was busy," Sasuke shrugged offhandedly, closing his eyes. "Work for a shinobi comes before dress, but after this is over I'll be able to clean out my room and replace some of my ruined clothes." Smiling, the girl tucked some hair behind her ear and tilted her head at him. "What do you think of my outfit? Is it good?" The Uchiha glanced at his female teammate and sized her up. Taking a moment to look at each of the pieces she wore, from the top to the skirt, he then turned his eyes front again and continued on walking. "It's okay." Sakura frowned when she realized that was all the response she was going to get from him. Deflating slightly, the pink-haired Kunoichi then turned to the Jinchuriki to see him smiling and marching along with one hand in his pocket and the other swinging beside him in a cheerful manner. Mood improving from the high spirit he was showing, Sakura beamed at the blonde before siding up to him and nudging him in the side. "Huh? What's up, Sakura-chan?" Naruto asked in surprise. "So, I heard you and Tayuya are a couple now," Sakura spoke, getting the blonde to blink. "What's that like? Being boyfriend and girlfriend, I mean?" The Kunoichi was genuinely curious about this. After all, she didn't know how that stuff worked. Was there some kind of special vibe going on between them? Did they have rules? Regulations? Commitments? What? Sakura wanted to know for the sake of curiosity. Plus she was inquisitive about her friend's current situation. She wanted to know whether he was doing all right and was comfortable with his relationship. After all, Naruto was a really nice person and one who always looked out for others. It wouldn't be fair on him if people didn't look out for him in kind. She needed to be there to support him if something went wrong, because he was one of her best friends. The boy grinned back at Sakura when he was finally able to process her question. "Honestly, it's not that different from what things were like between me and Tayuya-chan before." The Kunoichi blinked. "What do you mean by that?" Naruto scratched his cheek sheepishly. "Tayuya-chan and I have been living together for a long time already. I was really happy that she was there with me and I really enjoyed spending time with her and looking after her. Since we were always together and already did a lot of stuff that a boyfriend and girlfriend would do, I guess, the change from being friends to being a couple wasn't that big of a step to make." "Oh," Sakura nodded in understanding, before smiling brightly. "So you and Tayuya were already really close that you didn't even notice taking that next step?" That actually made a lot of sense. Whenever Sakura saw Naruto and Tayuya hanging out, the two always acted like a couple together anyway. It wasn't that much of a stretch to imagine them as an item, since they were practically one to begin with. It was a perfect match. Though the kissing was a new addition, the two of them already being together wasn't. Naruto nodded affirmatively. "Even though things aren't that different between us, I think Tayuya-chan is a lot happier now that we're able to open up to each other a little more. Nowadays we don't even worry about what other people think. As long as she's happy, then I'm happy too." His expression then became more profound as he looked ahead of him contemplatively. It was a look that surprised Sakura because she'd never seen him appear so positive and attentive before. "I really care about her, Sakura-chan." No matter what happens and no matter where she goes, I will always be there for her. Awed by the conviction in his voice, Sakura gazed across at him admiringly before giving a smile. The words spoken by the Jinchuriki also didn't go unnoticed by Sasuke, who momentarily glanced across at Naruto before looking back as if nothing had happened. His words did strike a chord though, and it brought smiles to both listeners' faces. Once they reached the lobby, Naruto stopped in his tracks and watched Sasuke and Sakura turn to him questioningly. He nodded to them with a smile, "You guys go on ahead." He grinned, "I've got a date tonight." Nodding in understanding, the two members of Team 7 left, exiting out onto the streets and into the festival that awaited them. Naruto waited there in the lobby, watching the staff moving about and tending to their duties. It was a pretty classy place considering it was built in a village most famous for its various hotspots, sights and delicacies. Yugakure was basically just one big tourist attraction. It made the Jinchuriki think that its shinobi must really love it here. While he was standing there and waiting, using the time he had to admire all of the decorations and design features of the building, he suddenly felt a familiar presence come up behind him and his eyes covered by a pair of nimble hands. The world blocked out, the boy froze up when he heard the person giggle. Guess who? Tayuya-chan? Nope. Niji? He grinned in amusement when he heard the person snort. He actually does have very womanly hands. Have you noticed that? The hands were quickly relinquished from his face and he looked around, just in time to see Tenten poke her head around and smirk at him. If he ever heard you say that he'd beat you to within an inch of your life. That or put you into cardiac arrest. Naruto chuckled, but he's not here, is he? I think I'm safe, unless you're thinking of ratting me out to him. Giggling, the brown-haired girl moved around till both were standing in front of each other. I wouldn't dream of it. What are you doing waiting in here and not out there joining the party? Tenten asked while nodding towards the exit. Are you expecting someone? Yeah, Tayuya-chan said she would meet up with me later so that we could hang out together. He then blinked when he processed the rest of what the redhead said to him and he looked around the floor space in thought. Actually, she never told me exactly where she was going to meet me. I just assumed it would be here. Wait, did she want to meet up with him? He remembers her saying something more along the lines of, "You're going to have a surprise tonight." Or did she say something else? Hearing this had Tenten smirk before she promptly wrapped her arms around his. When she sided up to him and got the boy to look at her in surprise, she flashed him her brightest grin. Well, lucky for you I know where she is. I'll take you to her, but first you're going to take me for a walk around town. I want to check out some of the stalls, and the gaming booths. That mini shuriken range had some awesome prizes on it. I want the stuffed panda. Huh? Naruto shook his head in surprise. Did he miss something? Wait, you want me to take you out? Of course, I mean. Tenten then gave him a mischievous grin with a dark shadow across her eyes, a look that had Naruto lean back in bewilderment. You still owe me a service. Don't you remember the race we had in the second stage? Naruto had the common sense to appear a little dismayed. Oh, you remember that? Hey, just because we nearly got killed tobogganing down the side of an active volcano, doesn't mean I'm going to forget the deal we made at the beginning of the run. Good shinobi don't back out on agreements, and aren't you the one who said you'd never break a promise, no matter what? Tenten asked, still grinning as she watched the boy take it all in. She then nodded when she saw him blink, signifying he got the message. That's what I thought. Seeing her smug look had Naruto take on one as well and he hooked his arm in her grip. I didn't say I wasn't going to take you out. I was just a little bit surprised. When he felt the girl step closer to him, he then gestured towards the door. Where do you want to go first? Ball toss, Tenten chirped, making her grip more comfortable as they started towards the exit. I want to test out my aim. You're the boss, Naruto replied. As the two of them exited the lobby, they failed to notice the familiar presence of one red-haired musician girl wearing the purple scarf, khaki fur coat, spandex shorts and red swirl pattern on the back of her jacket standing behind one of the nearby pillars. Arms folded and eyes trained on them, Tayuya allowed a smirk to cross her lips before stepping off of the support beam. Time to hit the hot springs. She was in a village made famous for its body healing and vitality increasing baths. There was no way she was passing off a perfect opportunity to enjoy a nice long soak in one of the steaming hot ponds. Trick Naruto to go out and knock off to have some fun on your own. Hey. Akunoichi needed some downtime for herself every once in a while. Oh. Reveling in the sights and sounds of the town, Naruto took Tenten down the main road where they immediately started exploring the various stalls displaying the various goods and services of the famed tourist hub. The entertainment was strictly carnival stuff, like ball throwing, races, target shooting, those weird clown things where you sprayed the mouths to make the balloons pop, whack-a-toad, goldfish scooping, koi hop, fruit smashing, and the occasional guessing games. The whole village was alive with celebration, and it wasn't just filled with the local villagers. You had people from all over the place. There were civilians from all walks of life too, ranging from the middle class to the super rich. You could tell who the super rich were from the armed escorts and whatnot, not to mention you had to part ways for them. This went to show that the main entertainment reserved for tomorrow was much bigger than what was to be expected. This certainly got Naruto and Tenten's spirits riled, but for the time being they just wanted to enjoy all the little trinkets set up for them and relax until the big games in the morning. Even though they weren't the audience, it was going to be one hell of a show. Tenten had a ball at all the target practice booths. She even challenged Naruto to a few rounds of shooting and tossing, where she won most of them and the blonde only got lucky at a couple. As a result, the Jinchuriki ended up paying for every game following the first one and also wound up hauling around all of her winnings in a large bag, which consisted of a few stuffed animals. At first the blonde was a little bit despondent, believing he was going to wind up on the losing end all the way through to the end. However, when it came time for him to choose their games of, let's say, koi fishing and those of the gambling sort, well, let's just say the odds quickly shifted in his favor. Much to Tenten's chagrin, Naruto ended up winning all of the betting games and those that required an insane amount of luck. By the end of that round, the pair quickly found themselves at a food stall, gorging on yakisoba and whatever other little treats was made there. I thought I had you on that last one, Tenten said with a bit of a whine while poking her chopsticks in Naruto's direction. You sly dog you, how'd you know it would hit that number? The blonde shrugged wide and proud. I'm just that good. That's not the answer I was really looking for, Tenten replied with an amused grin. You're just jealous because I won the giant green frog in that last booth and you didn't, the Jinchuriki said, throwing his arm around the prize sitting on the chair beside him, an enormous stuffed amphibian. He then nodded towards the bag of goods sitting on Tenten's side. I won the toad and you won the panda. I think that's a square deal. Yeah, Tenten replied, stirring her plate of noodles and picking some more up. She then chuckled when she realized something. I guess from all that messing around we know where all our strengths lie then, eh? I'm good at gambling and you're good at throwing, really good at throwing, the blonde answered with a nod, before gesturing towards her. You've got a fantastic arm by the way. I never knew a dart could be thrown like that. It was an underarm shot, a brilliant toss that landed dead on. You must have spent hours practicing to get as good as you are. Yeah. It took forever learning how to hit several different targets at once on all sides with a single swing. I can get 10 points with one hand, Tenten said, holding up her right and flexing her fingers. I know Jonin who can only hit 4 for 4, but my aim and skill is top-notch. The best. That's incredible. If you think that's impressive, try throwing shit over your shoulder blindfolded. Tenten laughed at seeing Naruto's jaw drop slightly. Yeah, I can do that. Want to see? Maybe afterwards when we're done winning everything from the booths, the blonde replied, eating some noodles before grinning back at her. What do you want to do next? Tenten looked over her shoulder out onto the street, spotting another target game nearby. Smirking, she gestured over to it. Archery. Oh no. I know what you're trying to do. Nah, Naruto laughed, shaking a finger at her. I'm not paying for another 10 games. You'll clean me out. What? You don't have a problem with that, do you? Tenten inquired with a sly smile. Damn right I do. Why don't we play something where we're both at a disadvantage? Make it more interesting? Naruto proposed, looking around the main street behind him before spotting another stall further down the road. Feeling reinvigorated, he pointed towards it. Flower arranging competition? Oh, you don't think I can arrange good flowers? Tenten asked, feigning offense. Naruto grinned. I'm not saying you can't. But if you don't think you can handle it you can always back out. Sucking in air through her nose, Tenten smirked widely and pointed straight at him. I'm going to make a bouquet so damn good, it will make a cherry blossom tree look like foot fungus. She then made a gang sign gesture. I'll pimp the shit out of those flowers. This had the Jinchuriki laugh and glare back at her challengingly, just as she did toward him. You're on. What followed immediately afterwards were several more rounds of competition between the two energetic youngsters. They were running neck and neck by the time their night out slowly drew to an end, and they decided to settle it on a high note. While they prized the games that allowed them to cool off and appreciate the other's company for a period, it was the fair's gaming stalls that allowed them to try and one-up each other that were the most fun. What could they say? Both of them loved a good challenge, both enjoyed hanging out with the other, and both of them grew up in a competitive environment one way or another. To end the night celebrations, a bar, where the two kids were intent on commemorating possibly the last couple of days they would be genin. Finding a quiet joint in the village, the pair pulled up a couple of chairs and along with their winnings faced the bartender with determined looks on their faces. 2 please, Tenten exclaimed, pointing at their headbands. The young man standing behind the desk nodded and went about filling out their order. While the customer service agent went about collecting a couple of glasses and a bottle of sake, Naruto turned to the kunoichi next to him inquisitively. We're allowed to have alcohol? Damn. He didn't know that. All this time he figured because they were underage they weren't allowed to have drinks of this nature. However, what Tenten just did was order 2 sakes for both of them and the man behind the counter didn't even put up a fuss. Tenten nodded affirmatively in response to his question. Yeah. We're shinobi after all, so we have privileges a lot of ordinary people wouldn't normally have. If you're allowed to kill then you're allowed to drink. It's one of the many allowances that's given to all shinobi. Heh. Well, when you put it that way, Naruto spoke, tipping his hat to the man when he poured the pair their glasses and they paid for them. After seeing the bottle set down between them, both the Jinchuriki and the kunoichi accompanying him took up their cups and held them up to each other. All the best, and have a great match tomorrow. You too, Naruto-kun, Tenten responded in kind, the pair tapping their shots together before downing the sake. Setting the glasses down at once, the pair breathed out hard when the warm alcohol traversed their throats, lighting them up and filling them with what could only be described as zest. Wow. So that's what sake tastes like, Naruto said loudly in surprise. A slightly red-faced Tenten breathed away the heat and grinned back at the blonde. That was seriously strong stuff. The bartender really knew what they wanted. Good isn't it? Is this your first time drinking, or have you already had it before? A couple months ago after one of our more successful C-rank missions, Guy-sensei decided to take us out to celebrate as a team, Tenten replied, only to have her expression develop a frown when she looked down at the counter and memories of that afternoon started to flash by her. That's also the day we decided that was the last time we ever had an afternoon out like that when Lee was with us. Huh? Why do you say that? Naruto asked. Tenten sprouted a nervous grin and faced the blonde-haired boy fully. He isn't exactly a heavy drinker. The brown-haired girl then made a wobbly gesture with her hand. To put it into perspective for you, a single drop of alcohol is enough to make Lee go ballistic. The moment he got his first taste of sake from the cup, he got blitzed, started stumbling about in a daze and trashing everything in sight. He literally brought down half the bar, and it took both Gai-sensei and Niji attacking him together to restrain him. Whoa! He's that much of a lightweight? Naruto murmured in surprise, seeing the girl nod grimly. How did he manage all that? Isn't your sensei and teammate supposed to be super tough? The thing is, Lee is a natural Suiken, drunken fist, user. Looking at the boy's change in expressions, the kunoichi knew immediately that the blonde understood what she was saying. Yeah. Now you can see why we had such a hard time trying to restrain him. Where were you when all of this was happening, if I may ask? Naruto asked with a cheeky grin on his face. Tenten smiled and turned back to her cup, pouring herself another shot of sake. I was on the other side of the room, hiding behind an overturned table. As much as I would like to say how much of a help I was, there was no way I could have taken on Lee head-to-head, even in a sober state. I got knocked through a wall from a single kick and spent the rest of that fight nursing some serious bruising. Yikes. So he couldn't even tell who was friend or foe. It was kind of a redundant statement, seeing as how Lee had gotten drunk in a place with no enemy shinobi in sight and only innocent civilians. He really needed to work on his control if there was any to be had. Must have been pretty rough. Oh, you have no idea, Tenten giggled. She watched the boy pour himself another glass before both of them downed it in a single swig. Too bad you weren't there. With your whacked-up fighting style, you would have had a ball. You know, I think you're right. I probably would have, Naruto chuckled brightly, thinking a bit more on the prospect. If Lee was to unleash all of his taijutsu potential with just a few drops of alcohol, and if they were to clash in the middle of the street, the fight would have brought down more than a handful of the suburbs. The possibilities were biblical. Maybe next time. Preferably after we become Chunin and are able to set our own dates and times without having to worry about the teams for a while. Tenten shook her head at him and poured another glass. You really are a crazy one. I'll be sure to add that to your tombstone after you get beaten into the same ground that will be your gravesite. Naruto Uzumaki, beloved comrade, friend, certifiably insane. Oh, haha, Naruto fake laughed with an amused grin of his own. After a couple more sips the pair fell into further conversation, with the subjects primarily revolving around the opponents they were likely to encounter in tomorrow's competition. However, before they could gain any traction on the talk regarding the toughest obstacles they were bound to face in their matches, their little chat was suddenly cut short when Naruto's senses perked up to a familiar presence in their midst. Distracted, he looked about quickly, drawing the kunoichi's attention to the problem. What's up? Hang on. I've smelled this perfume before. Naruto exclaimed, surprising Tenten at his being able to pick up someone's scent in this joint. It was a bar filled with alcohol and people out for a night on the town. He shouldn't have been able to detect anything. Weird, it almost smells like. Scanning the air for a few seconds longer, Naruto then looked over Tenten's shoulder, where he saw a familiar person walk by. That dark blue kimono, short brown hair and the pig she was carrying was a dead giveaway. Beaming, Naruto jumped from his chair and jogged across the floor. Shizunichin. Jumping at hearing her name called, said woman turned around to see the blonde-haired Jinchuriki coast to a stop directly in front of her. Taking a moment to look over his face, outfit and smile, it didn't take long for the young lady carrying the pig to recognize said individual and immediately gazed back. Oh, Naruto-kun. Hey, you remember my name, the Jinchuriki responded happily, clearly pleased at being recognized. Well of course. How can I forget a face as bright as yours, Shizun said with a warm glow about her as she gazed down at the youngster. You're also one of the genin participating in the tournament, so there's no way I could misplace it. Chuckling excitedly, Naruto was then joined by Tenten. Quickly noticing his friend and her puzzled expression, the blonde stepped aside and gestured between the two girls. Tenten, this is Shizun. I met her on my first D-rank mission outside of the village where we got sidetracked by a band of rogue ninja. She was up in the town at the top of the mountain. Oh? Tenten chirped, smiling and bowing a moment later. How do you do? I'm doing well, thank you kindly, Shizun responded, straightening up again. It's nice to meet you. She then weighed the pig in her arms and held her out slightly. This is my friend Taunton. Tenten smiled at the pig and waved. Hi. Heh, it's been a while, Naruto grinned, bending over and holding a fist out. What's up, Taunton? Doing great? He was pleased to receive a fist bump in kind from the little animal and a few oinks, which had him giggle. Awesome. I assume you're also participating in the tournament alongside Naruto-kun as well, right? Shizun picked up, looking between the youngsters inquisitively. Since both of you are Konohagakure shinobi and a majority of the competition are genin from the Hidden Leaf, I'm guessing you also have your name up there on that bracket too. She then thumbed towards the bar where, up on a massive blackboard, there was a pyramid-shaped chart with all the names lined up at the bottom in the order that they'd been drawn. It was worth nothing that the tree chart sat alongside what Naruto and Tenten immediately saw was a betting table with a list of odds and numbers. This told them that not only were their fights going to be viewed as good sport, but also a prime opportunity for gamblers to indulge in their little habits. How they felt about the whole setup however was a bag of mixed feelings between the two of them with the kids merely staring blankly at the pool before turning back to a still smiling Shizun. Based on your individual stats, you both have a really good chance of making it to the final rounds, Shizun pointed out, though this was only partly true since she didn't want to worry them so much. A lot of people had their bets riding on several other genin, with both Naruto and Tenten sitting somewhere in the middle. Are you two ready for your matches coming up tomorrow? Naruto grinned and grabbed his bicep while flexing it, as ready as we'll ever be. He then shared a look with Tenten before both of them posed. We're gonna rock it all the way to the final rounds. Says the pint-sized, loudmouth with the average numbers. Naruto, Shizun and Tenten's attention soon found it directed towards a very well-endowed blonde woman walking towards them from the corner booth she had previously been sitting at. Her hair done into twin ponytails, and wearing a grass-green haori over a gray blouse held down by a dark blue obi and matching pants, and wearing black, high-heel sandals, the woman stopped before the group and placed her hands on her hips. The necklace she also wore around her neck dangled tentatively above her ample bosom. Glaring down at the youngsters, the newcomer grunted, "Yep. You definitely seem like the type who barks better than he bites. Not surprising considering your state of dress and wanton public displays." Shizun turned to her master in surprise. The telltale blush on the woman's face told her that she had more than a few drinks, but definitely not enough to be completely blasted out of her mind. She was sober enough to have heard their conversation all the way from the back. Talk about sharp? Tsunade-sama, you don't need to be so harsh on him. I'm sure he'll do just fine in the tournament, Shizun spoke, trying to lighten things up a little from the sudden, negative input. She didn't want her teacher's words to rub off on the youngsters she was talking to the wrong way. After all, what she just said had been a bit of an unnecessary call. Naruto-kun seems like a very diligent and charming young man. Charm and assiduousness can only take you so far, Tsunade stated, hands still resting on her hips as she gazed at the blonde. Besides, judging from his talentless record, they're the only things he has going for him next to stamina and taijutsu. It was all up there on the board, information taken from the last 2 stages of the exam and a little bit from his own profile. Processing the older woman's words, Naruto frowned deeply. Was he being picked on by this person? God damn it, he was. This was not something he was going to take sitting down or standing up. However, before he could make any sort of retort to her disapproval, he suddenly became aware of the fact that his friend Tenten was gawking up at the blonde bombshell standing in front of them. Turning her way, he could see the look of awe glimmering in her eyes. The 2 females they were conversing with also noticed the girl's astonishment and turned her way. Why, you're Lady Tsunade, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, Tenten said, pointing up at the person. The blonde-haired Kunoichi nodded. I've been called that from time to time, yes. The lone female of Team Guy then lit up with excitement and stepped forward, hands clasped together and eyes shimmering with admiration. I've been a huge admirer of yours since I was in my first year at school. Ever since I learned about you, my dream was to become a really powerful kunoichi like you, and I've been training really hard every day to get there. Is that so? Tsunade raised an eyebrow, looking the young lady up and down to see her nod ecstatically. Rounding on her, the blonde folded her arms under her chest. You're Tenten, right? One of the genin fighting in the first half? She glanced briefly towards the board before looking back at the teen. You've got a pretty well-rounded set of skills, but mainly a penchant for shuriken jutsu and fuin jutsu. While that's a rarity in a lot of villages in the world, you may want to think about working on your other abilities than sticking to a dominant strength, since you appear to be shortfalling in some of the other areas. You've got some tough competition here. Tenten smiled and nodded. Oh, of course. Not finished yet, however. The woman frowned slightly. However, if you're thinking of becoming powerful like me, you can forget that right here and now. Ambitious kunoichi like you don't last very long in this world, only cautious ones. Put your dreams on the back burner and concentrate on doing your job. Your dreams are useless to you. The teen practically deflated at that, lowering her hands in front of her while Shizun looked on worryingly. Hearing what Tsunade had to say to his friend, Naruto frowned even more before glaring up at her. After the long strings of pessimism he'd heard from her so far, the Jinchuriki just couldn't take it anymore. That last shot towards Tenten was the last straw. So what if she wants to become strong? The blonde spoke up loudly, getting both Tsunade and Shizun's attention. What gives you the right to deny someone their dream? If she wants to become strong, then let her, because I believe she can. Not like you. Tsunade's frown deepened. While Shizun stepped forward to intervene, her master raised a hand to stop her. Tenten gave a small oink in concern as the tensions between the kids and the older woman grew. Since you know who I am, I think it's appropriate that I remind you that I'm exactly the person and probably one of the only people in the world qualified to give out this sort of advice. I've gone through trials, kids, like you can scarcely even imagine, and I have both an insurmountable level of knowledge and experience when it comes to being a ninja. That being said, no matter how much you believe in her, all of your talk and resolve is meaningless in the end. Naruto stepped forward and glared, with Tenten looking across at the boy in shock at his willingness to hold his ground. I don't give a damn who you are or how much experience you have. Everyone goes through life differently to the person next to them. If you want proof, then look around you. Seeing the woman glare, Naruto stared right back and pointed straight at her. If you think people will just give up on their dreams because of what you say and who you are, well, you're mistaken, lady. People will fight for what they believe even if the whole world is against them. If Tenten wants to become strong and will do everything she can to get there, then she will, and I know this because I'm going to become Hokage someday, and nothing is going to stop me from getting there. Silence fell between the members of the group, with both Shizun and Tsunade balking at the conviction in the boy's voice. While they reeled, Tenten gazed across at Naruto intently and smiled, her eyes shimmering as she saw the boy stand up and voice his support for her. While it would have been considered unwise, he wasn't afraid to return fire with the strongest kunoichi in the world. Looking the kid up and down, Tsunade's eyes widened a little upon processing the boy's spirited declaration and appearance. Nawaki? Memories flashing past her eyes, the woman quickly shook her head to rid herself of the familiar face and how it was reflected in this youngster's expression. No. He's just some stupid kid. He only looks like him. She steeled herself for a retort. So you want to become Hokage? That explains why you're so high up on that horse of yours. That dream will only lead you to a life filled with misery and sacrifice, brat. It's just a dead end. In this world, when you reach a dead end, you die. Only a fool would ever want to become Hokage. Shizun narrowed her eyes bitterly at her master as she attempted to shoot down the boy in front of her, whom she could see had clenched his fists and was shaking profusely. That's going too far, Tsunade. He's just a kid. As if hearing her thoughts, Tonton gave an oink in agreement. Sucking up under the woman's glare, Naruto smirked. What makes you think I don't know that? Tsunade, Shizun and Tenten froze at this, all of them looking to see the confident grin on the blonde's face. A ninja's life is hard, even for a person who doesn't want to become Hokage. When you become a shinobi, you still have to go through everything every other ninja in the world has to. You still have to go on missions, you still have to work your ass off, get hurt, bleed, watch your friends go through the same shit, and you still have to fight. It's not a clean life and it's not one you can have without taking a few hits. Eventually you're going to take a blow and fall down, but that doesn't mean you can give up. Naruto grinned smugly. Unlike some people? I don't plan on giving up and becoming a bitter, old crow that's jaded about life. Tenten beamed when she heard Naruto's words pass over all of them and clenched her hands together fondly. You tell her, Naruto-kun. Even with her tongue lashing, Tsunade wasn't able to get through to this kid. She couldn't break him and she couldn't move him, which irritated her greatly. What's more, he was also insulting her, returning fire with just as much punch as her own. He was determined to go out there and prove himself, as evident by how he was standing up to her right now. What's more, that damned grin on his face kept reminding the older woman of Nawaki, and she just couldn't take it anymore. We'll see how well your words hold up when your opponent grinds you into the floor tomorrow. Tsunade said, turning and walking away. Naruto scoffed at seeing the older woman turn and start to walk. I hope you have a front row seat, you old hag, because I'll be looking for you when I do my victory lap of the arena. Hearing this had Tsunade immediately shuddered to a halt, Shizun backing down quickly when she saw the woman turn around with a dangerous look in her eyes. What was that, brat? Knuckles cracking as she tightened her fists, she turned abruptly, intent on teaching the kid some manners. She didn't care if she started trouble, she was going to flick this kid through the next wall. Shizun and Tenten panicked when they saw Tsunade advance on Naruto, who stepped towards her in kind and grinned up at the fuming woman. The blonde grinned cockily, you heard me. I'll see you tomorrow in the ring once I've stomped my opponent into the ground, Tsunade-bachan. You little. Tsunade growled, swiftly raising her fist to clock him across the head. However, when she swung, aiming to send the boy flying, just as Shizun was moving forward to stop her, Naruto suddenly swayed straight under her fist and, in the blink of an eye, the Sannin had to lift her head ever so slightly to avoid the heel of his foot from smacking into her, which stopped just millimeters from her chin. The entire bar fell silent when everyone turned to see Tsunade with her fist sticking out and Naruto swayed back under it in a remarkable evasion with his foot just a centimeter from touching her. Shizun and Tenten's jaws dropped at the exchange, with the latter simply gobsmacked at what he was able to do to who she believed to be the most powerful woman in the world. After several moments of stunned quiet and sweating from nearly having her head knocked upwards from the incredibly flexible teen, Tsunade saw a grin sprout across Naruto's confident face as he held his position perfectly. Your reflexes are a little slow. Maybe you had one too many drinks tonight. That or you've let all that strength you've accumulated go to waste over the past several years, Naruto said, backing up under her fist before returning to a normal standing position to see Tsunade back off and glare at him. He smirked in return, looks like I'm in my best condition today. My reflexes are razor sharp. You could see in his eyes how prepared he was. I'll see you tomorrow, Bachan. Uzumaki Naruto, future Hokage of Konohagakure and winner of this whole damn tournament. Don't forget it. Raising his fist, the boy gave one last defiant look before turning heel and exiting the bar, closely followed by a still staggered Tenten, who also gave one last bow to the two women before leaving. Staring in shock after the kids, Shizun slowly panned across to Tsunade to see the woman in an equally dazed state of disbelief. Through her veil of firmness, the apprentice saw a range of emotions going through the blonde-haired woman, which prompted her to approach her out of concern. Tsunade-sama? What a noisy, little punk, the Sannin muttered, rubbing the area of her chin that would have gotten hit before tightening her glare. Pondering on the memory for a moment, she then turned and marched over to her table. I'm going to order some more drinks, Shizun. Following her master with her eyes, the younger female nodded before glancing in the direction Naruto and Tenten had left. After staring towards the doors for several moments, Shizun spoke, best of luck, Naruto-kun. She smiled at the memory of the boy's grin, to which Tonton also voiced her support for the young man with an oink. Oh. On their way back to their rooms at their hotel, wandering the corridors at a labored pace, Tenten was looking across at Naruto shyly as they sauntered side by side. She'd been stealing glances at him for quite some time now, ever since they left the bar with gear in hand and had decided to turn in for the night. Her little stares didn't go on unnoticed by Naruto however, who allowed the girl to do as she pleased since she was clearly enjoying herself. But then, once they returned to the hotel and began heading towards their rooms at the far end of the lavish estate, he couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. With a bright smile on his face, he looked across at the kunoichi at the right moment to catch her gazing at the side of his face. The girl averted her stare quickly and blushed at being caught, something that brought a chuckle from the Jinchuriki. "See something you like?" the blonde asked cheekily. Well, him. Tenten babbled, trying to come up with the proper response but failing miserably. She did smile though, which was a good thing. Recovering by clearing her throat and shrugging her shoulders, the kunoichi hastily jumped into something else so to eliminate the awkwardness in the atmosphere. "Thank you, by the way." For what? "For what you said back there, standing up for me," Tenten spoke, beaming at the Jinchuriki to see him stare at her casually. The girl breathed out as she looked ahead of her again. "For years I've always dreamed of meeting Lady Tsunade of the Sannin, and for even longer I've dreamed of becoming powerful, famous and as amazing as she was. But then, today, when I met her for real, face to face, and tried to tell her all about my aspirations and dreams for the future, well, it wasn't exactly how I expected my first time meeting with her to go. It had been downright depressing. Hell, she even nearly had her wings clipped just from having Tsunade comment on the stats the officials had collected for the competition. It was just one major buzzkill." Reading what she was saying clearly, the blonde stepped over to her and nudged her in the side. "Sometimes the great people we hear about aren't exactly what we imagine them to be in real life. I mean, I've met a couple of the Sannin already. Jiraiya is an old pervert who writes books about his numerous romantic exploits and constantly tries to spy on girls in the hot springs, and Tsunade is an old crab out of touch with her skills and is cynical about life. She also appeared to be an alcoholic, judging from the vast quantity of empty sake bottles Naruto spotted over on her table. You can only imagine what she had to go through to get like that." "Yeah," Tenten agreed, having heard many stories regarding the Sannin and the trials they'd been through. She'd also heard many of the tales about Tsunade, and not all of them were roses and sunshine. In fact, a lot of them were really quite dark. A shinobi's life is a rough and unforgiving road. "Yep, and a desperately dangerous one," Naruto replied affirmatively. "You must have had it pretty hard yourself," Tenten added, looking across at him. "I know, because I remember you told me about some of the stuff you had to go through over the years even before you became a genin, like your unexpected adventure to the west, your first mission outside the village, and Wave. Those must have been really tough times for you." If she had to gamble, she'd say Naruto had experienced far more of his fair share of trials and pain in his young life in contrast to a lot of other shinobi with many more years under their belts. He practically rewrote the laws of the things shinobi went through on a day-to-day basis. "Aside from all that stuff, I still believe you have to fight your hardest to make your dreams come true," Naruto stated, glancing at the girl to beam at her. "Life isn't easy, period. We struggle, we win and we lose. If you manage to survive and make it to another day, keep going and don't stop, no matter what. You can't let all of that bad stuff get to you because if you do, even if you manage to live, a part of you will still die." He grinned brightly. "That's why I don't want you to give up on your dreams of becoming an amazing kunoichi, Tenten. If there's anyone who can do it, it's you." Moved by his profound words, Tenten smiled warmly at the boy. Cheeks red and brushing some stray hairs behind her ear, she stepped closer to him and wrapped an arm around his. Though confounded by her actions, the blonde allowed her to take his hand and led her back to her room. When they reached her team's place of temporary residence, Tenten turned to Naruto and smiled at him. Brushing more hair away, she looked him in the eye. "Thanks for taking me out tonight." She held the stuffed panda up along with her bag of trinkets, squeezing the animal. "I really had fun." Naruto smiled. "We'll have some more tomorrow." "Definitely." Smiling, Tenten took a deep breath while looking somewhat nervous, a stark contrast to what the Jinchuriki came to know of her. Before he could say anything else, the girl stepped closer to him. "I know that you're with Tayuya already and that you care about each other a lot, and I know that you also have a couple other girls living in your apartment. Though I'm not sure about them or how strong their connections are to you, I'm definitely sure about how I feel and I want you to know that I like hanging out with you a lot, Naruto-kun." Naruto merely looked at her and listened. "Ah, really?" Tenten nodded, cheeks glowing red as she shuffled and swayed on the spot nervously. "I haven't told anyone this before, but I really admire guys who are good at fighting. I especially like guys who can throw down when the odds are stacked against them." The grin she gave at that had the Jinchuriki raise an eyebrow in intrigue. "At first I thought there wouldn't be anyone in the village my age that could fight like Niji and Lee, and someone who had a personality that complemented mine as well. But then you showed up, and when I watched you go on to fight not just Niji but Lee not long afterwards, I thought you were amazing. I became fixated on your skills, but then I got to know you some more, and I started to become interested in your character. I guess you can say I've become obsessed with your fighting spirit and roguish charm." The blonde looked at her for a moment longer, watching as the girl tucked some hair behind her ear a third time and step away. "I look forward to seeing you fight some more, Naruto-kun, and I know it's going to be fantastic." Winking, Tenten then opened the door to her room and stepped in, swaying her hips to catch the boy's attention before vanishing behind it, leaving a slightly stumped Naruto behind. Staring after the girl as the door closed in her wake, the Jinchuriki allowed a stupid grin to slowly pull itself across his face before sliding his hands behind his head and moving on down the hall. In spite of his best efforts, he just couldn't help but skip with every second step. He was really looking forward to tomorrow. XXX. The very next morning? Once all of the genin teams were up and had gone through all their regular morning routines, the jonin instructors in charge of them then gathered all of their squads together at the front of their hotels before leading them down to the predetermined location where the tournament was to be held. Moving across town to the edge of the village, the various groups from different nations soon arrived at the entrance to a massive building, an enormous, concrete stadium with huge courtyards, large amounts of space, venues, and seating enough for upwards of 50,000 people. Due to the sheer enormity of the competition and the amount of effort that had been put into advertising it, it came as no surprise to the squads that every single seat had been filled for the occasion, minus the ones reserved for their Jonin captains. They had their own section somewhere in the front rows. Those that were unfortunately unable to procure a spot for themselves were able to, of course, view the fights from the massive jumbo televisions in the venues provided outside of the building. To make observation and surveillance easier for the audience as well, cameras had been set up all around the place, all of which were trained on the arena floor with an enormous television screen on either end of the inside nest that was the Coliseum for the people finding it difficult to keep up with the rounds and numbers. Additionally, for all those audiences who had been unable to get to Yugikure to view the shows live or had been unable to acquire tickets and had decided to remain at home, a signal would be shot out to the receivers in all the other hidden villages across the continent. Similar screens had been set up in every major venue where the Chunin exams would normally be held in the hidden villages so that the locals could view the performances as they went. This was to make sure that those who were interested in viewing the proceedings didn't miss out and that everybody got at least some taste of the action. It was also to ensure that other potential clientele scattered elsewhere would be able to check out the quality of shinobi each of the villages was giving out, so that they knew who to hire for whatever jobs they wished to have completed. This was most definitely an event worthy of the history books. Aside from ticket sales, cable viewing and whatnot, every detail of the setup was to be documented and made for extended preservation in the archives. While the stands and the thousands upon thousands of spectators situated in them was impressive enough, the battle arena was something else entirely. From wall to wall across a field larger than any reserve any of the genin had ever seen, positioned in the center of a man-made construction, was a far-stretching plain of fields, rolling hillsides, trees, plateaus, raised land, streams, lakes and barren expanses. The land inside of the arena was like a well-tended garden, where a piece of geography of every known area across the continents had been taken and molded together to form a single stretch of untouched environment. From the wind that passed over the grass, the butterflies that fluttered around and the birds circling high up overhead, it was like a little shred of paradise. However, the true purpose of this huge slab of selected nature was a battleground reserved for the genin being pitted against each other in its center. While all of it was very pretty to look at, neither one of the kids thought of it as anything more than what its prime function was to be, except for Naruto, who was having a blast admiring the wonderful flora in the area. The feng shui of the arena was almost palpable to him. Dotted with lakes and rocks, along the edges of the ground's high walls of concrete raised the stands of spectators above the field, keeping them safely out of harm's way. Since it was expected most of the battles were to take place in the middle, the design made it ideal for the villagers to see every bit of the competition. Furthermore, the stands were also divided between the rich and the middle class. While a majority of them were ordinary villagers and shinobi, there were stands reserved for the powerful, including a box up at the back at the very top where the daimyo sat and right up in the front row where the kage were seated along with their bodyguards. The people of Yugikure really put their hearts and souls into making this thing all possible, something that the genin could acknowledge and appreciate. This was the time where they could showcase their abilities to the world and show everyone what each and every one of them was made of. Speaking of which, all of the genin scheduled to fight today stood in the center of the arena, waiting patiently on the patch of ground that would be the starting point for all of the battles to follow. Filed up into a single line, the participants looked around at all of the competition with varying degrees of interest and enmity. Troublesome, Shikamaru groaned, looking around at the people in the stands. Due to the amount of time they'd already spent out here, the Nara was able to make out the box where the competitors could sit and observe the fights, as well as the sections reserved for both their Jonin instructors, fellow villagers they'd brought along, and the Kage box. Strangely enough, the latter sat across from the competitors' box, probably so that the Kage could get a good view of the people they were judging. With all this noise, it'll be impossible to take a nap. Ino glared across at her teammate. Really? We're standing in perhaps the biggest stadium ever, for possibly one of the biggest events in history, and you're complaining about getting a little shut-eye? Shikamaru shrugged groggily. Priorities, Ino. Since I'm going to be in the first fight, I gotta think about what I'm going to do afterwards. Whether I win or lose it doesn't matter, because I'm going to be unconscious up in the stand while you guys solve your pointless arguments. If it were possible, the pale blonde's glare narrowed even more. No, you bloody will not be sleeping, because I'm going to make it my mission today to keep you awake and make you watch every second of the fight so that you can come up with something useful for us. She turned to glare across at her other teammate. Right, Choji? The boy in orange grinned back nervously. Sure. Ino. The Nara groaned in dismay and his shoulders slumped. Outstanding. Their resident kunoichi had both of them on a leash. All of the genin were lined up in their squads, so that they could still commune with each other even when in the presence of the enemy. They had to be extra careful with what they had to say, of course, since they didn't want to give anything away to their opponents. This was the main reason why everybody was so tense and avoided talking between groups. Team 10 was in their corner doing their thing, Team 9 was just relaxed in their part of the line and speaking freely with one another, the Suna team was intense as usual, as was the Kiri team, the IWA team was looking all pumped and Team Guy was surveying the competition discreetly, while allowing Lee to get his freak on. I cannot wait to get started, the boy in green shouted brightly with flames blazing in his eyes, to show the world what Rock Lee is capable of. I have been training hard for this very moment, for the day that I am acknowledged for my skills. My youth will carry me through to victory. Niji smiled, don't forget your fighting style, Lee. Remember, focus. Yes. Focus. That is the most important thing. Lee chirped, taking in a deep breath before raising his fist. I will concentrate wholeheartedly on this competition and use all of my power to carry me through this. Both of his teammates just shook their heads at his antics. If Lee was really going to get through this, he needed to be at his most cheerful. That is exactly why they encouraged him to get as hyped up as he possibly could, before returning to surveying the contestants quietly. It was while they were looking around, Tenten spotted Naruto and his team just down the ways and were looking around casually, with Sasuke standing with his hands in his pockets and a bored look on his face, Sakura simply gazing at said boy, and the blonde looking about in awe at everything. When Tenten saw the Jinchuriki's eyes meet hers, she smiled and waved, earning a charming grin and a wave in return. This gesture did not go unnoticed by Samui either, who leaned forward a tad to look at the boy from her end. Feeling somebody nudge him, Naruto panned over to see Tayuya grinning at him. Had fun the other night? The redhead asked. Blinking, the blonde smiled back. Yeah. It was great. The booths were awesome. What about the company? The teen asked, siding up to him slightly. Did you enjoy spending time with Bungirl? Expression becoming visibly nervous, the blonde averted his gaze and started scrubbing the back of his head in a clear show of anxiousness. Why yeah, we had a lot of fun. Forcing a laugh, Naruto hoped to steer the small conversation towards something else. Damn, he didn't want to tell Tayuya that Tenten had pretty much confessed to him the other night and told him she liked him. In fact, he'd also been avoiding the stuff that had happened between him and Samui. After all, he didn't want to upset her. He didn't want to upset any of the girls he knew. He didn't know what to do regarding the feelings all of them were giving him since these were completely new and confusing experiences for him, so the best he could do at this point was panic and hope. However, just as he was about to lead off into a different topic, he suddenly felt a hand placed on his cheek and his head pulled over, where he then received a quick peck on the side from Tayuya. Looking back at her quickly when they pulled away, he saw the redhead grinning mischievously at him. Don't worry, we'll talk more about it later, okay, Tayuya whispered with a smile. Hearing this, Naruto smiled back and nodded, his body easing up. The gesture of affection didn't go unnoticed by the rest of his team, with both Sasuke and Sakura glancing over at him in interest before turning away, the latter smiling in amusement. At that exact moment, the team suddenly spotted three figures marching over to them from the rise up ahead. One of them was a Konoha shinobi with short brown hair tied down in a bandana with his forehead protector on it, had a very professional look on his face and was wearing the regular uniform. Another was a Kumogakure shinobi with black, spiky hair, had a purple mark under his right eye, and was wearing the standard clothing of his village. The third was a Tsunegakure kunoichi wearing a white head cover with her headband over it and the regular Sand shinobi uniform, with an additional medic nin patch on her left arm and a bag hanging from her shoulder. Once the three older shinobi stopped before the teams, the hidden leaf ninja stepped forward. Alright everyone, may I please have your attention? At his command, all of the kids present straightened up and set all their sights on the trio of officials. I am Heiei Gecko, the Kumogakure shinobi to my right is Tenga and the Tsunegakure kunoichi to my left is Mizore. Both Tenga and I will be your main proctors for your fights. Mizore will serve as both a proctor and a fight doctor, so in case anyone receives serious injury and the fight has been called, she will tend to you if necessary. Because this is an official competition, there will be no fighting between matches. Understood? It was worth noting that his voice was being projected throughout the arena via the speakers and a lapel mic on his collar. The blaring of his instructions effectively silenced the clamor of the crowds and had all focus fix on the center of the ring. The other two proctors had lapel mics too, additions they weren't hesitant in using as Tenga stepped forward to continue. I will go over the rules again, just to make sure you guys didn't miss anything at the end of the second test, the Kumogakure ninja exclaimed, looking around at all the serious faces. As you probably already know, the third test is a tournament-style combat exam that will be carried out over a 2-day period. Because there is a total of 24 of you, there will be a total of 12 fights today. Each fight will take place in this arena, which has been designed based around the most common places shinobi would often do battle with one another, and will allow you to fight however you please. There is no area in here that is out of bounds, so go nuts. Just try to keep the audience out of it. Each of the fights will be conducted under basic tournament practices. Heiei led on once he was certain Tenga was done. Before each match, we will call both participants down to the ring. They will then stand in the center of the neutral plate here facing each other and give their consent to battle, after which we will then begin the fight once we're assured that both shinobi are ready. The battle will proceed until one side concedes defeat or is unable to continue. After the end of the match there will then be a 3-minute break period until the next one, in which both opponents will be called down to the ring and must report here before the end of the 3-minute intermission. If too much time has passed and one of the participants has failed to report to the center ring, they will automatically be disqualified and effectively lose the match. Mizore nodded and stepped forward as well. As it is our duty as proctors, we will step in to stop a fight to prevent you from killing each other unnecessarily. Since this is a competition designed to showcase your skills, we would like to avoid killing as much as possible, and will jump in and put an end to a fight to keep competitors from dying. That being said, there will be no substitutions during another person's fight, and as proctors, you will obey our commands. If one of us moves to call a competitor out of a fight then that's that. We are the ones who make the final call as to whether a fight can continue or not. Nodding she smiled towards the teams. Good luck to all of you and make your villages proud with your performances. Tenga gestured to the stands for all to see. Remember, the whole world is watching you. All these people here today have come to see you do your best and to judge your skills. Give them a good show and show them why you were given this opportunity to fight on the big stage. The moment he said that, the thousands of spectators all around them broke out into a round of applause and cheering, which drowned the arena and lifted the spirits of all those present. Seeing the faces of many of the genin light up, Hey8 nodded before directing their attention to one of the massive television screens positioned in the stadium. In case you've forgotten, here is the lineup for today. Triple X. First half. Bracket 1. Match 1, Shikamaru vs Kuratsuchi. Match 2, Gara vs Tenten. Match 3, Karui vs Shiritsuchi. Match dort, Kaide Vesetaya. Bracket 2. Match 5, Naruto vs Niji. Match 6, Temari vs Sakura. Intermission. Second half. Match 7, Ino vs Kyoko. Match 8, Lee vs Kankuro. Bracket 3. Match 9, Tsubaki vs Akatsuchi. Match 10, Omoi vs Sasuke. Match 11, Utakata vs Shiho. Match 12, Choji vs Samui. Triple X. The competition hardened their glares on the boards as the audience also drank in all of the information. The proctors waited for each of them to get their eyeful of the brackets and the fights to follow, from match 1 all the way to the final round, before one of them broke out their opinion on it all. So, whoever wins bracket 1 will get an immediate bye out of the semifinals into the final match, Omoi exclaimed, furrowing his brow. That means that whoever wins the first bracket will be a lot fresher than the one who wins in either bracket 2 or 3, otherwise known as the block from hell. That meant that whoever wins both the fights on the second half of the lineup would get one extra fight before the actual final battle. That's how the lineup was. That's how it is, kid, Mizore exclaimed with a smile. That's how life is sometimes. It can either play ball with you or pit the entire world against you. Besides, this will give you more of a chance to show the audience your skills and give them more reason to promote you if you win. She then steeled herself and glared at all of them. We will begin the first match, Shikamaru vs Kuratsuchi. Please come forward. The two genin did as requested, with the former needing a little bit more motivation in the form of a kick to the butt from Ino because he didn't respond fast enough. Once both competitors had stepped forward, they were acknowledged by the proctors. Hey8 then pointed to the rest of them, all those who are not participating, please move to the booth provided for you at the end of the arena across from the Kage box. Those whose names had not been called to the stage did as instructed and immediately started their way over to the area reserved especially for them. It would be a long walk and a quick hike up the stairs inside the stadium stands before they arrived at their booth, where they all spread out along the railing to watch the first battle of the third stage of the exams unfold. Stadium, Kage section. Up in the box reserved especially for the leaders of the villages participating in this stage of the exams, there sat the 5 Kage from the nations otherwise known as the 5 great powerhouses of their world. Along with their bodyguards, the 5 biggest heads on the continent watched attentively as the setup for the very first match of the tournament was underway. The leader of Yugakure himself, a young man adorned in pale kimono robes with purple trim and his village's wide-brimmed hat atop his head, sat in a meditative position as he watched the majority of the genin leave the center of the ring, while those competing first remained with the proctors. And so it begins. This is quite the marvelous setup, Hiroto-san, the third Hokage spoke warmly as he looked across at the young village leader from his comfortable seat. You must be incredibly proud of your people for putting this all together. The young Kage nodded, I am. But I have you great Kage to thank for allowing the exams to be hosted in my village. I hope the services and attractions were to your liking. He leaned over to look hopefully across at the other leaders filling up the individual seats in the box. Kirigakure's leader, a very young and attractive woman with a sizable chest, long brown hair tied up into a bun, green eyes, and a blue, revealing uniform with her Kage hat hanging around her neck, smiled as she returned the gaze sent her way by the Yugakure leader. They were wonderful, Hiroto-kun. I only wish I could have spent more time yesterday enjoying more of the glamour your town had to offer. Unfortunately there was business to attend to and I was unable to immerse myself in all of it. Hiroto smiled, perhaps tonight when you have some more free time you can enjoy more of the village, Mizukage-sama. Mei gazed fondly, I think I will. Perhaps, you can show me some more of the village yourself. A series of chuckles came from the large, burly, dark-skinned man with slicked-back white hair, mustache and goatee, wearing massive arm braces and ceremonial robes sitting in the chair next to Hiruzen. Flirting with the leader of Yugakure, Mizukage? You certainly are a free-spirited woman. Mei brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and smirked across at the Raikage, the leader of Kumogakure. I may be a new Kage, but I'm not afraid to make acquaintances with the other villages, even former enemies. Smirked, well, that explains why you're getting so cozy with the Hokage. Trying to cover up some of your village's bad rep by being friendly with villages you've had past transgressions with? We learn from the mistakes of the past, Raikage-sama, Mei chirped with that deceptively sweet smile of hers. There's nothing wrong in trying to make amends and establishing new relations. Think of it as building a bridge over water. A grunt came from the brown-haired man with the stern face and robes illustrating him as the leader of Sunagakure, who was currently sitting on the other side of the Raikage. While I do agree with the point the Mizukage is trying to establish, I think it is best to concentrate on the first match. I believe it's between the young Nara from Konohagakure and your granddaughter, Tsuchikage Dano. The Kazekage looked to the short, old man with the bulbous nose and formal wear seated next to him. How do you think the match will go? Anoki murmured as he glared down at the arena, ignoring the banter taking place between the other Kage beside him. The Nara have a reputation for being extremely unmotivated, but also for being remarkably intelligent. However, next to Kuratsuchi, a well-rounded ninja in all areas of the profession, she might be a little too much for even that young upstart to handle. You say that like the match is already over, A spoke up from his spot in the line. Based on the stats and what I've seen of my troublesome granddaughter myself, it may as well be, that Tsuchikage informed proudly. A smirked as he sat back in his chair. Watch yourself, Inoki. That pride might come back to bite you in the back if you're not careful with it. He looked in the direction of where he could see the other genin exiting the arena, with some of them already filing into the box across the way. As for my shinobi, I have full confidence in their abilities to make it through. While not the most diverse, they certainly make up for what they lack with tactical brilliance and superb fighting skill. Karui, Omoi and Samui were all trained by my younger brother after all, and I believe one of them is already showing the promise of a magnificent chunin. Inoki grinned smugly, and you say I'm the prideful one. The Kazekage stuck in the middle of them breathed a sigh, drawing the short, old man's attention over to him. Something you want to say, Kazekage? The stern man looked up and across towards his children he could see up in the competitor's box. It seems to me that we all have prospects in this exam that we have extremely high hopes for. As for me, I believe that Gaara, Temari and Kankuro will show me good reason to promote them. They are the absolute best in Suna, without question. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow before looking towards the kunoichi beside him. By the way, Mizukage-sama. Why did you only send one team to participate in the exams this year? What with everything that has gone on in your country in the past, we believed you would try to throw in all of the prospects you could to make up for lost time. This question had the collective attentions of all the Kage, with those that had high stakes in this locking firmly onto the woman. At that, Mei sat further back into her seat and crossed her legs under the scrutiny of the other leaders. It wasn't my decision to send only one team. I actually reserved that right to all of the squads who were interested. When Harasame-san put his team forward for consideration, all of the others backed down. That's because his team of students are the strongest my village has to offer. Inoki frowned across at the leader of Kirigakure. As I understand it, you not only have a Jinchuriki on that team, but you also have a kunoichi who has the highest recorded stats from observing officials out of every other genin participating in this tournament. From what I've read about her, her abilities seem a little bit far-fetched, don't you think? She outclasses everyone. The woman smiled as she looked across the way towards the team in question, whom she could see lined up away from everybody else. She's an impossible individual. Out of all the shinobi present, it is a given that she will advance to the finals. For that I'm willing to bet everything. Hiruzen looked at the woman considerably for a moment, taking in her collectiveness and her smile. After a few moments, he leaned back in his chair, deciding to dismiss his troubling thoughts for the time being and focus on the match that was about to take place. Stadium, arena. The three proctors spread themselves out over the field out of the way of the two competitors as they faced each other down, with Heiei remaining behind to oversee the opening parts of the act. He stood between them as the genin glared across at one another. Are both competitors ready? The man asked, seeing the excited, raven-haired Kuratsuchi smirk and nod while the board, close to falling asleep Shikamaru gave a tired nod of his own. Very well then. Match 1, Shikamaru of Konohagakure vs Kuratsuchi of Iwagakure. The proctor then raised his hand in the air and dropped it. Begin. At that the crowd gave a mighty cheer and Heiei leapt away, giving the pair the space they needed for their performance. Almost immediately Kuratsuchi dropped into a stance and grinned across at her adversary. You're looking tired, kid. Want to take a nap? Shikamaru blinked lazily in the girl's direction. Yeah, actually I do. Well then, I hope you don't mind if I knock the piss out of you for a bit before putting you down for good. I've got a pretty boy Uchiha to fight later on and I won't have you standing in my way. The kunoichi cheered brightly as she placed her weight on her back foot and slid forward. The Nara sighed and rubbed the back of his head before taking a reluctant stance of his own. I never liked being with girls for too long. They're always so noisy and keep you awake for so many pointless things. The look in his eyes changed as he focused for the fight, doing so because he didn't want to have Ino scold him at the end of this for not putting any effort into it. Well, it's not like I can help it. I drew from the hat and came up short. Let's just get this over with. He really, desperately hoped that this fight wasn't going to end up being a drag. Unfortunately for him, looking at how riled up his opponent was and judging from how comfortably she wore that shit-eating grin, Shikamaru knew that this wasn't going to be an easy haul. Chapter 23, Chunin Exam Arc 2, Shuffle Time. Naruto. Drifting. Shuffle Time. Opportunity to attack presented, Kuratsuchi immediately started off leaping backwards, surprising Shikamaru when she began flying through hand seals before landing on Snake. While still airborne and falling back, the girl's cheeks puffed out and she reared her head. Yotan, Sekijio no Jutsu. Lava release, quicklime congealing technique, the girl then fired what most people would mistake for a massive glob of white gum that expanded into an enormous ball as it approached its target. However, the Nara immediately recognized the true nature and potential danger behind the attack and quickly began dodging in a zigzag pattern away from his foe, avoiding a series of consecutive shots launched by the kunoichi. Each impact of the sludge-like balls cracked the ground and sent clouds of dust into the air, pelting the retreating Nara with debris. When Shikamaru acquired distance from the center of the arena and looked back to where he had previously been standing, he saw that the globs of sludge had expanded into a large, muddy puddle, leaving the entire area pasted. Judging from that stuff's viscosity, it's a good thing I moved when I did, otherwise I would have been cemented to the ground. And burnt too, based on how the masses of muck were sizzling under the sun. He trained his glare across the way to see his opponent land and set herself into another stance, a wild smirk on her face. Damn, looks like she's going to be a troublesome opponent after all. Just his luck. He gets stuck with a ridiculously tough foe right from the get-go. You're being a little bit hasty, don't you think? Shikamaru asked while flashing the girl a sly smile, smashing out jutsu the instant the whistle is blown. Kuratsuchi's grin widened. I've been training for over a month for this day. What's wrong with firing the first few shots? There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying that it may not even be necessary to use jutsu against me and that you're just being a little over-excessive, Shikamaru informed, tapping the side of his head. Think. You're not going to beat me just throwing random attacks of that level. The raven-haired girl formed a few more hand seals before throwing out her right to her side, alerting the Nara to another incoming jutsu. You may not realize this, but this is my way of probing my opponent to see what they're made of. I'm not stupid enough to get close to someone like you, yet. All of a sudden, moisture started gathering around her hand out of the air at an alarming rate, forming into a spiral of water that began whipping out in all directions seconds later. The sight of the streams turning into a vortex inside of the girl's palm had Shikamaru's eyes widen. If you want me to throw something at you, then catch this. Suetun, Mizumatsuri. Water release, water festival. Once she'd gathered enough water, she stepped forward and hurled the twisting ball at Shikamaru with a pitcher's finesse. A split second after letting the attack fly, the blast smashed into the poor, unsuspecting genin, sent him off his feet, and smashed the ground with concussive force, hurling dust, debris and steam in all directions and clouding the entire area. Shikamaru's scream became swallowed up by the impact of the attack. Oh. Stadium, competitor's balcony. Ino gripped the guardrail of the competitor's box and leaned forward sharply, expression reflecting her horror at what she'd just witnessed. Shikamaru. That was a bad hit, Choji spoke, also gripping the bars tightly as he stared out towards the massive cloud of steam rising into the sky. Shit. Was their teammate alright, or did he cop the big one and had been taken out in one shot? While the members of Team 10 stood firm, fearful for their teammates' safety, Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke in their part of the balcony were watching the fight with great interest. While the pink-haired one amongst them expressed great concern for their comrades' well-being, the two boys remained collected and calm. Just like some of the other, more combat-versed genin present in the area, they were looking at the wild Iwa Kunoichi with investigative poise. That was a ridiculously fast water release technique, Naruto murmured, his brow furrowing. It had some decent power behind it as well. She compressed the moisture in the air into an undulating sphere and hurled it in the form of a fast-moving bundle, Sasuke stated, his Sharingan active as he just analyzed how the technique worked before switching it off. That would have caused some serious damage had Shikamaru not moved at the last second. He jumped back to reduce the impact. It was a good try, but he still got clipped by it, Naruto added, filling in the bits that the Uchiha wasn't able to cover. Sasuke frowned as he surveyed the battlefield a little more and the girl currently holding her opponent at the ropes. As reckless as she is, that Iwa girl seems to specialize in close to middle-range fighting. She also appears to have 3 different nature transformations, since she combined earth and fire to produce a lava release technique, Sasuke said, finding that thought to be a little troubling for their side. Her speed might also be bad for someone like the Sloth, since he's not exactly the most versed in taijutsu. Yeah. But at least he's quick when he wants to get away, Naruto said with a smile appearing on his lips. Oh. Stadium, team instructors section. Asuma winced when he saw the end result of the attack his student was just hit by. That was a little bit harsh. She got him the moment he let his guard loosen. That's a mistake you shouldn't make when you're facing an opponent who isn't afraid to press forward, Guy stated, arms folded and a rather serious look on his face. The bearded Jonin glanced across at the man in spandex with a bit of uncertainty. I wouldn't count him out just yet. There are still plenty of ways for him to win this battle, he just needs to get his head into gear. Provided he wasn't too stricken from that last blow, otherwise he was screwed. Oh. Stadium, arena. Watching the fog that had filled up the area start to clear, Kuratsuchi grinned knowing she'd scored a direct hit. What did you think of that, slacker? Once she saw the mist completely lift off of the ground and clear the airspace, all she saw was a pool-filled crater and an empty patch where her opponent had previously been standing. Problem was there was no opponent. Not a single trace of him. A frown appearing on her when she didn't see a body, the Kunoichi began looking around the arena, but all she was able to see was an empty grass field dotted with trees and the proctors standing not too far from her position. She clenched her fists as she strode toward the dent in the ground she'd made, glaring off to the side when she saw something out of her peripherals. Turning in that direction, she saw a small patch of forest and smiled when she guessed that what she saw was right on the mark. You're quick to run away, aren't you? Kuratsuchi exclaimed, pivoting and dashing towards the woods. I know what you're trying to do and it's not going to work on me. Picking up speed, the girl set a course for the forested area by closing in on it like an aircraft making landfall, arcing around and reducing the distance by shaving away at it little by little. Eventually, after running a full lap of the small collection of trees, she came within range and skidded to a stop, only to spot something small and fast-moving dart out from the bushes and head straight towards her. Noticing it instantly in the bright daylight beating down from above, Kuratsuchi sprang back to avoid it, jumping left and right as the length of shadow pursued her. Eventually being pushed away, she stopped when she saw the creeping attack slow the halt and marked her distance by dragging her foot across the ground. The shadow possession technique. How predictable, Kuratsuchi chuckled, glaring up towards the woods as she followed the shadow's trail to its source. Unfortunately, the base end of it became obscured by the darker shade of the tree line, making it impossible to trace it to its exact point of origin. However, she knew the boy was confined to the small patch of woods, which was itself isolated in an area surrounded by grass, which meant she had him effectively bogged down. Typical of a Nara to run, hide and attack from the dark. Looks like I'm going to have to flush him out. Hiding up in the branches of one of the trees, a slightly grungy and soaked Shikamaru glared from around the main trunk towards the girl he could see standing just outside of his range. She'd marked the furthest distance his shadow was able to travel, which meant she had a bead on him. Though it annoyed him that he wasn't able to get her on the first shot, he was able to work out one thing about his opponent. She's sharp, that one, in spite of appearances, Shikamaru thought, his frown deepening. I was expecting her to just rush in with her guard down, but she shaved away at the distance slowly and was on the lookout for my shadow. Figures. His clan had a rather repetitive and sedated battle style, something that had been practiced and refined for decades on the field. It didn't surprise him one bit that there were people out there who knew what to look out for with them. Deciding to get serious, he knelt down on the branch and, breaking his hand seal, placed his fingers together to form a bowl in front of him while his eyes closed tightly. Seeing the shadow retract, Kuratsuchi grinned and formed a hand seal. You know, I never liked hide and seek. It always took the fun out of a great game of tag. She flew through signs and finished on Snake. You're like a little rat scurrying off to the nearest den the second a cat strolls into the picture. You can hide for as long as you want, but it's like Grandpa always said to me, the best way to get a rat out of its hole is to flood the damn place. Water beginning to gather around her palm again, the kunoichi swung back before throwing the vortex forward, a massive jet shooting straight towards the woods. Suetun, Hahanryu. Water release, tearing torrent. The water expanded in mid-flight to form a wave, which rammed into the trees and battered them with the force of a tsunami. Though the branches and trunks cushioned the attack somewhat and forced it to break apart before it could reach the other side, it still tore up the canopy pretty badly, leaving a large pond surrounding the patch of forest. Lowering her arm, Kuratsuchi clicked her tongue irritably when she didn't see a body fly out the other end or her opponent make any attempt to leave his hiding place. However, as the moisture in the air started to fall back to the ground and dispel, a flash of light followed by the sight of a familiar projectile flying at her from the woods had the kunoichi look up with a start before leaping to the side to dodge. The kunai barely grazed past her hair as she continued leaping sideways, avoiding the shuriken that came sailing at her one after the other. She was forced to move in the other direction when a hail of kunai came next, impaling the ground in several different places, with some even missing by yards. As terrible as his aim was, at least the guy was attacking with something. Points for effort. Sneaky bastard. Kuratsuchi cursed, deciding to return fire with her own kunai, hurling it into the forest. It was a useless gesture, but what else was she supposed to do when she couldn't see the damn prick? After tossing her barrage and sliding to a stop, the kunoichi's foe suddenly responded with another, single kunai that really had Kuratsuchi jump out of the way. The moment that particular kunai landed in the spot she had been standing, the tag wrapped around it detonated, blasting the ground and sending debris and rubble flying in all directions. Rolling along the grass after evading, Kuratsuchi looked across to her right at the smoldering crater in the ground left behind by the exploding paper bomb, before looking left at all the kunai that had missed her. Breathing to calm herself, she then smiled smugly and looked up again. That the best you got? A little fireworks display? His response came immediately in the form of his shadow arcing around from the far edge of the wood and converging on her from her right. Kuratsuchi scoffed when she saw the advancing tendril coming at her. Since she'd already marked his distance, there was no way it was going to reach her. However, she was caught completely by surprise when it suddenly dove into the smoking crater formed by the explosive tag, before leaping out of it and continuing straight towards her at speed. Son of a bitch. Kuratsuchi swore, jumping backwards in full retreat when the thin shadow charged her down. She began backing away, following a rapid zigzag path that the shadow pursued her along. As she ran, sweat flew off of her as she kept her eyes glued onto the thing chasing her. That's right. He can use the shadows on the ground to extend the reach of his attack. He's using the shaded spot of the crater to stretch his damn shadow even further. So he purposefully missed with that explosive tag to create an opportunity for him to use his jutsu and trap her while she was feeling safe. The girl frowned as she continued backing away, watching the extending shadow as it started to slow and lag behind. Eventually she slid to a stop and watched the attack do the same several feet away, grinning when it couldn't go any further. Nice try. But it'll take more than extending your range to try and catch me, Kuratsuchi laughed while glaring up towards the woods the shadow had come from. Oh. Stadium, competitor's balcony. Damn, so close, Shiho cursed from her spot, banging the guardrail in frustration. It still wasn't enough though, Keat also spoke, hand holding his chin thoughtfully. In spite of its failure, it was still an incredibly clever play. Utilizing the shadows on the floor to help increase his reach and surprise his opponent. He's a clever bastard, if nothing else, Tayuya chuckled, arms folded. Even I might have trouble fighting him in the trees. He really knows how to use his distance and his surroundings well. Oh. Stadium, arena. Kuratsuchi chuckled as she brought her hands up, preparing to throw another water jutsu to flush the bastard out of his hiding place. She saw the shadow retract slowly, instilling the belief in her that she was definitely giving her opponent a hard time. If there was any moment to respond, it was now. If I can just concentrate on the shadows on the ground, I can stay safely out of the way of your snare. At this distance, I can throw anything at you, the kunoichi shouted as she began flying through hand seals once more. This time I'll level the area. Pseudo dash, just as she was in the middle of finishing her combination, the girl's eyes widened in horror when she realized she'd stopped moving and, in spite of her efforts to will her arms to life, she wasn't able to budge an inch. The moment she realized she was stuck fast to the ground, sweat started to pour down from her head. And no way. I can't move. Looking up, Kuratsuchi locked onto the tree line ahead of her, where she then saw the form of her opponent step out from behind the brush. Looking a bit ruffled and soaked from the punishing attacks he'd been subjected to, but had managed to cushion using the cover of the forest, Shikamaru emerged with a cocky smile on his face and his eyes set firmly on his adversary. Kage-main no jutsu, shadow imitation technique, complete, the boy said while tightening his glare. It took a bit of doing but I finally got you. How? Kuratsuchi choked in alarm, finding her body willed out of her fighting stance as the boy walked out into the light. I measured your distance from the hole and the tree line. There was no way you could have reached me. Shikamaru chuckled and turned his head. Did you seriously think my aim was that bad? Confused as to what he was saying, Kuratsuchi's head turned with his and was forced to look behind her. When she did, she saw a second length of shadow stretching out from the woods, but this one had come from her blind spot. While she was baffled by how he was able to produce a second shadow with the first one being stretched as far as it could possibly go, she quickly figured out how he was able to get it to extend the way he did. The kunai he had missed and embedded in the ground with. Of the dozen that he was able to throw, he'd managed to create a broken line of them that arced towards her starting from the edge of the woods to the knife that had landed closest to her. Due to the angle and positioning of them, each of the kunai stuck in the ground was able to cast a thin shadow from the sunlight above. A small amount of shade her opponent was then able to use to extend the reach of his own shadow and catch her when he drove her back to them with his first. Kuratsuchi's body trembled as she gazed in shock at the black line behind her. Why you plan that far ahead? I purposefully missed with those kunai to create a highway I could use to extend a second shadow. Because I was already using one, I had to compensate for the lack of reach with my second one by running it through a chain of pre-existing shadows to give me the boost I needed, Shikamaru informed while reaching into his pouch. Since he was connected to the kunoichi, she did the same, only she grabbed nothing because the Nara had positioned his holder in a place where she didn't have it on the back of her belt. To be honest, there were 10 different ways I could have caught you from my position. I just chose the most convenient one. You didn't know I could split my shadow and assumed I was stretching my only one as far as it could go the next time I tried to use it. My forward attack was the perfect bait to use against you, and you fell for it. The girl stared across at the boy in astonishment, mimicking his actions perfectly as he brought a kunai out and massaged its handle. He's good. Grinning, Shikamaru cocked the knife he was holding over his shoulder and threw it at the kunoichi, while she returned fire with nothing. The kunai that the Nara threw then embedded the ground directly in front of his opponent, the handle unraveling to reveal an explosive tag attached to it. With it only an inch away from her and her body still under the control of the shadow paralysis technique, Kuratsuchi had no chance of getting away. Hell, she couldn't even weave a single hand sign or mount any sort of response. Shikamaru frowned as he slipped his hands into his pockets. You only have one option here. I'd take it. Gritting her teeth and shaking furiously as she struggled against her binds, Kuratsuchi took a moment to think about any possible ways she could get out of this. However, after a few seconds of silence and watching her opponent prepare to form the activation seal for the paper bomb at her feet, she then closed her eyes and steeled herself. Breathing out, the kunoichi nodded. You win. I give up. Hey-8, who was standing nearby, nodded when he heard the girl and raised his hand. By way of verbal surrender, the winner of match 1 is Shikamaru Nara of Konoha. His voice echoed out from the speakers over the entire stadium, which remained silent for several seconds before a round of applause and cheering broke out. Oh. Stadium, Team Instructors Section. Over where the various jonin of Konohagakure were seated, all 5 of the instructors present were clapping and voicing their approval spiritedly, with Asuma looking the proudest of them all at what his student had been able to accomplish using the bare minimum. One jutsu only. Incredible, Gunma spoke, a grin on his face and Senbon resting between his lips. Only a Nara could ever use a technique like that effectively. I can only imagine how much stronger he would become if he was the leader of a team, Kakashi added, stopping his applause early to get comfortable again. The village could use a sharp mind like that. Kurenai gave a half smile at that before turning to her boyfriend sitting next to her and still clapping. Too bad he isn't the most driven character of the bunch. True. But being who he is, I doubt that would affect his performance any, Asuma laughed, watching from afar as Shikamaru deactivated his jutsu and released his opponent from his hold, the latter of which collapsed to the ground directly in front of the kunai. From what I gathered, he fought a magnificent battle at his own pace. That's good enough for me. Oh. Stadium, Kage Section. The Raikage let out a boisterous laugh as every village leader in the box, Sanzanoki, was celebrating the Nara's victory while the short old man was looking incredibly disappointed. To capitalize on the opportunity presented, the burly, dark-skinned man leaned forward and looked across the Suna leader towards the elder on the far end. You were saying something about your granddaughter being a bit too much for the Nara kid to handle? Anoki grunted and folded his arms, not even bothering to look the other Kage's way. She was foolhardy and, for the most part, acted irrationally. While she did display keen insight into her opponent's abilities and expressed a certain degree of caution, it's not enough to earn her a promotion, I'm afraid. I'll be sure to reprimand her for this when she returns to the village. The Kazekage closed his eyes. A firm stand is often necessary to get through to the unruly ones. All of the village leaders seated there could agree wholeheartedly with that statement. Oh. Stadium, Competitors' Balcony. As the crowd clamored and the next two opponents were called up by the proctors, Shikamaru and Kuratsuchi returned to the competitors' box. When they walked in through the main entrance, both of them had their heads down, one out of shame and disappointment and the other out of boredom and exhaustion. They broke off once they stepped through, with the kunoichi stopping long enough to look back at the retreating Nara. "Hey!" Kuratsuchi exclaimed, catching the boy's attention and getting him to look back at her. She gave him a weak smile. "Good fight, slacker." Expression tired as usual, the boy smiled back and waved, before turning to see the familiar form of Shiho from Team 9 approaching. When the girl with the tinted glasses stood before him with her hands behind her back and body language conveying nothing but anxiousness, the kunoichi slowly looked up to face the boy with a fond smile. "See, congratulations? Shikamaru-kun." "Ah, thanks," the Nara nodded back courteously. This gesture earned a cheerful giggle from the blonde kunoichi who, after tucking some hair behind her ear, skipped across the way to rejoin her teammates. There, she met up with an observing Tayuya and Keed, both of whom patted her on the back for her courage before moving to watch the next fight. Deciding to dismiss the moment for the time being, Shikamaru continued on course for the railings, where he then leaned against the metal bar and breathed out in exhaustion. There, he was quickly greeted by an ecstatic Ino who wrapped her arms around him in a tight hug, whereas Choji stood close by with a bag of celebratory chips in hand and was gorging on them out of excitement. "Shikamaru, that was amazing," the blonde of Team 10 cheered, ruffling his hair as best as she could before holding him at arm's reach, her warm gaze transforming into a glare. "Scare me like that again and I will murder you. Do you understand?" The unmotivated genin blinked under her hard eyes before looking ahead of him again. "Whatever you say, Ino." He then flinched when he had a chip held directly in front of him and looked across to see his best friend of years past standing directly beside him and grinning. "Nice going, Shikamaru." Considering the gesture, the Nara gave a weak smile and took the chip from the teen, holding it up in a small salute. "Thanks, buddy." With the competitors from the first round back, Ten and her opponent began making their way down. After watching Gaara head for the exit first, leaving his ever-nervous older brother and sister behind, the kunoichi of Team Guy then received best wishes from Lee, a nod of acknowledgement from Niji, and then looks of good luck from the rest of the Konoha contingent. However, just before she could leave, she looked back at Naruto and grinned. "I'll see you in the final round," Ten chirped, giving him a thumbs up. Naruto smiled back, "Concentrate on getting through the rest of the competition first." That said, Ten also left. When Naruto turned to face the arena across the threshold, he noticed Sasuke and Sakura staring at him, which irked the blonde somewhat since he'd been getting a lot of those types of stares lately. He frowned deeply at them. "What?" Sakura panicked a bit and averted her gaze, and nothing. The Uchiha didn't dignify Naruto with a verbal answer of sorts. All he did was grunt and look away, maintaining his usual composure. Upon seeing the competitors exit the stairwell and stroll out onto the field, Lee gave a boisterous cheer and started rooting for Ten, giving her a well-deserved entrance. While the boy in green was singing his voice hoarse, Niji narrowed his eyes on the Sunagakure genin, as he was one of the few genin in this contest that was giving him the most cause for concern. "That boy has a strong presence. I don't think Ten is going to have an easy match," the Hyuga murmured uneasily while narrowing his eyes. There was something unsettling about the whole thing. Stadium, arena. A minute or so later, Gaara and Ten had made it all the way out to the center of the arena. Stepping onto the neutral patch after it was quickly cleaned out by the other proctors from the previous battle, both opponents then stood and stared each other down with their respective battle expressions in play. The kunoichi was as serious and confident as ever, whereas her adversary remained as stoic as he had been since stepping out of the competitor's waiting area. He had a really good poker face. It was kind of unnerving that he didn't blink or give away any tells regarding his feelings towards the fight. From the way a bead of sweat trickled down from Ten's temple, you could tell his serious expression was starting to rub on her the wrong way. "Man, does this guy ever relax?" Ten wondered, returning Gaara's stare with her own. The Kumogakure shinobi Tenga came over to stand between the two genin. Looking from left to right, performing a quick check to see how both competitors were lined up, he then held his hand out in front of him and braced himself. "Are the two of you ready?" He received a firm nod from the kunoichi and another from the Suna genin. Acknowledging their states, the man then raised his hand. "All right. Match 2, Gaara of Sunagakure vs Ten of Konohagakure. Begin." His hand dropped, signaling the start of the fight. Tenga instantly jumped back to give them some space and, surprisingly, so did Ten. The kunoichi of the leaf immediately began putting a great deal of distance between herself and her opponent, and once she'd managed to move a few meters out, locked the still standing Gaara with a hard glare. Even though she pulled back, the boy neither visibly responded nor gave pursuit. He just stood there, arms folded and still staring at her like he had been seconds prior to the beginning of the fight. Marking her distance perfectly, Ten reached for her holster. "All right, time to see if I can change that expression of yours. It's seriously starting to creep me out." Just as she was setting herself defensively, she suddenly saw the cork at the top of the gourd on the kid's back suddenly pop off before flying straight at her. She responded immediately by batting it out of the way with the kunai she drew, watching it land safely away before glaring again. "Was that your way of saying hello?" Gaara said nothing and continued to stare emotionlessly at the girl. He didn't even blink when he popped the top of his bottle. Clicking her tongue, Ten reached into her pouch and drew a few more weapons, fanning shuriken out between her fingers. "Let's test the waters." She then tossed them from behind at once, watching the projectile split up in their flight before converging on their opponent. When the girl expected to score a direct hit, she got the surprise of a lifetime when sand suddenly shot out of the gourd on the boy's back and blocked all of the ninja stars she threw at him. All of them were stopped dead in their tracks by the shield, which astonished the kunoichi because the boy didn't even bother to move or evade. The sand just acted on its own accord. Whoa! Seeing Gaara's unflinching glare still fixated on her, Tenten then watched as her weapons embedded in the sand all dropped to the ground. The sand shortly followed suit, forming a perfect circle around the red-haired Suna sibling before beginning to shift like it was alive. The kunoichi looked down at it and frowned when she realized the ring of grains had landed in an area just outside of arm's reach of her foe, which presented a bit of an obstacle for her. Well, that sucks, Tenten commented. Oh. Stadium, team instructors section. That's an interesting defense, Kakashi commented, raising an eyebrow after seeing the opening barrage thrown by Tenten had been blocked by the most common element you'd find in a desert. So that's what he was carrying around with him in that gourd. Sand users are apparently really rare, even in Sunagakure, Kurenai said, furrowing her brow as she thought back on the knowledge she'd accumulated in her time as a kunoichi. The only shinobi we know of that uses an element similar to what that boy is using is the fourth Kazekage, only he uses gold particles instead of sand particles. Sitting beside her along with the Jonin, Kurenai's team of genin was also present. Shino, Kiba and Hinata, all of whom had traveled here with their instructors to witness the tournament firsthand, were currently looking on worryingly as another member of their village had taken to the plate. However, unlike the match before where they were watching the drama unfold with Shikamaru's battle in a game of wits and chess, this one had opened up into a whole new kind of drama. Akamaru whimpered when he caught a whiff of the Sunagakure boy's chakra on the wind and attempted to hide in his partner's jacket. The teenager rubbed the pup's head comfortingly when he acknowledged his companion's fright. "It's okay boy, it's okay." He then glared back towards the arena when he recalled exactly who this person was. "He's the one with the foul-smelling chakra." A dangerous one, Shino thought, glasses flashing as he shifted his gaze towards the kunoichi. What course of action will she take next against such a foe? Guy frowned as he analyzed the situation more closely. That was an incredibly fast response. That sand came to his defense a split second before Tenten's weapons could even touch him. What's more, he hasn't even budged an inch. Already, the Jonin seated in the stands didn't like the way the opening of this fight was going. They kept their attention fixated on it, so that they didn't miss a second. Stadium, competitor's balcony. Up in the competitor's booth, the mood had become tense again. "That's not good," Sasuke murmured, with Naruto nodding in agreement. "That sand came out of nowhere. How did he do that?" Sakura asked, finding the entire thing perplexing. She'd heard of people who had mastery over particular types of elements and jutsu, but this was ridiculous. The boy didn't even weave any hand seals whatsoever and the sand just acted on its own. "Hey, is that girl your friend?" a voice suddenly spoke up from the side, pulling Team 7's attention over. When they looked they saw the two older siblings from the Suna team had come over to join them, with the girl carrying the fan having been the one to speak up. Realizing he was the one being addressed, Naruto got off the railing and turned towards her with absolute composure. "Yeah, she is." Kankuro frowned at him. "If I were you, I'd stop this fight." He looked back over at Team Guy, to see the most energetic one of them still focused on the fight whereas the Hyuga had glanced over as well when he noticed one of the potential enemy teams had displaced themselves over toward Team 7's end. "If you want her back in one piece, you'd listen to what I have to say." Naruto frowned at him. "Why?" "Because if you don't she'll be killed," Temari warned, frowning at the Jinchuriki as she was being as serious and straightforward as she possibly could. It was the only way she could get her message across to all of them in order to avoid a catastrophe. Hearing this, Niji's attention narrowed more intently. "What makes you so certain that my teammate won't be able to pull through this fight?" He wasn't going to revert back to the whole concept of fate or alike. The reality that it was a flawed system of thinking had been thrown right back at him when he drew his first battle and recently had that long talk with Hayashi to help him come to terms with some of the issues in his past. That had been a seriously enlightening conversation and also reminded him to apologize to his cousin later. "Trust me," Kankuro led on, glaring at the boy with brown hair and ghost-like eyes. "We know Gaara. We grew up with him and we trained with him. As far as we know, there hasn't been a single person alive who's been able to touch him. In a straight-up fight, no one has ever beaten him, so if you value the safety of your teammate, I suggest you start making plans to get her out of there before things get out of hand." The voice of experience. With those words of warning passed on to them, everyone up in the competitor's box glared back out across the ring. Meanwhile, further down the balcony towards the far end, the team from Kirigakure who had gone on unnoticed for most of the opening ceremony, currently had their undivided attention set on the center of the stadium. While the blonde-haired girl was sitting underneath the railing and kicking her feet out excitedly and the boy with the bubble blower was watching the field closely, the orange-haired Tsubaki was glaring out at the young sand user with her arms folded and sheer intensity radiating off of her. Her eyes narrowed as she watched the sand at his feet move. This match is as good as over. And she knew it. Stadium, arena. So you've got a sand barrier protecting you, huh? Well, if that's the case. Setting herself into a wider stance, Tenten sprinted off to the side and began running a full circle around her opponent, at the same time drawing a few more shuriken and tossing them at her target. The metal stars cut through the air swiftly, breaking up and separating in an effort to confuse her stoic adversary, only to once again face the impenetrable obstacle that was the boy's seemingly unnatural defense. The sand on the ground jumped up and blocked the hail of weaponry, the projectiles sinking in and disappearing inside the heavy deposits of grain. This process repeated several times over with more and more kunai and shuriken being sent flying in Gaara's general direction, before being dropped to the ground where they would lie uselessly after their failed attempts to get through to the boy. Not allowing her frustration to get the better of her, Tenten tried switching directions and handedness of her throws. However, in spite of throwing them stronger with her left and sending the weapons in at different angles, it still wasn't enough. This futility was emphasized further when the girl sprang high into the air and sent a hail of kunai straight down towards the boy, who managed to knock them out of the air with the same sand. Damn it, Tenten cursed, landing at distance and glaring up to see the teen hadn't even bothered to turn his head. Even from a complete blind spot he was able to block them. What a pain. So the sand was automatically coming to his defense. That meant her troubles had just escalated in the span of only a few minutes. She needed to think of something quick before she went into overtime. However, before she could come up with any concrete plans, Gaara, who had remained silent throughout the entire fight thus far, suddenly decided to speak. Is that it? The genin's husky voice drifted over, which had the girl balk in surprise. I hope this isn't all the entertainment you can provide for me. Head lifting up, the boy with the reddish-brown hair behind the shield of sand glared across at Tenten with murderous intent reflected in his dilated eyes. I think it's time. I paint this entire field in your blood. Reacting instinctively, Tenten sprang back when she saw more sand spew forth from the boy's gourd and come charging at her. Evading to the side, the kunoichi watched the wave of grains crash to the ground just a few feet away, before it suddenly changed directions and began snaking towards her at speed. With every step, the sand came up at her in waves, freaking the shuriken user out as she pulled further and further away. It's chasing me? That's not fair. Tenten cursed, leaping back even faster and missing a sweeping attempt from the sand. However, not one to be deterred so easily, while jumping back the girl hurled more shuriken at her Sunagekure opponent, only to have her weapons knocked out of the air again just inches away from his head. I can't let this keep going. I need to get past that defense. Stopping an even greater distance from Gaara, just within reach of her throwing arm, the kunoichi watched the sand summoned from his gourd slither back towards him. Apparently the same stuff he used to defend himself he could use to attack, but it got tired of that too and decided to move back. Since she wasn't sure of its true reach, a safe reactionary distance away was the best she could do at this point. Tenten smirked, you're pretty good. But long range is my range too. She then pulled out a scroll from her pouch and unclasped it. Crouching low, she calculated the exact range she had before springing into action, literally. Try this on for size. Flying straight up into the air, the girl suspended herself high above her opponent and unfurled the length of paper in her grasp, spinning it around her in a series of acrobatic twirls and summoning from it a wide assortment of lethal weaponry. The kunai, shuriken, sickles, axes, spears, lances, sunban and arrows she called upon from the scroll she then sent hurling at her opponent in a rain of sharp, deadly metal. They broke up in their flight and converged on him, striking at his body simultaneously, well, attempted to anyway. The dozens of weapons Tenten let loose were once again stopped by Gaara's sand, but instead of being blocked in individual waves he managed to block all of them at once when more sand shot out of his guard and encompassed him in a protective shell, like a broken egg. The weapons embedded into the tough layers of desert where they then remained, leaving the walls absolutely riddled with sharp, point objects. When Tenten eventually returned to ground floor, she glared up in surprise. Are you kidding me? So the defense protected him completely. How much sand did he actually carry around in that damn thing? The walls collapsing and depositing the weapons across the floor, the boy then motionlessly recalled most of the clouds of sand back into his gourd, leaving only the ring on the floor for his defense. He grunted indignantly, your pathetic attempts to circumvent my defenses won't work on me. Be still and die at my feet. The sand in front of him lifted into the air and formed into a ghostly hand, something that had Tenten step back at. I'll set that suggestion aside to be processed on a later date, thank you very much, the kunoichi stated, before hardening her glare. I'm not going to back down. A fortress's walls aren't impenetrable. There's always a way around them. Dropping down to her knee, she reached into her pouch again and began rummaging around for another scroll, not taking her eyes off of her opponent. She wasn't stupid enough to press home with another assault. The attack she actually had planned to follow up on was pretty much a larger-scale version of her previous one. But using a repetitive approach wasn't going to get her anywhere. In any case, she'd seen enough of his defense to figure out a way around it. Since solid attacks weren't going to get past the sand's density and speed, then maybe something with a little more bite to it. Her specialty was sealing stuff inside of scrolls and bringing it out. Now was the time to showcase that ability. Pulling out the scroll she wanted, she held it in front of her, her fingers over the sealing tag. Gaara glared straight at her with his usual disinterested expression, but focused on her scroll more closely, as she seemed to be planning something. After several moments of calculation, Tenten smirked. It's time I show you what I've really got hidden up my sleeve. She then sprinted to the side, running the full safety perimeter around her opponent, which was in fact a build-up for her lifting into the air. Leaping high above the ground once again, the kunoichi twirled her scroll between her fingers before unfurling it, revealing a single seal slapped across its center. Gaara followed her with his eyes, spotting the seal but was unable to read it when she began twirling it around her like she did before. After building up enough momentum, Tenten drew the scroll through the sky in front of her, forming a hand seal and executing her attack. Take this. In the blink of an eye, the seal's storage space was opened up. Using an attack nobody saw coming, the audience watched in bewilderment as a pool of water suddenly expanded in the air above the field before beginning to fall straight towards the Suna Genin below. From his spot, Gaara saw the wave of water appear from the paper and stepped back, his expression changing to one of shock. Reacting quickly, he threw his left hand back and waved it forward, sending the sand he had on the floor straight up to protect him. However, the sheer volume of water Tenten had managed to summon from her portable water field scroll drenched the sand before continuing towards him. The small tsunami crashed headlong into Gaara and had him stumbling before collapsing to his knee. Tenten grinned in triumph as she began her descent. Yes. Oh. Stadium, competitor's balcony. What? Kankuro shouted, leaning forward over the guard rail. She got him? The Konoha contingent looked on triumphantly as they finally watched their fellow kunoichi slam a big one down on top of her adversary. Temari's expression also conveyed her disbelief. That's right. Gaara's sand is susceptible to water-based attacks. The liquid mixes with the grains, which messes up his shield's effectiveness and weakens it. And that wasn't the only thing the attack apparently did? Oh. Stadium, arena. Landing on the ground, Tenten looked up towards her foe standing in the pool of summoned water. Ignoring the falling mud that was his sand shield, the kunoichi focused solely on her adversary, only to shake her head in bewilderment when she saw that he was melting. However, on closer inspection, the shuriken user saw that Gaara himself wasn't melting, it was the sand that had been hugging his body that was dripping off of him. It appeared that his automatic sand shield wasn't the only protection he had. He'd also had sand encasing his body like armor, providing him an extra defense. While this would have annoyed the girl knowing he had a second line of security past the ridiculously speedy sand he could call upon at will, she found solace in the fact that she'd managed to cripple both of them in one go. Tenten grinned, watching her opponent struggling to get back to his feet as his extra layer of skin dripped away. Not so hot now, are ya? Growling, the staggered Tsunagenin glared up towards his foe with blind fury. Damn, you. Drawing several kunai from her back pouch, Tenten held them in front of her and smirked. You lose. With that she threw them. The 3 blades with explosive tags attached to them she pitched impacted with their target and detonated with concussive force, shaking the arena floor. The fire and smoke choked the air, spreading out in all directions in a flash and blocking the audience's view of the end result. While the proctors kept their distance, Tenten maintained her position while smiling triumphantly. She stood up and took a stance, waiting eagerly for the dust to settle to see if her opponent was out. However, as soon as the smoke eventually dispersed, the kunoichi recoiled at what she saw standing behind the veil. Kneeling on the ground, arms raised in front of him, a pissed-off Gaara could be seen sitting behind a new wall of sand. Before Tenten could question as to how the hell he'd managed to summon more of it, since she'd practically drenched all of the grains that were on his person including his gourd, she then saw exactly where it had come from. The boy had actually managed to conjure the sand out from the ground outside of the pool of water, which he brought over at the last moment and blocked the force of the exploding paper bombs. The craters of the blasts could be seen embedded in the walls of sand suspended in front of him, which filled the girl's heart with dread. You have got to be kidding me, Tenten shouted, gritting her teeth and reaching back to her pouch. Shit. Now what? Growling in a clear sign of rage, Gaara's eyes widened maniacally as he moved his forward arm and jabbed it out in front of him. Die. Just as Tenten was readying herself for a counterattack, her focus was suddenly pulled down to her feet where the ground underneath had started shaking violently. Before she could even react, the space she was standing on exploded upwards and she was blasted into the air by a wave of sand smashing into her from below. The kunoichi let out a cry of agony as she was sent flying skywards, a split second before the same tendril of sand that knocked her off her feet gathered above her and slammed her back into the ground, where she disappeared in a cloud of dust. With the last of the mud on his person filtering out the water, Gaara began restoring his sand armor along with the new sand he had pulled up from the earth. The grains gathered around him and stuck itself to his body, forming another shell and gourd on his back. While this was going on, he staggered across the muddy terrain and out of the drenched area, eyes watching carefully as his opponent tried to stand up out of the crater she'd formed. Seeing the kunoichi's bruised, bleeding and tattered form glaring at him, the once again stoic Gaara raised his hand and made a backhanded motion. Besht. Tenten was blindsided by another tendril of sand that smashed into her and sent her violently tumbling across the ground. When she stopped, she was on her stomach, sprawled out, and bleeding heavily from her head and mouth. She coughed out blood following her painful roll, after which she started trying to push herself back to her feet. Unable to get up from her hands and knees due to the amount of damage she'd sustained, Tenten was effectively grounded. While she was struggling against the creeping feeling of unconsciousness, Gaara had found his way over to her again and was now quietly standing just feet away from his opponent. When she glared at him over her shoulder through a blurred vision, the Tsunagenin frowned. It was as if the whole situation with the water thing never even happened. But you could tell even with his face that he was pissed. Mother demands blood, and I will give it to her. Eyes reflecting fear, Tenten bit her teeth together as she thought fast and hard on what she should do next. However, upon seeing the boy's sand appear from his newly reconstructed gourd and hover over his shoulder, the kunoichi quickly resigned herself to her fate and spoke. I give up. She looked towards Hayate, who was standing close by. I give up. Hearing her loud and clear, the Konoha proctor nodded and raised his hand, winner by verbal surrender, Sabaku no. No. Gaara suddenly said in a loud, frightening voice, cutting the man off as sand suddenly started billowing out of large bottle. Glaring murderously at the wounded kunoichi at his feet as the sand eclipsed the sky overhead, the boy missed the stunned gaze of the proctor as he then produced a massive wall above his defeated adversary in obvious intent to swallow the kunoichi up in one go. I will not be satisfied with this. I am going to finish this fight right here and now. Seeing Tenten's eyes widen in horror, without warning, he then dropped the cloud of sand right on top of her in the form of a wave. Disappear. Sabaku Q. Sand-binding coffin. An explosive shockwave rang out, drowning Tenten's final blood-curdling cry of terror when Gaara literally mashed the kunoichi under tons of sand, which twisted into a mound before cracking when it encased and literally crushed whatever was caught up inside of it, a sight that stunned not only the crowd, but all of the officials and the competitors up in their box. Tenten, the shocked cry from Lee rang out across the arena when he and Niji saw his teammate literally vanish under the mass of sand that hit the ground with the force of several hundred anvils dropping at once. It seemed like it was over for good. However, just as Gaara was beginning to draw his sand back into his gourd after his supposedly violent finisher, the redhead then looked across to see the familiar back of an orange-clad, blonde-haired Naruto crouched on the ground several feet away and carrying in his arms a badly wounded Tenten. Once he'd managed to stop himself from his invisibly fast dash, which the audience was able to see from their seats in the form of an orange blur that managed to zip right under the wave a split second before it made impact, the boy stood up and glared furiously over his shoulder, his eyes flashing a dangerous and familiar red towards the equally hate-filled eyes of the Suna genin that had nearly killed the girl he'd just saved. Naruto huffed, that was uncalled for. Gaara flinched as the rest of his sand withdrew, with a tendril still hovering beside him in warning. Do you wish to die by my hand too? Regardless of your answer, I'm still going to kill you. Before any more words could be thrown, Naruto backed off, just in time for all three proctors to jump in front of him and shield him from the boy emitting the serious waves of killing intent. With Hayate up front, he was able to make his position and instructions perfectly clear. The match is over. Your opponent has forfeited. Now stand down and return to the competitor's box, or I will have you disqualified for attempting to carry on a fight that has officially been ended. While he said that with absolute seriousness, it was impossible to ignore the beads of nervous sweat running down his face. They'd seen what this boy was capable of. Even they had their doubts about handling him if push came to shove, and he refused. Taking in their words for a moment and analyzing the contingent standing in his way, Gaara eventually relented. Sand sucking back into his gourd and forming into another cork, the completely unharmed Jinchuriki grunted and turned heel. Fine. He then marched his way back towards the area where the others were waiting, making his way across the field under the watchful eyes of the silent crowd. Breathing a heavy sigh of relief, Hayate and the other proctors looked back at the blonde behind them, where all of them then gave the Jinchuriki a smile as he weighed the girl in his arms. Nice save, kid. It was quite clear from the adults' expressions that neither one of the officials had expected a genin to legitimately go out of their way to completely disregard a white flag and kill their opponent in cold blood. Because of this, not one of the three referees there had been prepared to jump in when they were supposed to, since they thought the fight was over when the kunoichi announced her intention to surrender and the other would simply stand down. But it looked as though there were still some upstarts in this competition they had to keep a sharp eye on, especially that one. If you hadn't moved when you did. Tenga spoke while shaking his head. I know, Naruto chirped with a smile while looking down at the girl in his arms to see her eyes closed and face scrunched up in pain, having nearly fainted from her near-death experience. It's a good thing that I'm so fast, Tenten? Hearing his voice, the kunoichi cracked open an eye and looked up at the person speaking to her. When her vision cleared up and she saw it was Naruto carrying and gazing at her, a warm grin spread across the spirited girl's lips. Lucky me. She couldn't have asked for anyone else. Of course, she didn't want to come off as cheesy, so no more words were needed to be spoken in that moment. The two were plenty. Oh. Stadium, Kage section. Mei looked out over the field with a grim shadow across her eyes, as did every other Kage in the box alongside her. After seeing everything that had transpired, it was no surprise that all of the village leaders there were so affected by only the second match, as they had nearly borne witness to what could have only been described as an abhorrent event. A participant in the exams had deliberately tried to kill his opponent even after the whistle had been blown. Superb battle skills and use of his terrain as a shinobi aside, that last move had just been completely unnecessary. Even with his foe thoroughly beaten, he still wished to carry out the match to the point of murdering his adversary in front of thousands of people. There had not been a single shred of mercy shown behind his actions. Not one. That one might be a little bit of a problem, Hiroto of Yugakure exclaimed, earning nods of agreement from the other Kage sitting alongside him. Those actions were completely out of line and unnecessary, Mei stated, glancing over at the fourth Kazekage who was looking on with a hard gaze. That is your son, is it not? Yes, it is, the leader of the Sand Village replied, feeling his person fall under the scrutiny of the other leaders. How can you allow him to act out like that? Had it not occurred to you earlier that he was unstable and prone to violent tendencies that would clearly put others in harm's way? Mei asked, glaring at the man who remained emotionless and immobile. Surely you must have taught him the value of sparing an opponent's life as well as showing leniency in combat. With such a flawed character, he'd end up putting himself at a disadvantage if he's not careful, Inoki added. The Kazekage frowned. You think I would not have noticed his violent and otherwise murderous habits? Gaara is not an individual who is easy to approach, nor has his upbringing been the most morally acceptable. As my village's Jinchuriki, I have done everything that I could to mold him into an ideal shinobi. The man closed his eyes when he felt shock and further glares land on him at his divulging of this information. He wasn't concerned by this though. This was merely him showing his hand and giving reason for his boy's instability, as it was somewhat of a shared experience by all the villages that Jinchuriki in the past weren't the most normal of human beings. However, many of the steps that I have taken led to numerous trials, errors and, for the most part, failures. What you saw before you was the end result, in other words the best possible solution I could come up with. You trained him to become a weapon? Mei responded, not really feeling all that surprised anymore due to her own knowledge regarding the new data. Is that not the purpose of a Jinchuriki to their village? The Kazekage asked, also looking over at the woman to return her glare, to be a weapon? A means to bolster the village's power? Utilized effectively, a Jinchuriki can become the ultimate tool. Well, you're not wrong there, Anoki agreed, earning sour looks from Hiruzen and Mei respectively. Hiroto remained silent throughout this conversation, due to the fact that his village did not possess a Jinchuriki and therefore could not understand wholeheartedly the situation. It also was not his place to intervene. Folding his arms, leaned back in his seat and sighed, in my opinion, there are many, better ways a Jinchuriki can be of service to their village. They aren't just mindless juggernauts of power or a crossbow you can just point and shoot. They can function under their own accord too. Granted he did find Gaara's techniques versatile, effective and, dare say, awesome, he could not ignore the fact that the youngster did not have full control over his abilities. If he were to somehow start thinking more rationally and sensibly, if he was to somehow gain full control and understanding over his powers to manipulate sand and what he was capable of, then there was a chance he could become a damnably good shinobi. I could state this with absolute confidence, because his village had 2 Jinchuriki who had complete control over their Biju and abilities. You may want to revise your policy over handling Jinchuriki if you want to avoid them turning into cold-blooded killers who would sooner turn on their own comrades than on the enemy. The 4th Kazekage bit his teeth and frowned even more, duly noted, Reikage Dano. Hiruzen noticed the impatience in the Kazekage's voice and looked across at him. However, not wanting to question his ally himself due to the position he was currently in under the questioning eyes of the others, chose to instead look back on the field and make his own assessments. After all, he too was judging the genin in this competition, and so far his shinobi were showing a great deal of promise. Even the ones that had lost? You did well, 10-10. While your strategy and analysis over your situation was superb and your attack plan was executed beautifully, the fact that your opponent possessed both superior power and strength over you meant that your full potential could not be realized. That is unfortunate. At least she was safe. However, the analysis he was able to make from the brief skirmish did settle one matter for him. He saw no reason to object to it. By the way, Mei suddenly spoke up again, looking towards the third and interrupting his train of thought, that boy who jumped in to rescue that girl, he is one of yours, is he not Hokage Dano? Hiruzen looked at her in response, quickly finding himself under the attention of the village leaders. Yes. He is. Mei beamed warmly, that itself was an impressive feat. He was able to rescue a competitor and a comrade of his when she was just seconds away from being crushed by her opponent. I have to say, heroic actions aside, to be able to react so quickly to such a situation and to counter successfully in the time span that he had was astonishing. What was that, a 200-meter-plus dash in less than 5 seconds? No. To be more precise, that run the blonde maid went from 0 to holy shit the middle of the arena in the time it took to snap your fingers. Mei's smile widened on that point as she moved on to her next one. To be honest, I only wish that I had men as valiant as him back in my village. If she did, then she would have no trouble whatsoever in finding a husband. All she had to do was find the nearest cliff and jump off it. But that was beside the point. Anoki and the Kazekage also considered the boy that had saved the Kunoichi, and gave the scenario another run through. Looking out onto the field, they saw the blonde-haired teen watch as his friend was carried away on a stretcher, before returning to the competitor's box after a quick pat on the back from the proctors as the next 2 competitors made their way down. While the Jinchuriki was jogging up to the waiting area, Anoki couldn't help but narrow his eyes on him and look him over. Though he wasn't at an old enough age yet or was wearing the clothes suitable for any occasion whatsoever, there was something about his face and hairstyle that reminded the old man of someone. He just couldn't quite put his finger on it. The same could be said for that young upstart. What's his name? Anoki asked. Hiruzen smiled proudly when he heard a village leader asking for the identity of one of his shinobi. That would be Naruto? Naruto Uzumaki. Raised an eyebrow, an Uzumaki? There's one still alive? The Kazekage closed his eyes. If you bothered to check the spreadsheet, then you would know that there was one participating in these exams. This had the Reikage glare at the stern sand village leader with annoyance. The Mizukage mumbled the boy's name a few times before she looked up in surprise. Naruto Uzumaki? If I remember correctly, there was a bridge linking the Land of Waves and the Land of Fire that was named after someone with that same name not too long ago. It was, a few days after the industrialist Gato was executed there. A small smile appeared on her face. If I'm remembering this correctly, the man was brought down by a boy with wild blonde hair and wearing orange with a particular style to it. How intriguing. Anoki rubbed his chin as he scrutinized the Uzumaki a little more carefully. What an interesting fellow. He looks more like a delinquent and a troublemaker than an actual ninja. His jacket and pants more or less supported this claim. Hiruzen could only laugh at that analysis. In hindsight, that Tsuchikage wasn't that far off. Hopefully he wouldn't be able to catch on to the other aspects of his appearance that directly connected him to somebody else of great fame from their village. That was just information that was best kept within a tight circle. Stadium, competitor's balcony. When Naruto eventually returned to the competitor's box under the approving stares of the stadium, he found himself confronted by the other teams from Konohagakure. It wasn't a hostile confrontation as it was simply a simultaneous greeting from every genin there that consisted of smiles and nods all around. Panning around at the faces looking at him from the entrance, as soon as Naruto stepped through, he was immediately set upon by Tayuya pouncing on him from the side. The girl grinned as she latched onto his arm and practically dragged him in. Nice going, hero, the redhead congratulated brightly. You certainly got the crowd's attention with that stunt. Did you see their faces? At the distance he was standing in the center of the arena, he probably didn't. She just said that for illustrative purpose. Naruto grinned back at her when they stopped at the guard rail, where Team 7 and Team Guy had gathered around. I said that I wasn't going to let anyone get killed, didn't I? If I can save them, I will, and I wasn't going to let Tenchan get crushed under a ton of sand while everybody else was just standing around looking shocked. Somebody needed a clear head. His wild instincts helped him to make that call. And the right sort of leg strength to pull it off too, Niji commented with a smile, before nodding gratefully towards the blonde. Good one. Naruto-kun. That was amazing. Lee cried, latching onto the blonde with a hug while pouring tears, freaking the Jinchuriki out at how close the kid's face came. Though he appreciated the gesture, the proximity and volume of the green-wearing boy was probably a bit too much. Thank you for saving our dear Tenten. We are forever indebted to you. Why you're welcome, Lee, Naruto wheezed, his ribs and back being crushed by how tightly his friend was holding on to him. See, could you stop hugging me so tightly, please? I can't breathe. He was also being lifted off of the floor, which was not really a good thing since he liked to be kept on the ground in situations like these. Oh, sorry, the guy Mini-Me replied, relinquishing Naruto and watching him stumble away while gasping. Standing at attention, the youngster then bowed gratefully. Thank you so much. Returning the smile with one of his own, Naruto then looked over at Sasuke and Sakura, whom he could see the former was glaring at him as usual and the Kunoichi was grinning. When the pink-haired girl turned to look out onto the field again, the Uchiha gave an upward nod of respect towards the Jinchuriki before smirking. You just couldn't help yourself, could you? Look who's talking, team, Naruto jabbed, placing his hands on his hips while Tayuya hung happily off of his shoulder. I'll bet you'll be showing off some spectacular moves of your own out there when your turn comes around in the next couple of hours or so. Whatever. It's not like I'll be intentionally going out of my way to show off in excess. Unlike you, Sasuke replied offhandedly. Some people don't have to try so hard to make an impression. This comment got a middle finger in return. After flipping his rival and friend off, Naruto returned to conversation with Tayuya, Lee and Niji, with the blonde pondering briefly over the fight he just witnessed. Tenten did really well in that match. I didn't think she would have been able to get past that defense, but she surprised me with that last move. Was she always carrying around that kind of scroll with her? He looked up at said girl's teammates. Niji nodded. Tenten carries scrolls around with her for all sorts of occasions. It's the precaution she took when we first set off to start this exam due to the unfamiliarity of the territory we would be entering. It was a good thing that she did carry around those sorts of scrolls, especially that portable water field. That second test had proven to be a lot tougher on all of them than expected and, due to the questionable food in the area, the Kunoichi was certain to carry as much rations with her as possible. Storage scrolls were the best in filling that gap. Tayuya smiled as she remembered the water scroll being deployed in midair. The pool was supposed to spread across the ground. That's the nature of water anyway. After disabling the shield she then went straight for the kill. But she didn't expect her opponent to have been fishing sand from underground at the same time. Even that threw me for a loop. I honestly thought she had him back there. But apparently even the best laid plans don't always go how you expect them to, Naruto added, glaring across to his right towards the Suna team. While the Jinchuriki had nothing against the older siblings, since the older brother seemed cool and the sister was just as easygoing, it was the red-haired boy with the attitude problem that had his concern. Fixating on the boy with the gourd, the blonde threw him a dirty glare, as did Tayuya, Niji and Lee, all of whom focused their attention on the one that nearly broke the rules and killed their teammate just to satisfy his lust for blood. Apparently feeling the animosity being thrown his way, the youngest of the Sunagakure trio glared in their direction as well, getting everyone to look away, with the exception of Naruto. After a while of staring at his most recent antagonist, Naruto was suddenly shaken from his state of visible ire by a gentle tap on his shoulder. Surprised, the blonde looked over to see the familiar face of Samui standing alongside him. This managed to jolt the Jinchuriki out of his bewilderment and acknowledged that both she and her teammate Omoi were standing close by. Yo, the blonde Kunoichi greeted with a smile. Hey there, Samui-chan. Naruto turned to face her, visibly glowing in delight. Long time no see. How are you doing? I'm fine, Samui replied in her normal, collected voice, looking the boy over from up close and getting a feel for his aura. I can see that you're doing pretty well yourself, if that little rush of yours back there was of any indication. Yep. There was no doubt in her mind that the young man now standing before her had gone through an exponential growth in the last month of training and was doing way better than just well. She smiled somewhat excitedly and locked eyes with him. You've been training hard. Damn right I have. Naruto held his fist up and clenched it tightly, all for this final stage in the exams. After everything we had to go through in the first two parts, it wouldn't be worth any of our time if we didn't push ourselves in the last stretch. This is where all of it really counts, and I intend to give it my best. I'm sure everyone else here is going to be doing the same. This comment had Tayuya lean against his shoulder a second time and grin across at the other girl speaking with him. Samui acknowledged the redhead with a single glance before looking back at Konoha's famed troublemaker, still smiling fondly. I trust you are ready to face me then, should you progress beyond the first round and into the semifinals. She panned across to Niji, who was looking at her with his usual stoic expression. The obstacles standing in your path will not be easy to move. After all, they are in pursuit of the same goal as you are, and that's victory. Well, I'd like to say that it'll be easy. But where's the fun in just recklessly plowing through the competition? Naruto asked while throwing a mischievous grin, which the Kumo girl returned with a pleasant one of her own before the Jinchuriki looked towards the Hyuga nearby for his anticipated rebuttal. Everyone here has a lot they want to show to the world and a lot they want to prove. Let's just hope it's a little bit different this time around. Niji smirked, don't worry. You won't be disappointed. Yash. The excitement in the air is contagious. It's got my blood pumping and my knees shaking, Lee exclaimed, jumping over to Omoy and grinning at the foreign shinobi. The Kumo boy leaned away in surprise at the appearance of the fiery one. You can feel it too, can't you? The intoxicating aroma of battle? Even though we are from different villages, all of us can still come together to participate in spirited contest between friends and comrades. Isn't that amazing? Why yeah, Omoy chuckled nervously, holding both hands up and making a pushing motion. It sure is. Could I get a little breathing space? Please. While Lee became acquainted with Omoy and Niji began trying to pull his energetic teammate away from the poor kid, Samui used the distraction provided by the teenager with massive eyebrows to side up closer to Naruto. Leaning forward and bringing her face just next to his head, she smiled directly at him while he looked back, as did a somewhat surprised Tayuya. You do remember the promise you made to me in the second stage of the exams, don't you? If you're wondering whether or not I'm still interested in your proposal, I am, Samui whispered, before looking over at Tayuya, that is, if your friend is cool with me hanging around you. Naruto looked back at Tayuya worryingly, seeing the redhead glance between them. After a second of consideration, she gave a very wicked grin before suddenly nudging the Jinchuriki into Samui, surprising him and the Kumo girl when she hooked her arm around the boys, leaving him standing in the middle. As long as you make it up to me later, shithead. The redhead winked at him. You two can go ahead and have your fun. The Jinchuriki stared at Tayuya with owlish eyes, while Samui looked slightly perplexed. Their combined expressions earned a laugh from the one responsible for their current responses, to which she pinched Naruto in the shoulder and startled him out of his shock. Eventually she yanked on his limb and dragged him over to the rails like he was house-trained, followed closely by the blonde from Kumo. Come on. I'm fighting whoever is next, that is if I'm able to beat my first opponent. When they made it over to join Sasuke and Sakura in watching the next match, Samui took up position alongside Naruto and his friend, and gave a confident glance towards the ring. Karui was trained by Kumogakure's strongest guardian, just like Omoy and I. If there is anyone who is sure to advance out of the first round of matches, it's her. Oh. Stadium, arena. Karui bellowed out at the top of her lungs as she lunged at her evasive foe, slicing out at the candle-headed Kunoichi with the incredible reach of her katana. Her attack was both fast and accurate. Kumo-ryu Omotajairi. Cloud-style front beheading, the blade streaked through the air, aiming to cut down the blue-haired girl wearing the wooden lantern on top of her head. Shiratsuchi's eyes widened as she barely ducked under the blow, backing away at a hurried pace while trailing her extra-long sleeves. The speed at which she retreated was great, far outclassing Karui's dashing speed, who attempted to pursue her while rapidly lashing out at her with her katana. With every attempted strike, the swordswoman would pull back instinctively, expecting a counter, but every time she did so the Iwagakure Kunoichi would simply retreat, keeping several paces ahead of her. Apparently, counterattacking at close range wasn't the Candle Girl's strong point. Judging from how fluent her movements and dodging were, she was more of a mid to long-range combatant. The fact that she was able to use such evasive tendencies and versatility while retreating was a dead giveaway. Regardless, the girl's constantly evading her attacks was pissing the Kumo genin off something awful, and Karui just wasn't going to stand for it anymore. When she attempted to cleave through her again after managing to slip behind her, Karui growled in frustration when Shiratsuchi jumped away again for distance. Stop dodging me, you coward, the red-haired girl roared, going right after her once again. She keeps ducking under my attacks or moving out of reach before my blade can even touch her. Is she trying to piss me off? She was already pissed off. She was just too proud to admit it. Backflipping after avoiding another front beheading, Shiratsuchi skidded to a stop and glared up quickly, a smirk on her face. I'm a coward for not standing still and letting you bifurcate me with your sword? Yeah. Okay. Let's go with that. She then cartwheeled out of the way when Karui lunged, allowing the girl to skate past her with an attack that missed her by feet. Flipping and jumping away, Shiratsuchi looked back towards the Kumo girl and breathed out. Wow. You're a vicious one. I think I'll keep my distance from that sword of yours from now on. She wiped the sweat from her brow as the flame in the lantern on her head suddenly flared up, the fire inside becoming noticeably bigger. Ignoring the burning candle, Karui took her sword up again and charged forward. Try and keep me away then. She lunged at her with a readable, horizontal slash. Flying through hand seals, Shiratsuchi responded to the attack by barrel rolling right under the blade, jumping up behind the forward-moving Karui who then spun around to counterattack. However, the Kumo teen found, much to her astonishment, her opponent hooking straight at her with a conventional punch. In spite of facing an opponent armed with a sword, the crazy and somewhat annoying Iwa Kunoichi was returning fire with a fist. That was ridiculous. However, Karui was not stopping even for a second. Already in mid-swing, the red-haired genin didn't hesitate in slicing straight through the other, from her shoulder down to her waist. Or attempted to, because the moment her sword cut into the girl it got stuck when, instead of blood that came seeping out, a white, gooey substance encased her blade. Caught completely by surprise, Karui released hold of her sword when she couldn't pull it out and jumped away, sliding to a stop and looking to see her opponent starting to melt. The color in the IWA girl's features vanished and was replaced by pure white, the grooves and details of which also started to drip to the floor before forming a barely distinctive human shape. A Robunshin? Wax clone, Karui murmured. She was baffled. How the heck did her foe manage to pull one while she was attacking? However she did it, the end result was that the slick IWA Kunoichi had been able to rob her of her primary weapon. Gritting her teeth, Karui spun about again to see Shiratsuchi herself jump out from behind a tree and throw a barrage of white kunai at her. Ducking under them, the Kumo girl responded immediately by charging straight at her, the IWA genin responding with another handful of throwing weapons. Lining herself up with her target, Karui wasted no time in cocking her right arm out before swinging it straight at her opponent in a wild haymaker. Shiratsuchi attempted to counter with her white throwing weapons again, but was unable to hit her mark due to how low her target came at her. Thanks in part to the fact Karui threw her attack late, she ended up clipping her adversary at the collar and chest with her arm, which had been her intention all along. Lariat! Karui yelled, blasting straight into her opponent and attempting to flip her, only to stop short when she realized her attack wasn't following through like she expected it to. Looking across to see what was happening, the Kumogakure girl freaked out when she saw the stunned target she'd hit turn white before beginning to melt around her arm. Another wax clone. Attempting to yank her limb free from the hot wax that was starting to burn her, Karui only ended up pulling more of the stuff onto her and kicked at it, only to have the melting substance drip over her leg as well and continue to envelop her body. Panicking, the Kunoichi resorted to one last-ditch effort to get free and drew a kunai, stabbing at the neck of the deconstructing copy repeatedly. The still seemingly alive mass of wax, however, grabbed her other arm on one of her last strikes and continued to embrace her, even though it wasn't doing anything. The person it had trapped was just getting herself more stuck, like a fly caught in dew. Karui cried out, "What the hell? Let go of me." "It won't let go," the original Shiratsuchi spoke up while stepping out from behind the copy, smiling wryly. "Anyone who attempts to cleave their way through my clones with a heavy hand or tries to attack them with brute force alone ends up getting trapped in them when they dispel. Your attacks were too blunt and weren't properly executed. Perhaps you were so frustrated from chasing me this entire time you weren't able to time your attacks correctly, thus were more susceptible to their viscous nature." Watching the girl struggle and start to panic, the IWA shinobi placed her hands behind her. "Give up?" Fighting for a little bit longer, Karui glared furiously at her adversary. After several moments of consideration, the girl wisely relaxed under the wax clone's embrace and bit her teeth. "Fine." Satisfied, Shiratsuchi looked across at the proctors standing nearby, with Mizore acknowledging the win with a nod before raising her hand into the air. Winner by way of verbal surrender, Shiratsuchi of Iwagakure. An applause rang out as said victor raised her hand in the air with a bright smile before turning heel and beginning to leave. Seeing the girl turn her back on her had Karui flip out. "Oi! Aren't you forgetting something? Let me out of here." Stopping dead in her tracks, Shiratsuchi turned around and looked back at the sword user still trapped in the mass of wax. At that, the Iwagakure genin blushed and scratched her head lamely. "Oh, sorry. Forgot." She stuck her tongue out teasingly, earning another growl from the enraged Karui. "Oh. Stadium, Kage section." Watching Shiratsuchi painfully pull Karui out of the wax clone that had melted against her, since there really was no effective way to get her out, he groaned and shook his head at the pitiable sight. With that temper of hers, it's going to be really hard for that girl to secure any kind of promotion in the future. Granted, she had superb kenjutsu form and started off strong, when it came down to trying to score hits on a long-ranged opponent who could doggedly outrun and lure her at every turn, she would fall out of the finesse she possessed and resort to wilder attacks. She lost control of her emotions and therefore lost control of the fight. Had this been an actual battle, the end result would have cost her dearly. Kunoichi like her should not be making mistakes like that, the fourth Kazekage stated with his fingers laced together thoughtfully. With her limited skill set and range, if she intends to rely on her sword play and taijutsu from now on, then she's going to need to come up with more effective ways of taking down an opponent who is not only nimbler than her, but even-tempered. Though Karui did well in advancing on her opponent when she was setting up her lariat, she still fell for an obvious substitute and ended up trapping herself. Patience and level-headedness are two of the most important aspects a shinobi needed to possess, which had also been the weapons Shiratsuchi used to her advantage and exercised them wonderfully. Karui did hold true to those disciplines at the beginning, but when she was pushed to the point she had been unable to even touch her opponent and was forced into a fight dictated solely by her adversary, she quickly lost her composure and began rushing in. That was where she started making mistakes. She still had a bit more training to go through before she was mature enough for a promotion. The main reason she lost was because she was pitted against Shiratsuchi in the first round. Inoki spoke up, looking especially proud that one of his own had managed to advance. "That girl is talented and has a unique way of manipulating two nature types. Her biggest advantage is that there are few people out there who know how to deal with it." "So, she's your trump card?" the fourth Kazekage asked curiously. "I wouldn't say that. All three members of that team are exceptional. Kuratsuchi simply got careless. And ended up getting trapped in a jutsu she'd already seen more than once and was more than ready to fight against, but ended up getting conned into it anyway," Hiruzen thought, a common idea shared with some of the others in the same booth. Eyes eventually returned to the field when the next two names were called up after the previous pair began making their way back to the competitors' stand. "Oh. Stadium, competitors' balcony." Slapping her cheeks with both hands a couple of times, Tayuya grinned widely as she grabbed a hold of the guard rails. Well, I'm up. She smiled at Naruto standing beside her along with Samui, Sakura and Sasuke. Wish me luck. Upon receiving the Jinchuriki's nod of acknowledgement, she hopped onto the railing and jumped down to the arena below, where she landed perfectly before sprinting out towards the center. She's eager, Kankuro commented, watching along with Temari and Gaara as the girl rushed out to the middle. It's a big competition. Who wouldn't be? Temari said with a smirk. It was then she and her brothers noticed the other member from Team 9 nearby hop up onto the railing. Performing a few stretches and limbering up exercises, Ki then threw his hands forward before diving over the side. This had everyone staring after him as he landed gracefully on the ground and ran after his teammate, who was to be his first opponent. They're both on the same squad. This is going to be interesting, Kankuro chuckled. If they were teammates and buddies, then there was a good chance both of them knew full well what the other one in their group was capable of doing. If that were the case, then that would mean both had countermeasures and plans laid out for each other, and had been spending the entire month prior one-upping the other. The only question now though was who managed to get the furthest. Good luck, Kid-san. Tayuya-san. Shiho shouted from the railing after moving over to where Naruto and the others were standing. You know, there's a perfectly good staircase they could have just used, Omoi said, thumbing over his shoulder toward said exit. Why jump over the side and risk messing up their knees? Do they intentionally want to end up incapacitated by the time they're in their 30s? Oh, wait, because we use chakra, landings don't affect us like normal people since we distribute our weight perfectly through a keen system of energies and physics. However, it's like Mum always said to me, it's always better to be safe than sorry, and if there was any way I'd want to get to ground level it would have to be through the use of stairs. Niji, Sasuke, Samui and Sakura groaned as they listened to the boy ramble on, and were only grateful that his teammate returned just in time to deck him before he could go into a full tirade over the health and well-being of a shinobi. After planting her teammate into the floor, the red-haired Karui, suffering from some minor heat burns from the wax clone, growled as she kicked the guard rail beside the groups banded together. A loud clang rang out at the impact. Damn it, the girl shouted, placing her hands on her hips after watching her opponent return to her squad, where she was congratulated by an excited Akatsuki and a now-recovered Kuratsuchi. I thought I had her. You would have, but you allowed her to slip away, Samui responded, glancing at the girl from her spot over by Naruto. Your enemy dictated the course of the battle and got you to follow her around the field. That was your mistake. Karui grumbled and shook his head. She was pissing me off. Because you couldn't hit her, Samui answered, massaging her neck and giving her teammate a serious stare. You have to be cool when approaching a battle. Analyze your situation carefully and act when necessary. And never lose sight of your goal either, Naruto also added with a helpful smile. Always be focused. Karui glared at the Jinchuriki, taking note of how close he and Samui were. After looking between them, she faced him again. I wasn't asking for an opinion from you. She then looked away with her arms folded. Noticing the Jinchuriki's bewildered response, Samui smiled at him reassuringly. Don't worry. I'm sure she'll warm up to you. She's just angry right now. Her comfort jostled the confused teen out of his slump. After which Naruto then refocused his attention onto the arena, intent on watching the battle to see how his girlfriend and roommate did. Stadium, arena. Once Tayuya and Kid made their way to center ring and stood facing each other, the crowd had once again invested all of their focus back onto them. With both teammates wearing confident smiles and standing several feet from each other, they mentally began preparing themselves for the clash to come. Of course, this being a shinobi tournament meant to test them, they were only given so much time to become accustomed to the atmosphere before Hayate stood between them and raised a hand. Match 4, Kid from Konohagakure vs Tayuya of Konohagakure. Are the two of you ready? Receiving affirmative nods from both sides of the table, the proctor then dropped his hand. Begin. The moment he dropped his hand, Hayate had to jump back because Kid and Tayuya immediately sprang into action, one holding a kunai while the other had her flute drawn. The pair clashed with one another at the center, sparks flying when the blade slammed into the battle instrument, with the two youngsters grappling each other before grabbing the other's wrist. The pair kicked, kneed and parried each other as they forcefully circled on the spot. While engaged, the boy wearing the white bodysuit and long blue scarf growled as he attempted to push his opponent away, who seemingly held a clear physical advantage over him. The red-haired Kunoichi smirked as she locked her jaw, kneeing at the boy's leg and getting him to stagger backwards even faster, pushing them out of the center. Eventually, after several feet of travel, Kid managed to bury his heels into the ground and, through use of his chakra, stopped himself. Following a full minute of grappling, Kid quickly decided to break the engagement and sprang away just in time to avoid a roundhouse kick from the girl when she followed up on the release. The boy backflipped from his opponent, who hurled a series of kunai after him when he landed, forcing him to evade again and avoid the three knives that embedded the ground. This pushed him down the hill and moved him further out across the open ground, after which he locked his glare onto the Kunoichi when she stepped further forward into a stance, flute held up defensively. I had a feeling I would be unable to take the pace at close range, Kid stated with a sparkly smile. After all, I've seen you practice taijutsu with Naruto-kun many times. Your physical ability and skill is unquestionable. Getting up from his knees, the boy held his hands forward in an odd stance, one that few had ever seen before. If going hand to hand with you won't get me anywhere, then I will contest with you in my field, long range. Watching the boy spread his hands before putting them together to form a hand seal, Tayuya carefully eyed the layout of the battlefield. Discreetly glancing off to the right, the girl then looked back to focus on her opponent again and grinned, sliding her foot forward and bringing her flute up to her lips. Long range is my specialty too, Keed-kun. I advise caution. Flying through hand seals and finishing quickly, the boy chuckled. As do I. Suetun, Utakata Shikibuten. Water release, foam mattress. Cheeks puffing, Keed reared his head back before throwing it forward, spewing out a white wave of what appeared to be bubbles, which he sent flying in the form of a stream straight towards his opponent. Tayuya reacted immediately, leaping backwards and avoiding the blast that smashed into the hill, where it thickened, grew, and blanketed the entire area. Even Hay-8 had to move to avoid the lake of bubbles that spread out in all directions. Sliding to a stop along the grassland, Tayuya looked up with a serious glare, where she then saw Keed across the way flip through more seals before slamming his hands down onto the floor at his feet, where the foam mat started from. The boy bit his teeth together and looked up, showing just how much he was concentrating on getting his next move right. Suetun, Awanami Hitsuji. Water release, foam wave coffin. A ripple blasted out over the blanket of thick foam, which suddenly rose up and rapidly began increasing in size. A split second later, a massive wave formed before charging straight towards Tayuya, who quickly fell back and retreated at a hurried pace. Back flipping and jumping, the redhead then leapt up into the first tree she came across about 50 meters later, where she perched herself and watched the foam tidal wave collide with the base. The tree shook under the shockwave before the bubbles began to move upwards, only to stop about halfway and harden. Drawing a shuriken, Tayuya tossed it down at the carpet of white. The steel star hit the surface of the white substance with a clang and bounced off, chipping it ever so slightly. Okay, Tayuya. Keep your distance from that technique, a considerable distance. Despite its makeup, the technique had incredible range judging from how far she had to run. If Keed could make his foam into that of the ceiling variety as hard as concrete, there was no way she was going to get caught up in it. Oh, Stadium, Team Instructors Section. Asuma blinked when he saw the end result of Keed's attack. I was wondering what that kid's abilities were. So he's a water-style specialist? And not just any kind either. Apparently he had a very unique way of using water release techniques and was very capable of using them from how he forced his opponent into such a hasty retreat. Gunma grinned at seeing the outcome for himself. Keed may have terrible cooking, but he's a damn good shinobi. If there's anyone in the village with talent that works hard, it's him. Doesn't his family run the Yakiniku Q restaurant? Kakashi asked curiously, having learned a bit about some of the other students while they were here in Yugakure for the first 2 exams. If I remember correctly, his parents are known for making some of the finest dishes in Konoha? Yes, and nobody aspires more to become a fantastic shinobi cook than young Keed, Gunma said, only to turn a little blue when he remembered the first time he tried some of his cooking. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tries, he just can't get any of his creations right, even when using the correct ingredients. He didn't think it was possible for anyone to screw up even the simplest of dishes, but apparently Keed had a knack for that. It was just like talent for ninjutsu. Some people had it, some people don't. And Keed most definitely didn't have it. For preparing food anyway? Stadium, arena. Frowning, the girl lifted her flute to her lips and, without warning, began playing a beautiful melody from her spot in the tree. The sounds of her music filled the area and started drifting towards Keed, the boy becoming aware of the familiar echo seconds before his vision suddenly started to become hazy and his body rigid. Responding accordingly, the boy leapt away, moving so that he was well out of range of the first verse as his opponent continued playing. Watching the girl jump down from the tree and begin advancing on him, intent on getting back into effective range, Keed frowned. I know what your limitations are, Tayuya-san. Do not think I will not take advantage of that. Biting into his thumb and drawing blood, the additional shock of pain ensuring him he wasn't already locked in a genjutsu, the young man then kneeled on the ground before slamming his hand onto it. The moment he did so, a ceiling array appeared beneath him and expanded rapidly. I wouldn't be continuing this fight if I knew that I could not beat you. Kuchijose no Yatsu. Summoning technique. An enormous blast of smoke filled the air, alerting Tayuya to danger and forcing her to stop. Jumping back again, the girl glared up through the cloud as it cleared, revealing a creature she never thought she'd see again. Keed had practiced this technique with the team a couple of times already. All of the ones he'd been able to summon had been no bigger than a chair. Well, it just went to show that with enough training he could get the next level up. Stadium, competitor's balcony. Ino's eyes widened when the cloud vanished and the silhouette of the summoning within revealed itself to the world. Even the audience in the stadium familiar with the technique was baffled by what they saw next. What is that? Something bad, Choji replied plainly, having stopped eating to look upon the massive beast that emerged from the cloud. Standing beside the stunned Naruto, Samui, Sasuke, Sakura, Neji and Lee, a wide smile appeared on Shiho's face as she adjusted the glasses sitting on her nose. The pains flashed as she got a good look at the summon brought onto the field and the person riding atop of it. There he is. Shun. Stadium, arena. What came out of the white fog was not an ordinary summoning animal. Covered in white armor that was a part of its actual body, with 8 legs, claws, and eyes sitting up on stalks, the form of an enormous crab stomped out of the mist. Parting the rest of the fumes, the massive crustacean looked around the area once before falling still, slamming one of its 2 claws into the ground and cracking it under the force. Tayuya estimated its size to be close to that of an elephant, probably a bit bigger than her own summoning partner. However, while hers was capable of flight and looked technically menacing, this giant crab looked quite the challenge as well. Ordinarily, crabs weren't that terrifying when they were their normal size and served up on a silver platter. This one, however, was alive, seemingly conscious of its surroundings, and was as big as a damn house. It was a unique combination that had Tayuya sweat. It wasn't an ordinary sand crab either. From its coloration and body shape, the red head was able to identify it as a ghost crab. This complicates things a bit, Tayuya thought. What's going on? Where am I? Keed, the giant animal spoke, glancing behind him onto his back to see the boy who'd summoned him kneeling there and smiling. What is this place? This is the Yugakure Stadium, Shun. Chunin exams, the boy informed, nodding him towards his opponent. We're currently in the middle of a furious battle, a friendly match between comrades. Do you think you could lend me a hand? Spotting the red-haired genin several yards away, the large crustacean gave a thoughtful murmur before its face lit up. Due to it having the mouth of an animal that didn't have lips, it was a strange sight to see it, grinning. Competition, aye? Very well then. It's been a while since I've gotten into a fight. I'd say this is the perfect time for me to stretch my legs. Its limbs creaked as it stretched out, shaking the ground as it slid into what everyone in the stadium assumed to be a fighting stance. She's your opponent? Yes. And remember, Shun, Keed said, patting the giant crab on the head before leaning in with a serious smile on his face. In order to fly, you must believe, with all your heart. Of course. Wonderful. Cryptic poetry in the middle of a fight. Typical Keed. Knowing an attack was imminent, Tayuya quickly placed her flute to her lips and began playing fast. Her music echoed throughout the stadium as she launched her next attack on Keed and his summoning, intent on trapping both in a genjutsu and taking them while they were out of it. However, just as the genjutsu carried by the sound waves was advancing on the pair, the giant crab and its partner did something completely unexpected and vanished. The moment they disappeared, a cloud of dust kicked off the ground and drifted in the direction they had apparently darted off in, stunning Tayuya. The girl looked up with a startled gaze, giving herself a few extra seconds to try and figure out what the hell had just happened to her opponent before she realized she had left her body wide open when she stopped playing. Responding immediately to the presence that appeared directly behind her, Tayuya jumped straight out of the way when a massive claw swung at her from the enormous crab that reappeared out of thin air. Its limb cut through the wind like a knife, shocking the red head at the strength she felt behind it as well as the speed. She retreated quickly, moving back out into the open with her flute held out beside her. The enormous crab retracted its claw, swaying from side to side momentarily before vanishing again. Tayuya reacted a lot better this time, jumping forward in time to avoid one of its sharp legs driving into the ground where she'd been standing, and rolling to avoid another swipe from its large claw. Zigzagging in a second hasty retreat, the musician then slid to a stop and glared up. Okay. You've got my attention. This was bad. Oh. Stadium, Kage section. A blinked in surprise at what he saw. That crab is extremely fast. What is that? Ghost crab, also known as a sand crab of the genus Ossipode, and is an animal commonly found on the beaches and shorelines of many countries, May informed, looking across to see if she'd answered the Raikage's question. When she found herself under the scrutiny of several of the Kage, she realized that probably wasn't the answer they were looking for and smiled. It's a crustacean. This particular type is the fastest of all the known crab subspecies. Ordinary ones are quite swift, but this one is many times larger than the saplings you would find in the sand and knows how to use chakra. An intelligent crustacean summon. What an intriguing find, Hiroto exclaimed brightly. All shinobi, even Kage-level shinobi, always wondered how certain ninja came across particular summons and made contracts with them. There were facilities around the world where summons were especially bred and trained for the purpose of partnership, but to come across intelligent ones was quite rare. This boy managed to get a hold of one, probably through the family. Though not belonging to any known clan, he was certainly making a name for himself today. Stadium, arena. Once again rolling to the side and avoiding the legs coming down on her, Tayuya leapt to her feet before diving out of the way to avoid the crab's incredibly fast jab. The wind that followed behind it was enough to ruffle the girl's clothing, telling her just how much power was behind one of those blows. If she caught a direct hit from it, it would probably knock her out cold, depending on whether she blocked or not. Even then, she was pretty sure she'd take some serious damage. There was a lesson here. Avoid going toe-to-toe with an enormous summon if you can help it. If you can keep your bloody distance. That was something Tayuya was struggling to do, because whenever she ran and put a great deal of space between her and the massive animal, it would just zip off at super speed again and reappear directly beside her. She was able to avoid its hits and stay safe by getting directly underneath the animal, but there was no way she would be able to bring it down with brute force alone. She needed to be smart about this. A couple of times already she tried to pull away and use her genjutsu, but the crab would just dart off at an untraceable speed again before her sound waves could even touch it. Okay. This is getting fucking ridiculous. How can something so fucking big move so fast? Tayuya thought, glaring over her shoulder from her crouched position at the massive crustacean that reappeared out of thin air again and had started to creep around her with its guard raised. Not only was it fast, but it was surprisingly agile as well. It should be cracking the ground with every step, but it moves like it's gliding across the field and changes directions better than Sora can. Dodging this thing was getting her nowhere. Since it was so damn fast, she couldn't get away from it to work any of her strategies, meaning she would have to perform them at this distance, while at the same time avoid its claws. All she had to do was find a way to slow it down. Its speed wasn't overbearing since she was used to fighting against something like this with Naruto. If she could somehow get it to plant its feet, she'd be able to get at its user. But how could she possibly stagger something that big and covered in armor? Thinking on it for a moment, Tayuya began playing her flute again, discreetly this time. Eventually she started playing a little bit louder, her beautiful melody quickly being picked up by her teammate. The giant crab leapt back with a loud thud and held up its claws, with its partner smiling from its back. I know how your genjutsu works, Tayuya-san, Keed informed, a wide grin spreading across his face as his crab started swaying from side to side. You produce your illusions through use of sound waves. Sound travels at 330 meters per second in atmosphere, but a genjutsu produced through it travels even slower. Using his speed, Shun can stay well ahead of the effective distance of your attacks and strike at you by moving through the waves without being hit by them. He crouched low and braced himself. This time, we'll knock you out before you can evade on your second jump. He'd gotten her timing down. There was no way she could dodge him on this next one. Just as Tayuya's song was becoming stronger, Shun vanished in a blur, leaving a cloud of dust hanging where he'd previously been standing. Several seconds later, he reappeared in front of the kneeling Kunoichi and the massive crab swung down at her, startling the girl and getting her to jump back, still playing her flute vigorously and avoiding the claw that pierced the ground deeply with an ear-splitting crack. Telegraphing her motion, Keed smirked and instructed Shun to swing upwards with the same claw to catch the girl, who was still airborne and moving in a straight line, all in an effort to avoid the massive beast. This would prove to be her downfall. Got you. Keed thought excitedly, watching his summoned swipe gaining ground on the redhead. However, just as the claw was only feet away from hitting, Tayuya did something completely unexpected. Kicking out at the approaching arm, she hiked off of it and jumped, using its momentum to backflip away. Stunning her opponent, the girl righted herself in midair and gave a sharp pull of her hand, yanking at something thin and invisible. It took Keed a moment to realize what his teammate was doing before his eyes looked down in alarm, where he then saw the telltale flash of several thin wires fanning the ground directly underneath his crab partner. The string of nano-threads were pulled all at once by the retreating Tayuya, the act of which unearthed several explosive tags that had been hidden within the dirt, which then wrapped around all 8 limbs of the giant crab and effectively trapped him. He was caught. No. Eyes widening, Keed threw his arms up while his partner responded in kind, jerking upwards but was unable to shake off the tags as they were slapped firmly across the crustacean's legs. The two then shut their eyes and waited for the inevitable. However, after several seconds of nothing, Keed opened his eyes again and looked down. Wondering why the paper bombs weren't going off and lighting both of them up in a fiery explosion, the boy checked the things that were wrapped around Shun's legs. When he did and he saw they weren't even sparking or burning away at all, he raised an eyebrow. Duds? No. That can't be right. It was then he remembered who exactly he was fighting and his eyes shot upwards. When his gaze landed on the grassy field, he quickly spotted Tayuya positioned several yards away from both him and his summon. Standing upon solid ground once more and smiling slyly in his direction, when the Kunoichi saw her opponent's eyes land on her, the redhead then held a hand above her forehead and lowered it across her face. When she did, her body began to disappear behind her wiping motion, which also faded away into nothingness. When her hand made a full descent to the ground, her entire form vanished into thin air. This was enough of a giveaway for Keed to realize the mistake he'd made. Mother Hubbard. He pulled a kunai out of his pouch and drove it into the back of his hand, the pain shocking him out of the genjutsu he was trapped in. The instant he stabbed his hand, whatever veil had been pulled over his surroundings lifted from the point of impact, bleeding away and revealing the world that had been concealed behind it. However, just as the curtain that was the genjutsu started to fade away, Keed was unable to respond in time when all of a sudden Tayuya materialized out of the air directly in front of him like she had been invisible and kneed him straight in the face. Keed was knocked off his feet, trailing blood from his nose and sent plummeting to the ground. He dropped the full story to the grass off of his summons back, where he crashed with a painful sounding thud and didn't move an inch after that. Dropping to the floor behind the giant crab to join her opponent, Tayuya didn't look back to see Shun disappear in a puff of white smoke, returning to the place he'd originated from. Once the cloud dispelled, the serious-looking Kunoichi then marched gracefully towards her defeated teammate. When she looked at his face, she saw that she'd broken his nose and had knocked him out cold, both in one go. He was going to have a serious headache when he got up. That was for sure. Your summon can't hit anything while he's in motion because he's so fast. Shun has to stop before he can throw an attack at someone successfully, otherwise he'd risk missing and leaving himself wide open for a counter, and even then his blows are slow enough to dodge. I realized that the fourth time he tried to hit me, but couldn't act accordingly until I had positioned myself for an appropriate response. The time it takes for him to stop an attack and for me to avoid him long enough gave me the opportunity to cast a genjutsu at close range when I was able to avoid his blows and trap both of you inside of it, the Kunoichi informed, raising her flute and holding it out, knowing that even though she was talking her teammate wouldn't be able to hear her. It was a close one, but I succeeded. I call it my Mitiki, Shiroi and Utsuru, demonic flute, fade to white, symphony. Hope you liked it. Tenga, the proctor from Kumo, walked over and checked to see if Keed was still alive. After being assured he was still in the land of the living but was also out of it, he stood up and waved a hand in the air. The winner of match 4 by knockout, Tayuya of Konohagakure. The cheers and applause lagged for a moment because it took a few moments for the people to realize what had happened. When they did, everyone started cheering loudly, which Tayuya happily received and returned by standing at attention and bowing. But shortly after doing so she broke that character because the excitement of victory was just too much to resist and she began waving towards the stands with both arms, laughing heartily. Oh. Stadium, team instructors section. Kiba blinked and shook his head. What just happened? Why did Ki just stop and let Tayuya jump up and knee him in the face? That was what he and the rest of his team saw and not what the genin competing in the center of the ring did. It was completely baffling. The boy and his awesome summon just stopped and left themselves wide open. What was up with that? Realizing what must have transpired, Shino lowered his head. Sunglasses flashing brightly under the sun as he analyzed the battlefield closely, he then answered the few questions his teammate was still trying to work his head around. It was Genjutsu. Hearing the kid speaking had Genma smile. Yep. Tayuya's main specialty in long-range combat is Genjutsu, which she unleashes upon her opponent through musical lyrics. I believe that's an area you also specialize in, Kurenai, only your methods are more ocular-based than auditory-based. The man looked across at the raven-haired Jonin sitting beside Asuma, both of whom were also looking pleased at how the kunoichi below had handled her battle. That was an impressive exchange, Kakashi said with his characteristic eye smile. She was able to turn the entire fight back in her favor using a combination of careful analysis, positioning and timing. Superb execution. That keyed boy's strategy was quite brilliant as well. Guy also spoke with a wide grin as he rested his hand on his chin thoughtfully. He was able to come up with a way to try and bypass his opponent's genjutsu by staying ahead and working his way around it. Though he managed to push his opponent against the ropes, it still wasn't enough and as a result fell prey to her counter. Tayuya was still the faster. That being said, she also has an incredibly strong form of taijutsu and keen evasive abilities, Kurenai pointed out before turning towards Genma sitting comfortably nearby. I wonder who trained her in that area. Anko told me that when she took her on as an apprentice 2 years ago she only gave her material to up her stamina as a kunoichi, gave her some ninjutsu and helped her with her genjutsu, but the technique side of her physical exercises was handled by somebody else. Surely that somebody couldn't have been you. The man wearing the bandana beamed brightly. I only issued her training sessions for strength and speed development, not actual technique. That part was not my doing. Oh yeah. A lot of the Jonin there knew the exact answer to that riddle. Too bad Shino, Kiba and Hinata didn't. Oh. Stadium, competitor's balcony. Tayuya cheered when she hopped back up into the competitor's box, once again not even bothering to take the stairs. When she returned to her group, she found herself under the curious stares of those not from her village and under the approving gaze of her boyfriend. Once she was back on top, she immediately sided with him and jabbed him in the arm. Did you see that? I sure did. Well, I think I did anyway, Naruto laughed, watching the girl pose beside him. That was your new genjutsu, the one you were telling me about the other day, wasn't it? Yep. It took ages to get the timing and execution right. I think it worked perfectly. I was able to fire it off in less than a second, the redhead chirped, raising a fist triumphantly. And that wasn't even the best move that I had. I've still got way more tricks under my belt and I'm saving my best for the finals. She nudged him in the side. That's for you, Yano. Sakura blinked as she gazed across at the excited musician and the glowing Naruto. Is your teammate going to be okay though? She remembered seeing him being carried out on a stretcher. You hit him pretty badly back there. Said musician turned to face the pink-haired girl and waved dismissively. Oh, he'll be fine. A little physical motivation now and then never hurts anyone. I found an opening in his defense and I just took it. But I didn't want to kill him. He'll be up and about in no time. Once that was said and relief came to those concerned for the other member of Team 8, everyone then trained their ears and eyes toward the arena when they heard one of the proctors speak up over the intercom. Could Naruto Uzumaki and Niji Hyuga please make their way down to the arena? Your match is about to start. Hearing the Suna official's voice put Naruto into alert mode, with Tayuya and Samui stepping back as the Jinchuriki cracked his knuckles and approached the railing. That would be for me. He grinned when he stepped up onto the bar and stood over the arena. When he looked back, he saw Niji had just exited the competitor's box and promptly decided to follow suit. See you guys in a bit. He then jumped off and left for the center. Sasuke smirked and folded his arms, stepping closer to the safety rail. This should be interesting. I wonder how much the dobe has actually improved since the beginning of this month. Knowing Naruto, he's probably come up with some new, whacked-up technique to use that will have his opponent's head spinning, Sakura added, also smiling and leaning against the bar. It was then she blinked in realization and looked across at the raven-haired boy beside her. That reminds me, you and I haven't seen Naruto fight seriously against another shinobi for a while now, have we? There were those times they had the occasional spar with him and the regular sessions against Kakashi, but those were all training and nowhere near the real test of strength and skill for a proper evaluation. It was this acknowledging of this fact that had Sasuke look up in surprise. Yeah, we haven't. All the more reason to watch, I suppose. They never once saw Naruto fight an enemy head-to-head in a full-on match or an opponent who could compete on equal footing with him. This fight with the Hyuga might be the exact test and presentation they needed to ascertain how far along he'd come. With Shiho standing alongside Omoi to get a better view at the edge, Tayuya and Samui also came forward. When they set themselves at the end of the line, the pair folded their arms and looked seriously out across the green fields of the battleground, observing from on high as Naruto made it to the center followed shortly by Niji, who was strolling along at his own pace. While they were watching, the blonde-haired Kumo Kunoichi beside Tayuya glanced across at her curiously. You're Naruto-kun's girlfriend, right? Tayuya looked at her in return. Yeah. I am. Something wrong with that? Samui smiled and panned back to the field. Not at all. I'm just asking, seeing as how close you two are. She stretched her neck to the side and shook her head, waving her bangs out of the way. Grinning slyly and giving the girl next to her a discreet look over and a lick of her lips in a very ankle-like manner, Tayuya sucked it up and then focused her complete attention on the fight to come. Alright shithead, show me how much stronger you've become. It wasn't about feeling anymore. This was where he was going to show how much he'd actually progressed. Oh. Stadium, back aisle. It had been an invigorating and brisk competition so far. All of the competitors that had stepped up to the plate had showed tremendous skill, strength and talent. While determination was running high for a lot of them, most of that sensation was being dwarfed by the professionalism being displayed by all those keen for a promotion. Since the people running the exams pretty much told the participants straight up that they needed to show qualities worthy of being Chunin, it was no surprise that the great majority was so serious about this. The exams were designed to bring out both the best and the worst in competitors, and there had been an appropriate balance of both. At least that's what a familiar, raven-haired kunoichi dressed in the pink kimono and carrying the massive, head-slicing cleaver on her back thought after watching the first 4 fights. She'd seen so many come and go already, and quite a few with incredible potential. The names of a few of those participating here today were bound to become famous in the near future. However, there was only one name she was here for and highlighted in her mind. The name she would know anywhere in the world, no matter where he went, and brought a smile to her face. Eyes locked onto the massive television across the way, Haku saw the names Naruto Uzumaki and Niji Hyuga, with a camera trained on both of them as they stood facing each other down in center ring. Looking closely at the face of the one with whiskers, who was grinning brightly and conveying nothing but confidence and delight, the kunoichi standing up at the very back glanced towards the arena itself and towards the center. There, she could see the competitors as clear as day. Naruto-kun, please, do your best, Haku mentally cheered, linking her fingers together. She didn't need to pray or anything. She knew he was going to do his best. For that she would bet her life. Oh. Stadium, upper section corridor exit. My, would you look at that? It's the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, the rough voice of an incredibly tall man wearing a black cloak with red clouds on it, a massive sword wrapped in bandages on his back, and a straw hat with streamers covering his blue, shark-like face exclaimed as he looked out from his and his partner's hiding place at the archway of one of the upper doorways to the stadium seats. Since they weren't technically supposed to be in this country, they were doing their best to stay as far out of the public's eye as they could, while at the same time getting the best possible view of the events transpiring before them. So he's made it this far into the exams. That's quite an impressive feat considering this year's event involves all 5 of the great shinobi nations and their neighbors, wouldn't you agree, Itachi? His partner, a young man of average height wearing the same outfit, sans the sword, with night black hair and red eyes with tomos glaring through the gaps of the paper streamers of his hat, stood silently beside his taller counterpart and looking out towards the arena intently. While they both appeared as intimidating figures and both possessed incredibly strong presences respectively, the two of them managed to suppress them under a veil of care and obscurity. Since this was a neutral country, the host of the Chunin exams, and had some of the most powerful shinobi currently present there, neither of them wanted to arouse too much suspicion and risk blowing their cover. If they did, not only would they have all of the forces in the area come down on top of them all at once, but would also have to contest with the Kage's wrath. That said a lot about how big their names were in the shinobi world. The power of said Kages didn't worry them however. They just didn't want to start a war that would only waste valuable time and energy. The real reason they were in that stadium to begin with was purely for academic purposes, so to speak. They were here to collect data on the latest generation advancing to Chunin, to make tabs on any Jinchuriki possibly participating in the exams, count all of the noteworthy figures present in the crowd, and also to see if they could find any traces of one of their former members. Intelligence said that Orochimaru was in the area. If they could find him and capture him, or pick up any leads of his current hideout, then there was a good chance they could eliminate one of the many thorns in their side for good. Should we make a move to try and capture him tonight? There's only a handful of jonin staying at his hotel so it shouldn't be too much trouble, the taller of the two asked, eyeing the blonde-haired runt on the big screen, one less critter to worry about on our list, you know. The man was getting twitchy, obviously egging for a battle to feed his appetite. The feeling was enough for him to briefly forget their current situation. Thankfully his teammate was there for positive reinforcement. No. Naruto-kun is not our objective, at least not today, Kisame, the one named Itachi spoke up, feeling a light breeze hit them from further down the corridor. Though only one of us could easily push past the guard to get to him, it would be foolhardy to do so in this country around so many people and with so many prominent figures present. Let's just stick to our current task of observing. Gathering intelligence is our main goal today, and perhaps our most important one. The tall swordsman smirked behind his high collar, whatever you say, Itachi. I'm just making a reading suggestion. He grinned when he looked up at the television screen, which not only gave a live feed on the circumstances taking place down below, but also displayed more information pertaining to the other competitors. The Jinchuriki was currently up against a Hyuga. There was no denying that this was going to be an interesting bout. Oh. Stadium, team instructors section. Kakashi smiled brightly when he saw his first student up on the plate. And not just any one of them either. This looks like it's going to be fun, the silver-haired jonin said. Fists clenching tightly in front of him and weird groaning noises being emitted from his throat, Guy suddenly rose up from his seat with a great bellow, his eyes alight with fire. Yahoo! A most promising battle indeed. The prodigy of the Hyuga clan and a master of their gentle fist style against the wild child under the tutelage of my greatest rival. The fires of passion will burst forth from their engagement and ignite the heavens. Oh, the humanity. Feel the burn of the fires of my formative years. The way he said it though was both wrong and awkward. Due to the amount of attention Guy alone brought over to the Jonin section, every instructor sitting there tried to make it look like they didn't know the weird man in spandex. Unfortunately, due to the fact that they were all wearing the exact same headband as him and were sitting in the same row, the act of doing so became impossible. Even Anko, who was sitting further down the row, was looking a bit embarrassed. Shine on my youth. Shine on. Hey, dude. Would you mind calming down, please? You're scaring my kid. Oh. Stadium, competitor's balcony. Lee, hearing Guy's voice, took a deep breath and prepared to mount a mountain call of his own, only to have his mouth clamped shut by both Sakura and Ino slapping their hands over him and pulling him back. It was awkward enough that one of their own was making such a public display. They didn't need another. However, the sight of Lee stepping up to make a return exclamation did attract the attention of the others in the box, so the act of prevention was partly redundant. Sasuke groaned in relief, "Thank you." Shikamaru, leaning against the railings, also sighed as he looked out over the field. The less noise there is the better. I want to watch this fight. Not just for the benefit of the exams and the sanity of all those present, but also because he was curious. To this point, all he'd ever heard of regarding Naruto's true potential was through word of mouth. His true battle skills were said to be extraordinary and, while it was repeatedly stated he didn't have much talent for theory, application of learning set complicated theory and some ninjutsu due to an overabundance of energy, he still heard that Naruto had the highest fighting potential and ability out of everyone from their graduating group. If that were the case, then the Nara wanted to see for himself what placed the ever-so-cheerful Uzumaki above the would-be genius of the academy and prodigy of the year Sasuke Uchiha in terms of practicality. Samui frowned as she fixed on Naruto's opponent. Neji is a Hyuga, is he not? If I remember my texts correctly, the Hyuga are stated to possess the most powerful and dangerous form of taijutsu in Konohagakure, probably even the world. Tayuya nodded affirmatively. Yeah. They use their unique fighting style and chakra control to attack not only your internal organs, but your tenketsu. If they seal up enough of your chakra points, it's basically game over for you. That or if they directly attack your organs, Omoi added, getting their expressions to turn serious. From his build alone, I can tell Naruto-kun favors close combat and has incredible physical dexterity. However, if he's being pitted against someone who specializes in redirecting and deflecting brute force, as well as sealing off chakra for the user to harness, then he might be in for a tough fight. Will he be okay? Samui asked worryingly, her body tensing at the idea of him going toe-to-toe with such a potentially lethal opponent. At that question, a grin grew on Tayuya's face. Of course. When it comes to taijutsu, there's not a single person in our village who can beat him. This comment seemed to get a muffled shout from Lee standing in the background and being held back by the two kunoichi, who had quickly proceeded to bind him with cloth. Unfortunately, his exclamations went amiss as everyone was currently focusing on the range. The Suna siblings were doing the same, with Temari and Kankuro fixating their attention on the blonde-haired one, since he'd been the one to stand out the most since the beginning of the entire exam. Even Gaara was investing a lot of energy on the teen. While everyone was giving their own opinions and interest on the matter, over on their end, the Kirigakure team had suddenly gone quiet. While the Soul Boy member was standing and blowing bubbles, Tsubaki was giving the fight a bit more scrutiny than she did the others. After all, it had a Hyuga on it. A Hyuga capable of dispelling, pushing and seeing chakra. That was bad news for anyone with a chakra pathway system and something she needed to be wary of. Close combat specialists, the orange-haired girl murmured, having heard the conversations on the other side of the box and looking down at her teammate dangling her legs over the side beneath her. Her serious face sprouted a smile. I bet you're going to enjoy this, Kyoko, since this is your area of expertise. The blonde-haired girl grinned widely. Oh yeah? Oh. Stadium, arena. Out on the field, Neji and Naruto faced each other off, with both shinobi smirking and holding their ground several feet from one another. As a strong breeze blew through the air, kicking up dust and ruffling their clothes, they knew that this battle was going to be the deciding one. Our last fight ended in a draw, Neji stated while narrowing his eyes. I intend to change that right here and now. As do I, Naruto replied, clenching and unclenching his fist repeatedly while speaking. This time, I'll win for sure. I've been working hard for this, but I won't be fighting you using ninjutsu or genjutsu. Just taijutsu. I intend to beat you in the same art you're considered a genius in. Determined to prove that your hard work and commitment can surpass refined natural talent? Neji asked curiously, expecting nothing less. It's to show all those who ever doubted me over the years that I can change the way people view the world, that I can succeed, and that I can do things that other people can't, Naruto answered, cracking his neck to the side as his expression became hard and determined. Your gentle fist style is spectacular. Any ninja worth anything would know to keep their distance from you, since you can shut down their body with just a few taps and even kill them. That's a system of fighting you and thousands of other shinobi like us have played towards, fear over a fighting style said to be unmatched. Neji frowned as he processed what Naruto was saying to him. With such big words, it was kind of hard to believe that this was actually the same blonde-haired boy who fought with him all those months ago. Back then and even today he stepped forward with an air of playfulness and mischief, which seemed to be the core element and the source of his frequent use of unconventional methods. However, Neji sensed something else behind that same nature that seemed to light up the darkest corridors. Though he could have been misreading it, but what he felt was something calculating and dangerous. A wild animal with intelligence. Where are you going with this? Neji asked, genuinely curious. Naruto grinned. I'm saying that I'm going to do the very thing that other people didn't have the balls to do, and come out on top without a scratch, fighting toe-to-toe with you. This had the Hyuga's eyes narrow further. With the intensity of the moment growing between them, the determined and, dare say, excited Neji activated his Byakugan, veins appearing on either side of his face. This enhanced his glare several times over, as his eyebrows also creased and his expression became a mixture of concentration and fury. The fury, however, was just an illusion. He was just giving his opponent his complete and undivided attention. Oh. Stadium, Kage section. Up in the Kage stand, a snorted, what a punk. Does he have a death wish or something? I'm sure he does not truly intend to place himself at the complete mercy of his adversary. That would be uncouth, Mei informed, smiling slightly as she rested her head on her hand. A shinobi must be smarter and more disciplined than that. Of course, in this instance we should not mistake boldness for verbal provocation, as that's also a big part of a shinobi's strategy. I have to say though, I would very much like to see what this young upstart has planned for the Hyuga if he intends to go head-to-head with him on open ground, Inoki stated with great interest, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. No one, not even the Uchiha back in their prime, would think of contesting with a Hyuga in hand-to-hand combat, up close and personal. No. Shinobi from different clans have come up with various ways of combating them over the years, all of them involving long and middle-range techniques. I have yet to see someone use a strategy involving close-range combat against a Hyuga, so this bout might be an interesting one. Well then, let's see how this kid intends to change the system, since he's so determined to butt heads with the boy, A remarked, getting comfortable to watch the one-sided beatdown that was to come. The fourth Kazekage remained silent, as did the third Hokage, who scrutinized the battlefield carefully. Hiruzen knew Naruto well, having tried to be as big a part of his life as he could to prevent people from taking advantage of him, including those high up in the village. As boastful, adventurous and free-spirited as he was a really bright boy. With all the conflicts he'd faced in the past and all the dangers he'd encountered, he managed to overcome all of them through quick thinking, creativity, mischief, fast acting, and good, all-around Uzumaki grit. Hopefully these qualities would show up here and give the judges the reason they were looking for to promote him. If not, then the blonde would just have to make up for it in the next match if he only intended to turn his first match into a mindless brawl. Oh. Stadium, arena. You do understand I will not be holding back, Neji informed warningly. Naruto chuckled, I know. Why do you think I'm still standing here and not over the next hill? This question earned a smirk from his foe, who quickly resumed professionalism as before. Upon looking between the two, Heiei raised his hand above his head. Are you two ready? He asked, not really needing the answer seeing as how both teenagers were looking at each other with determined expressions in play. The man smiled, very well. Match 5, Naruto of Konohagakure vs Neji of Konohagakure. Begin. Dropping his hand, the man leapt back to put space between both foes. As soon as the whistle was blown and the crowds let out a cheer of excitement in anticipation for what was to be a close-quarter match, Neji slid into an offensive taijutsu stance. With his left hand and foot placed forward in an orthodox form with his palms flat open, the boy prepared for a furious engagement. Since he'd already had the pleasure of sparring with Naruto before, he'd become well aware of several things about the boy. Not only did he have the most unconventional fighting style he'd ever seen, utilizing a lot of swaying and awkward dodging, he was also incredibly fast. While the speed he believed wouldn't be that difficult to handle, having fought Lee on a number of occasions, it was the fighting style he was preparing for. That was why he'd spent almost all this time training to intercept his opponent and effectively cut off space for him to use. He needed to trap him in order to beat him, and with his Byakugan, he would not lose sight of him. Not like last time when Naruto somehow managed to vanish right before his eyes and reappear right out from his one blind spot. I have trained hard on covering my faults. This time, you won't escape me, Neji stated, watching his opponent roll his shoulder and neck before stepping back into what he assumed to be an orthodox stance of his own. When Naruto dropped his arms in front of him, the Hyuga knew what to expect, the weird fighting style that led them to their epic draw. I will not underestimate you, Neji thought before springing into action. Arms dangling, Naruto grinned and flashed forward to meet him in the center, the Hyuga thrusting forward to palm him while the blonde threw a swinging right overhand in the form of a cross counter. And so, their fight began with an ear-splitting crack as a shockwave rang out of both foes exchanging blows. Dashing left while Neji dashed right with stunning agility, Naruto flipped onto one hand and spiraled at the boy with a kick, which the Hyuga blocked and attempted to counter, but the Jinchuriki sprang off of his limb and away to avoid the hook the teen returned with and, upon landing on his feet, sprinted away. Marking his getaway, the genius crouched low and zipped off at speed, coming up alongside the retreating Naruto and kicking out at him. The blonde spotted his motion and swayed under the attack, returning the blow with an uppercut that struck Neji's guard. In response, the genius stepped forward and sent a blast of blue chakra rippling out, the defense of his Juken form appearing right from the get-go. Staggering back from the brief burst, a slightly surprised Naruto gave a serious glare and leapt back again to avoid two shots from his foe, who attempted to close in on him and cut him down. But the nimble blonde managed to get back and start circling, which the Hyuga did so and followed the same anti-clockwise direction he did. Both smiled at each other as they danced around the field, the Jinchuriki jerking left and right oddly, switching his forward hand with his guard hand repeatedly while Neji switched to orthodox again and lunged with a downward thrust. Naruto deflected with a quick parry, avoiding the burst of chakra and returning with a back fist over Neji's extended arm. The prodigy spotted the blow and effortlessly blocked, aiming a finger thrust with the same hand down at his forearm to strike at his chakra point. But the Jinchuriki countered by using the same arm he had extended to step in with an elbow, knocking the Hyuga's arm up before kicking at him. Niji blocked with his leg and rotated swiftly, striking out with his palms in the same spin while Naruto weaved under them and countered with a body shot. Niji slipped away from it, countering with a right palm strike that Naruto slipped to the side of and pitched a right hook into his face. The Hyuga responded in kind with a countercross, the intersecting blows forcing both to duck around before springing away from one another and sliding to a stop. Digging his feet in, Naruto breathed hard and put his game face on, as did Niji. Dashing forward, the Jinchuriki launched himself at the boy with a butterfly kick, which the Hyuga ducked under and spun around to face his opponent when he landed on the other side directly beside a bounder, and countered. Niji thrust a palm strike at him again, the blonde swaying to the side to avoid, which ended in the Hyuga striking the massive rock behind him and cracking it. He repeatedly tried to hit the blonde with consecutive shots, but the youngster slipped and weaved around and under all of them, with the piece of earth falling under the assault in his place before Naruto kicked off of it and spun around one of Niji's blows, unexpectedly switching their positions. Acting instinctively, Naruto skipped on the spot once he got behind Niji before spinning like a top, not even missing a beat after his impressive evasion to throw a swift right, slicing roundhouse kick straight at his adversary. Niji reacted in alarm to the approaching attack and jumped out of the way of the blow that was sent swinging at him. "Chaser!" Naruto shouted, his kick slamming into the massive rock the same size of one of the slabs making up Stonehenge and literally smashing it to pieces. The rubble and debris scattered in the same direction Niji jumped, where the older teen slid to a stop and looked to see the once proud standing pillar of bedrock all over the floor. In spite of his jujutsu being active, his shock was still evident. Such raw power. Exactly like Lee's, Niji thought, identifying that as hard fist style. Frowning, he responded with an alarming dash forward, palming out at his foe who swayed swiftly out of the way and countered at the same time with a right overhand, which connected with the Hyuga's guard before the Jinchuriki then kicked at him again, forcing him to back off. They engaged again across the terrain, stunning the proctors when they came alarmingly close to them. The speed at which they fought made them blur in and out of focus as they clashed repeatedly, bursts of chakra filling the air with Niji lashing out at his opponent, who ducked and weaved around his blows before countering with a few kicks and punches. Slipping around his opponent's strikes, Niji pulled back and responded with a chopping motion, only for Naruto to sway backwards under it at an impossible angle and come up behind him. Not losing sight of the boy with his eyes, the prodigy spun around and attacked him with a spearing right straight, which the Jinchuriki also threw at full power. Their blows connected swiftly against a guard thrown up by both opponents with concussive force, emitting a shockwave that cracked the ground and caused both of them to wince under the pain, before the pair slid away at speed from the point of impact. The shockwave was easily felt by everyone in the audience, most of whom making sounds conveying a sense of surprise as the power from both genin resonated over them. After the two fighters slid to a stop, they looked back to show they both had a bruise on their cheek, which was a result of their guards being pushed into their faces from the simultaneous attacks they deflected. It was there the two stopped and held their ground. Glaring across at his opponent, Naruto smirked, "So it's true. When it comes down to the basics, we're both evenly matched," Niji thought at the same time, acknowledging that they were fighting each other with their base styles and weren't fighting seriously yet. Their fundamental forms were both spectacular and they found that they could trade shots equally using them. Upon disengaging and facing each other down in the silence to follow, the pair earned a wild cheer from the crowd, many standing and applauding at the spectacular battle they had just witnessed across the ring. The two genin clashing in an awesome, close-quarter battle of skill, speed and power and trading hits was one of the wildest things they'd seen. It certainly earned the appraisal of the jonin in the front row, with those normal ones clapping while Guy was being youthful. What a fantastic battle. Go Niji. Go Naruto. Fight on. For Kami's sake Guy, sit down. Asuma's shout rang out. Standing normally, Niji grunted as he rubbed the bruise he had earned away before lowering himself into another stance. As I suspected. You've gotten much stronger since the last time we fought. Your combination of speed, power and technique are truly impressive. Same to you, Niji, Naruto grinned widely, dropping his arms to his sides and once again spreading his feet out in what the Hyuga recognized as his signature martial arts form. It's always awesome to fight against you. You're crazy strong. If I have any chance of beating you, then I'm going to have to fight you at my absolute best. This had the Hyuga smirk. I take it warm-ups are over then? Yep. I'm pumped, Naruto replied, slapping his cheeks with his hands to get red back into them and beaming competitively. This time, I'll show you my real speed. The handbrake was off. Time to rev his engine. Naruto threw his arms out with his biggest grin in play and eyes flashing with excitement. Come at me, bro.